We have 6 hearings, right? I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, May 29th, 2025, and the time is 10:01 in the morning. Apologies for starting late. This is the first of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole will be conducting over the next several weeks with regard to the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget proposed by Mayor Bowser, submitted to the council 2 days ago. Also, if there's testimony, it will be welcome with regard to the mayor's proposed revisions to the current year fiscal year 2025 budget, otherwise known as the FY25 Supplemental Budget Act. As I said, this is the first of 6 hearings, and today we will be hearing in this order testimony regarding the proposed budget for the Office of the District of Columbia Auditor, the Office of Zoning, the Office of Planning, and the Department of Buildings. Tomorrow we'll be hearing testimony regarding the proposed budget for the University of the District of Columbia, the Public Charter School Board, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the State Board of Education, the State Athletic Association, and next week we will hear testimony regarding the State Superintendent of Education and the DC Public Schools. All of the committees are having hearings on the proposed budget over the next 3 weeks. And the council is scheduled to vote on the proposed budget twice, first on July 14th and then on July 28th. Along with the budget is the Budget Support Act, and if there's testimony today regarding that, that will be welcome as well. On June 18th, the Committee of the Whole will be having a hearing on all of the legislation related to the current year and proposed budget, and that includes the Federal Portion Budget Request Act and the Budget Support Act. With that, let me call witnesses who registered to testify regarding the budget for the District of Columbia Auditor. Robert Vincent Branham, who's Chair of the Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee. David Maloff, Nadia Salazar Sandi, who's Senior Campaign Manager at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute and Just Recover for DC. Eric Goulet, who's the Ward 3 representative on the State Board of Education. I believe all these individuals are virtual, testifying virtual, which means they will not get gold stars from the committee today. I do want to note again, the mayor submitted the budget on Tuesday, May 27th. This was roughly 2 months later than we expected. And because the council has only 70 days to act on the budget, we're moving quickly with starting these hearings. I realize that that makes it difficult for the public. However, we will not be voting for about 6 weeks, so there is time for members of the public to submit comments or to testify at other hearings or at the June 18th hearing. I believe Mr. Branham is not present. Mr. Maloff, you are. Please proceed. And good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for holding this hearing. I am David Maloff, the past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations, and I just want to speak now about the DC auditor and appeal to her and to you, sir. Her group reports to you and the council that she sit down with Mr. Hanlon, the director of the Department of Buildings, and stand up a cost-effective 30-day internal review using a handful of DC government staff talent for about 2 days a week over 4 weeks. Very cost-effective. The review will cover DOB permitting, inspections, and critical records retention, with a particular emphasis on dangerous residential construction, as defined in Section 3307 of the DC Code. For sizing, I estimate that at least 50,000 structures DC-wide have shared ownership party walls. That's in addition to abutting but freestanding structures. That's about 6,000 per ward of pure party wall structures, or about 20,000 residents per ward These are huge numbers, and I think every council member should be concerned and is, I know, about issues regarding dangerous residential construction and DOB's management of it. I will testify in greater length today on 8 actions I asked Director Hanlon to confirm, but one of them is this 30-day review I've been asking for now, and I would like DC auditors and DEMPED support. Simply grab a handful of key talent for about 1 or 2 days a week for 4 weeks, and from MOLC, the city administrator, DEMPED, the auditor, and DOB, and hold about 1 or 2 dozen confidential 45-minute sessions to collect non-attributed DOB staff and manager opinions. I can almost guarantee that when you are done with the first week of those confidential non-attributed interviews, you'll have about 80 to 90% of the final report from Mr. Hanlon on what needs to be fixed regarding permitting, inspections, and recordation for dangerous construction. Current employees know what needs to be fixed, and so do the residents who've testified time and again, and I'd encourage you to just have an intern or someone sit down and checklist all the testimonies for the last, 6 oversight hearings where we've talked about these things chapter and verse. These are all in listing the problems. The reverse is the simple fix. I'll get into more of this later on. The costs impacted by the city are staggering on these incidents, like the collapse at 1113 V Street in December, where fire EMS, MPD, the coroner, the lawyers, the staff members after the fact, I think they've grinded up hundreds of thousands in expense. And that happens every time we measure once and cut thrice. So I ask for that quick review. I can sit down with the auditor and talk about just an easy way to structure it, but she knows exactly what to do because she's done such a fine job over the years as a council member and as our auditor. Thank you. I'll see you later this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. I believe Ms. Sandy is not here. Mr. Goulet?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council staff, and DC Auditor Patterson. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am delighted to join you at today's Committee of the Whole FY26 Budget Oversight hearing on the DC Auditor. I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a Ward 3 representative today and not on behalf of the collective board. A stated mission of the DC Auditor in the FY26 budget submission is to provide assistance to the council in performing its oversight duties by making recommendations for improving the accountability of DC government. The office's budget includes an investigative function, and I encourage council to maintain funding for this important capacity. The power of the legislative branch to investigate alleged wrongdoing is essential for checks and balances in DC government. I want to highlight an ongoing situation where the investigatory power of the auditor is particularly essential. I am requesting that the DC Auditor and the DC Council Committee of the Whole work together to investigate Chancellor Louis Farabee and DC Public School leadership for making frivolous reports to the Child and Family Services Agency, known as CFSA, for truancy and educational child neglect, to retaliate against families who are advocating for the best interests of their young children. DCPS recently abruptly changed deferral policies related to kindergarten age of enrollment without any advance notice to parents or to private and parochial pre-K programs. DCPS has informed families whose children have birthdays prior to September 30th that their children must skip kindergarten and go directly to first grade, and it has voided previously approved developmental waivers issued by DCPS. DCPS has offered to assess children and says it will consider demoting them back to kindergarten, but only in the fall after children struggle in first grade. In at least 2 instances, DCPS ordered families to leave pre-K4 programs with approximately 2 months remaining in the school year and said they must enroll their children in DCPS kindergarten. And when families rightfully refused to do so, DCPS retaliated by reporting the families to Child Family Services Agency for educational neglect. A 5-year-old attending a 5-day per week pre-K4 class is neither truant nor a victim of educational neglect. Chancellor Farabee justifies his actions by saying that DCPS doesn't consider a pre-kindergarten program in a private or parochial school to be a school. and that since DCPS is a mandatory reporter, he has no choice but to report families for truancy. I do not find this explanation credible. I would ask that the DC auditor meet with the 3 families who have been reported or threatened with the reporting of child neglect. And then I would encourage the auditor to investigate who ordered these frivolous reports and why, by obtaining relevant email and text messages and interviewing those involved. Intimidation of parents advocating for their children cannot be tolerated. This retaliation is designed to scare parents into accepting an ill-conceived policy change that DCPS implemented without proper notice. Further, frivolous reports to CFSA distract the agency from using its limited resources to help children who are actually experiencing child neglect in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. I am available to answer any questions that you may have, and I look forward to following up with both the Committee of the Whole and the Office of the DC Auditor after today's hearing. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. I have just a couple of questions. Mr. Maloff, you want the auditor to interview Department of Building employees to develop a report on how to improve the permitting process?
That's right. A quick series of interviews by colleagues from around the government, non-attributed, and just ask very simply, what can we do better in permitting, inspections, and recordation? They know. I've talked to some of the people in the bowels of DOB. They're well-intended. They know exactly what needs to be fixed. And we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, sir, if not millions, on repeated failures in these processes.
So you said permitting inspections, and what did you mean by recordation?
Well, in my testimony, I'll give you one, pregnant page from 1113 V Street. The critical special inspections report page wasn't even signed. The seals weren't applied. DOB didn't sign off. No one's names there. The 3 names are missing from the special inspectors, and the clerk can easily be trained not to put the important red stamp at the top red corner, issuing the permit if the critical public safety recordation is deficient. And that goes for pre-construction meetings where they're required for dangerous construction and the reports are never filed. That goes for final inspectors reports that OAH has ordered now twice I should receive regarding construction next door to me. And I've still never received it with an OAH court order twice confirmed. So the records are not in good order. I think Mr. Musali over at APRA could probably help a little bit. He runs a much tidier shop if you look at placards around town. I've included a photo of 1113 V Street today. It'll knock your socks off. I took it yesterday. That's a disaster site where a man died 2 days before Christmas.
Okay, now I didn't mean to ask you to relive your testimony, but I did mean to ask you, will you be submitting your statement, or the statement we'll get later today with regard to the Department of Buildings?
I'm going to send it over very soon. I have 8 points with embellishment on each point, which I will not read in my testimony. The photographs are there as well. If Mr. Stump could put one up, I would be delighted for the public to see what recordation looks like that fails.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Goulet, you would like the auditor to investigate the chancellor with regard to these, with regard to his enforcement of the September 30th deadline, or with regard to his reports to CFSA?
Yeah, it's not so much the September 30th deadline. We're going to propose action on that as the State Board of Education, and we've been in touch with your staff and the Committee of the Whole with the early draft of the legislation. The concern is that without any notice, the chancellor has made these changes. He's not communicated with any of the pre-K facilities in the ward to tell them about it. He's not talked to parents. So then parents were caught in complete confusion because for decades, there's a disconnect between the enrollment dates for private pre-K versus public pre-K. So parents
Yes,
who've
no,
done
I
nothing wrong.
wasn't asking you to
Yeah.
repeat your testimony.
Yeah.
It was to clarify what you would like the
Yes.
auditor to look at, and I'm going to ask her about this. And what you would like her to look at is these referrals, what you
Specific,
allege to be the frivolousness of these referrals to CFSA.
yeah, specifically on families who came in with children in pre-K 4. Two had children in pre-K 4. One DCPS kicked out of pre-K 4, and another one had them in private pre-K 4. So these are children who are attending pre-K 4 as 5-year-olds, as has been done for decades. And the reason these families had referrals is because they pushed back on policy. They said, no, we're not going to take our children out. No, we're not going to enroll our kids in kindergarten with 2 months left in the year. And no, we're not going to be forced to skip first grade. And one of them was going to come testify at the State Board of Education, and then suddenly they get a referral to Child Protective Services. Another lady who was threatened with a referral had been emailing DCPS with concerns. They'd moved in from another state. They were trying to enroll their child in kindergarten. The child was not eligible in the home state prior to moving in. And basically, the family was told, this is unacceptable. Stop emailing us or we'll report you to Child Protective Services. And this has a chilling effect on families who are advocating against sloppy policymaking and lack of notice. And so when they try to raise these concerns in a legitimate fashion, uh, they're basically hit with a referral for child neglect. And it's completely unacceptable. And I think anyone could, whether we can debate the definition of what is a school under DC code, the idea that DCPS would be reporting families to our child neglect division while they have a child in a very high quality pre-K 4 program, I mean, is ridiculous, and it's intentional retaliation. At best, it represents really poor judgment by the chancellor and his team, but I think it's something worse. I think it's retaliation against parents who speak up.
Okay, thank you. And I do have your copy of your statement. Thank you to each of you.
Thank
You
you.
all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the auditor. Ms. Patterson?
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. As introduced, I'm Kathy Patterson, DC Auditor, and I appreciate the chance to be here to talk about the budget of the office for fiscal year 2025 to date and fiscal year 26. Our original FY25 approved budget is just under 8 million. As you noted in our performance hearing earlier, our revised FY25 budget is 10.9 million based on the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's transfer in January of carryover funds, totaling about 2.9 million. Our personal services budget for FY25 is 5.9 million. Our non-personal services budget is about 5 million, including that carryover. We're 3/4 of the way through the current fiscal year and have expended about 54% of our personal services budget and 18% of our non-personal services funds. I had hoped to hire 2 additional auditor analysts, but after advertising and receiving some promising applications, we put that hiring on hold given the changing budget situation. Regarding our non-personal services budget for the year, we're in the same situation we were a year ago, facing the possibility of significant litigation costs. The case in DC Superior Court was brought against us by 3 sworn members of the Metropolitan Police Department challenging the publication of our October 2022 report titled 36 Fired MPD Officers Reinstated, Received 14 million in Back Pay. 3 staff auditors and I, plus the district itself, are being sued for libel, slander, and defamation, largely based on profiling the officers who were fired and had their positions restored. The information we used in the report was publicly available and or shared with us by the police department. We hired outside counsel, and our attorneys are taking the lead in the defense in cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General. To date, we've paid out $400,000 in legal costs. The judge granted our motion to dismiss the case in November, but we continue to await his written decision. The plaintiffs have already said that they will file an appeal as soon as they review the dismissal. If the case goes to trial, we anticipate significant costs, potentially using the bulk of our current NPS reserve. And I believe it's crucial from a public policy perspective that the suit be won by ODCA and the district. And Mr. Chairman, you've taken the lead in the council in promoting accountability on the part of the Metropolitan Police Department, and the litigation is a direct attack on that enhanced accountability. If the case concludes and we retain sufficient non-personal services funds this fiscal year, we will initiate additional contract audits on high priority policy issues with an anticipated focus on issues that affect district expenditures. The mayor's proposed budget for ODCA for FY26 includes $7.8 million and 35 FTEs. That total includes $6.1 million for personal services and just $1.7 million for non-personal services, the largest amount of which is in the contractual services line. And again, I would anticipate the largest portion of that NPS funding will support contract audits. The proposed budget is sufficient to meet ODCA's mission, and the number of FTEs has been reduced to more accurately reflect the agency's size and the fact that we are working to remain competitive in compensation with sister agencies like the Office of the Inspector General and federal office, including the Government Accountability Office and Federal Inspectors General. We are seeking to replace today one senior team member who left earlier this year while we put the other ones I mentioned on hold. I am aware of the city administrator's order in March for agencies to curb spending. And although as an independent agency, we're not bound by that, we are largely attempting to follow it. As you're aware, in terms of our costs, we continue to wait for the Department of General Services to find a tenant for the space we currently lease on the 7th floor of 1331 Pennsylvania. Because our staff continues to work remotely for a significant amount of time, we can work within the 8th floor space. And at some point, I hope those lease costs can be lowered. Another budget issue concerns the Recidivism Reduction at DYRS Amendment Act of 2024 that was returned unsigned by the mayor and was to have taken effect on March 29th. It includes sections with new responsibilities assigned to ODCA that were not enacted because they were subject to appropriations. A new compliance role in facility conditions and individual case plans would require us to hire individuals with subject matter experience and expertise. We estimated it would require $1.6 million a year and a total of 6 full-time equivalent employees, plus travel and potential contract costs. It's my hope that we will be prepared to take on these new responsibilities once funding is provided. To help us prepare for that role, I did hire a consultant to draft position descriptions and a work plan. We hope to be able to hit the ground running. And Mr. Chairman, given the budget constraints, though, if you determine that the council will not fully fund the provisions of the legislation, but will instead provide partial funding, I hope we will have an opportunity to discuss what those alternatives would be, including Councilmember Parker and representatives of DYRS. There was a budget issue I raised in last year's testimony, and I want to come back to that, and that's significant overspending by a handful of district agencies as reported in the annual comprehensive financial report. Last year, I noted that 5 agencies accounted for $257 million of spending that was not included in the budget approved by the council. And I have a chart in my written testimony from information from the 2024 ACFR, and that shows that 6 agencies spent nearly $326 million in FY24 that had not been approved by the council in the budget decisions a year ago. The additions were made through a combination of reprogramming, allocations from the contingency reserve, and in what are called month 13 adjustments made after the end of the fiscal year to ensure that the district itself had a balanced budget. And obviously for the district to have had a balanced budget at the end of month 13 meant other agencies underspent their approved budgets and their remaining funds were transferred. The underspending agencies included the Office of Unified Communications and the Department of Forensic Sciences, both of which have been prominent in the public spotlight in part for not having sufficient staff to fulfill their critical responsibilities. I'd like to come to an issue with regard to the FY25 supplemental. In an ongoing audit on the district's cash reserves, ODCA has looked carefully at the laws governing the reserves and the related appropriations acts. And it is ODCA's view that the cash flow reserve is legally available to provide additional budget authority in FY 2025. Depending on its current and projected balance, the cash flow reserve could support hundreds of millions of dollars in budget authority and mitigate or even eliminate the need for any unnecessary spending cuts during the current fiscal year. And to explain, the FY24 Local Budget Act as enacted, contained an indefinite appropriation providing budget authority for, quote, all funds deposited without regard to fiscal year into the cash flow reserve account. This does get fairly technical, but under district law, the cash flow reserve is legally available for cash flow management or, and I quote here, to cover funding for locally approved expenditures during a lapse in regular appropriations, provided that any amounts used must be replenished immediately at the conclusion of the lapse. And as we all know, a lapse in regular appropriations has occurred right now and will continue for the remainder of this fiscal year because we and the entire federal government are operating under a full year continuing appropriations act. Therefore, the cash flow reserve can be used to provide budget authority for local expenditures in the current fiscal year pursuant to the plain language. This indefinite appropriation language, with this, it appears that the district could have use from the cash flow reserve from between 200 and 300 million of appropriations, again, based on this provision in the FY24 budget law. And I just bring this to your attention because it's something that I think the council might want to consider as it considers the mayor's proposed budget. And finally, one issue in the proposed FY26 budget. One of the most critical issues before you is the need to replace the central detention facility. Yesterday, we published this report by the Council for Court Excellence detailing the worsening conditions that speak to the need to replace the general population housing at the CDF as soon as possible. And I mentioned two of the alarming metrics. The rate of deaths in custody at the CDF and CTF during the year-long audit period was more than 3.5 times the national average. The rate of overdose-related deaths was 10 times the numbers reported in U.S. jails overall. The mayor had previously proposed modest capital funding for an annex to the correctional treatment facility, not a replacement for the central detention facility. And until Tuesday, the earliest the administration would have replaced the CDF was to have been another decade from now. But in the budget presentation this week, the mayor announced another effort to secure private support for construction of a new jail. The city administrator said there had been outreach from more than one private firm interested in building a facility on behalf of the district. And I hope the council will ask for details on that proposal and press for action as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I do have a few questions. Let me start with this. You were present during the testimony a little while ago by Mr. Maloff and Mr. Goulet, and I appreciate that you were here for their testimony. Mr. Maloff would like you to interview the Department of Building employees and customers to develop a report how to improve permitting and inspection. If he were to ask you that question, how would you respond?
I think what he described in his testimony of having a lot of resources, not just DOB staff, but others from the Office of Legal Counsel and other parts of the government to have that kind of a sort of a roundtable conversation of what's going wrong. I think that could be useful. I'm not sure it's particularly a role for the DC auditor. We don't typically have subject matter expertise. We develop that expertise in the course of the audits that we do, the average time of which we're aiming for every project to be 10 months, but we don't always make that. And often things go much longer than that in terms of the depth of the evidence that we need to come up with our findings under the rules of the generally accepted government auditing. So I understand the importance of what he was describing. I'm not sure what our role would appropriately be. We could certainly conduct an audit, but that's not something that we would do, that we would be in any position to promise within a 30-day period.
Mr. Goulet asked that you investigate the chancellor with regard to how he's been handling these families and these what he says are retaliatory referrals to Child and Family Services.
Again, those are serious issues that obviously need to be explored. Whether my office is the appropriate place to explore them, I'm really not sure. Sometimes we do some fact finding before we decide to do a deep dive in terms of an audit, in either instance, talking additionally with DOB staff, as Mr. Maloff suggested, or talking with the families, as Mr. Goulet suggested, are certainly things that we can do. But from a fact-finding standpoint, to see what further would be appropriate for our office to do. So I wouldn't rule either of those out. I think it would be a serious issue if, as Mr. Goulet described, families were being retaliated against for speaking up. That's not acceptable behavior on the part of the government.
What is the total amount of funding currently available in your carryover audit support fund?
It was about 3 million that was carried over. I think I have in my statement what we have in total. Our non-personal services budget for this year is about 5 million.
Including the 3 million carried
Yes.
over? Yeah, but do you have an audit support fund, or is it just the NPS portion of your budget?
It's the NPS portion of our budget. And that's the amount that, I think when we refer to the support fund, I think maybe that is a referral to the ability to carry over that the council granted us a few years ago.
Okay. I'm making a note here. It's not a separate fund.
As I understand the way the ministerial part works, the CFO may have that in a separate fund, but the carryover is sort of thrown into our budget in January, although the fiscal year ends the end of September.
And your testimony is that you've spent about 18% of your,
Yeah. So we do have a significant amount of that funding.
can you walk us through each of the changes in your budget described in Table 5?
I don't have Table 5.
It's in the budget book. You don't have
I
it
don't
with
have
you.
a budget book yet, Mr. Chairman.
I don't either, but staff printed out the chapter.
If you have a copy, I'm happy to try to talk about it. I apologize for not bringing it,
Yes,
not printing
well-
off a copy.
I have my only copy. There aren't that many changes. It says increase to align personnel services and fringe benefits with projected costs. It's an increase of $531,000. I think Mr. Cash is about to get you this. It lists an increase of $531,000 to align personnel services and fringe benefits with projected costs, an increase of $18,000 to support operational requirements, and a decrease of $711,000 to align resources with operational spending goals. I love those descriptions because they tell me nothing.
They tell me nothing either, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's a helpful budget book.
Thank you, thank you. I believe the reference to the 530,000 is simply acknowledging some of the pay increases that would have been approved in our budget for individuals in our office, performance-based or promotions within the office carried over into the subsequent fiscal year. I believe that's what that is in reference to. There also may be I don't know if there's a bump this year in fringe benefits. I haven't seen, again, because the budget just came out 2 days ago, I have not had a chance to read it thoroughly.
Okay. The budget book also says that you're going to lose a total of 8 FTEs.
That was something that we recommended. We have had fewer staff than the budget book has indicated, because in lieu of hiring up to our total number of FTEs, we've tried to hire up to our total number of DC of dollars. And we have provided pay raises to staff in order to keep a very talented staff. So it's been sort of an exchange rather than an additional 10 staffers at a low salary level. We have tried to remain competitive in our compensation. Over the time that I've been in this office, we have lost personnel to the Government Accountability Office and to federal inspectors general because they generally have higher salary structures. So we've tried to remain competitive in order to maintain the excellent staff that we have. That speaks to spending dollars that could otherwise have gone for additional FTEs on keeping the good ones that we have.
In your testimony, on page 3 regarding the proposed budget, you said, we currently have unfilled positions, but in deference to the current budget pressures, we have put a freeze on hiring for 2 auditor analyst positions and are seeking only to replace 1 senior team member who left earlier this year. Actually, that might sort of answer my question. So there are 3 positions you want to fill, 2 that you're leaving vacant for the moment, and the third, you are a senior team member you are seeking
Right.
to fill. Are you benefiting in the job search from what's going on with the federal government?
We did earlier this year, in fact, hire someone who had left the federal government. So in a sense, possibly the position that we're trying to fill, we may well, we've just posted that, so I haven't reviewed resumes. We may well, frankly, benefit from some of the horrors going on at the federal level.
I had a couple other things I wanted to discuss in light of your testimony. Um, in your discussion in your testimony with regard to the lawsuit,
Yes,
which I find disturbing, not your defense of it, but rather that it even occurred, reminds me that just this past week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, the House Committee on Oversight marked up yet again legislation to overturn what the council adopted with regard
Right.
to the bargaining and police discipline. And I just find it infuriating that, no, I'm going to use a different word. I find it very disappointing that the FOP or members of the FOP not only think it's appropriate to sue you for an accountability audit, but that they have no problem with lobbying on the Hill to seek to overturn district government legislation and legislation which deals with a long history of problematic arbitrations that have come out, have resulted from FOP's ability in the past to bargain discipline. I don't know if you want to comment on it. I'd invite you to, because I just think it's really bad for accountability and for ensuring that we have a good police force. Most of the police overwhelmingly are good cops, but there are a few bad actors. Your report highlighted, what was it, 3 dozen with just really disturbing stuff. I don't know if this was in your report. I think it was, but I remember there was one officer who was pulled over or maybe arrested, and I think it was Fairfax County, was not in the district, for drunk driving. And it turned out that there was a young, if not underaged and barely legal, half-dressed woman in the car who later accused him of rape. He was terminated and then reinstated because of the arbitration process. And that cop is just completely useless on the force because can't be used for testimony because of, I can't remember what the rule is called, but in the courts where if there's a police officer who has any credibility or disciplinary problems, they can't be used as a witness. Do you care to comment?
I think you are correct in terms of the work that has been done on Capitol Hill. The Fraternal Order of Police has been very effective in soliciting legislation from members of Congress. One of the sponsors of legislation I've sought to meet with and have not been successful. So I'm hope maybe that's something that the council could consider. But I do want to be clear that the litigation, the lawsuit against me and my team and others in the district was not brought by the FOP. They are not a party to it. The counsel for the three plaintiff officers are the same counsel that works with the FOP, but the FOP themselves, they are not a party to the lawsuit.
In your testimony, you also testified about how the mayor could access the cash flow reserve.
Yes.
And I think that that's a very useful suggestion. The mayor, in conversations over the last couple of months, has decided she doesn't want to access the reserves. I think that's a mistake because the reserves are available, as you note. Well, you note that the law allows for it, but as I recall, cash flow reserve is also available for unforeseen circumstances, including congressional action, which is exactly what we're dealing with. And since the city is collecting the money, although Congress, through their continuing resolution, is prohibiting us from spending it, the money is there to repay the reserve. But the mayor doesn't want to access the cash flow, and that's why you're seeing that it's not happening. And actually, our budget office suggested some other approaches, which which the mayor incorporated in her supplemental, which is why we're not seeing the kind of cuts or reductions that we had worried. Just wanted to note that. You in your testimony also talked about agencies overspending. And you have this table with 6 agencies, but then you mentioned also the Office of Motion Picture spending double their budget. What do you think we can do about that? We have an anti-deficiency board, but the approach of the executive, including the CFO, is that while an agency might be deficient in their spending because they've overspent, with the reprogramming at the end of the year, that overspending goes away and therefore there's no deficiency.
My guess is that given that we are in tighter budget times, given the revenue, the lack of the revenue increases we've seen in recent years, there may be more attention being paid to things like overtime in some of these agencies as it goes forward. It's my understanding that, for example, the police department had already burned through its overtime budget by the end of the first quarter this fiscal year. But my guess is that, again, given that there may be less money to move around in month 13, maybe that will speak to greater oversight by the senior leadership in the Bowser administration. But it also, this also provides some information for the council's own oversight committees to keep watch over agency spending following enactment of a budget, and to follow and to track and to use the quarterly reports and the monthly reports on each agency to see who's projected to have a over expenditure. I think one of the useful pieces of information from the ACFR is not just who has been overspending, but who has been underspending. And I know that the Office of Unified Communications, for example, is trying to hire and is trying to raise salaries and so forth to make sure that they're not short-staffed anymore. But to see that theirs was one of the agencies that underspent their budget in FY24 was sort of sad to see, because they had continued to have staffing shortages for a number of the shifts there. So I think that's something also for, all of these agencies mentioned in this chart are agencies for the council to keep watch over as well.
Yes, and I don't mean this as criticism, but you're not helping me here. And what I'm looking for, and I think the answer is elusive, I don't mean elusive from you, but elusive, is how do we control spending by the executive? Um, the, just looking at these agencies, the Department of Human Services overspent by $140 million, if I'm reading this correctly? Well, how is that, how do we, the council, get the executive to spend within their budget?
The reprogram, I'm not sure how much the council does currently with reprogrammings. My guess is that the DHS numbers were reflect in part some of the refugee assistance issues, immigration assistance
I don't
issues.
think so.
I don't know. I have not looked into it. We just use the numbers. But in terms of the council and reprogrammings, the council does have a say over reprogrammings that come before you. I'm not sure at this point that very much happens other than sort of a passive approval. But that's certainly something the council
Well,
can do
yes,
when
we could-
reprogrammings come before you.
I'm assuming a lot of this got fixed in month 13. So we could disapprove those reprogrammings.
Right. Well, you can you could look at the ones that come over during the course of the fiscal year.
Yes, we could. I'm thinking of a couple that I challenged with DCPS, but they were within DCPS. And what we're seeing, for instance, in preparation for today, I was looking at Department of Buildings at the end of last year, they reprogrammed roughly 2 million, maybe it was 2.5 million, to other agencies to cover overspending in the other agencies. I suppose we could have disapproved that at the end of the year. I'm not sure what that gets us because the overspending will still have occurred.
I think frankly, a more constructive thing might be to, halfway through the fiscal year, look at spending and have committees look for these agencies, because these agencies have overspent at this level. That overspending occurred during the fiscal year. So at the end of second quarter, for example, that would have this overspending would have shown up. And any, set yourself a goal. Any agency that's overspending by 10% or 20% halfway through the fiscal year, there's a hearing to say what's going on, what are you doing about it, what controls are you, agency director, going to put in place, that kind of thing.
Fair point. And I think none of these are under the committee of the whole, so it's not a hearing I could have, which is not to take away from your suggestion. But I'm prompted to ask you, you chaired the Judiciary Committee many years ago. And my recollection is you put a lot of attention into overtime
Yes.
spending, that it was way over the budget. And my recollection is that as a result of your oversight, as well as also a change in police chiefs, that the overtime came down significantly.
Right, and particularly the court overtime. That was something that was a little bit easier to get a handle on, and there were partners working with the courts and the Attorney General working with MPD were able to get a lot of the court overtime under control. But one of the things that we talked about in the MPD staffing study that we published a few months ago was a lack, frankly, of data on some of the overtime, like when officers are used to transport juveniles out to a juvenile facility, that's not really tracked. They couldn't really say how much time is spent. So there's a lack of actually knowing what is prompting some of the overtime. So there are a lot of things that can be done, but those are issues that also can be gone into in hearings like these, in the budget hearings, to say, what steps have you taken? And it would be particularly relevant to MPD given where they are in their overtime budget now.
Well, I guess what I'm struggling with is a lot of these costs can be controlled by management if management chooses to focus on reducing the costs. Overtime, my recollection with the court overtime you mentioned was that officers were at the court all day, even though they only needed to testify for a half an hour, and maybe not even the day they were there, but the next day. So with better management,
Absolutely.
focusing on this and saying, we want to reduce these costs. I don't know how many police officers are involved in transporting a juvenile. Is there a cheaper way to do it? There's only one officer instead of two, or that instead of making 3 trips a day, they only make 1 trip a day. I don't know, but different ways that management could focus. That's the challenge here, is that you are saying that these agencies spent $320 $6 million more than we had. That's only 6 agencies. That's not all of the agencies. Spent $326 million more than we appropriated. And it's as if some of these agencies, they don't care to live within their budget, and it all gets made up at the end of the year in month 13. And I'm just using this occasion to explore this. Do you want to add anything, or should I move to my last?
I think you've made that point, but I do think that council oversight, using the bully pulpit, is a very good way to have the managers come and say, what are you doing to curb overtime before the end of the year, before month 13? But I also suspect that the administration is going to be taking up some of that management, some of those roles a little bit more stringently, given the fact that there is less money.
Well, maybe they should have done it sooner. The last thing I wanted to bring up, which is really more of a comment, but you're welcome to respond, the jail. So what we know is that the central detention facility was built 50 years ago. The building is not in good condition and is ancient by current architectural standards for custodial institutions. I think it's very disturbing that the mayor has essentially taken the money out of the budget for the jail, replacing the jail. I'm pretty sure it's a trade-off for the RFK Stadium, because this is a substantial piece of the capital budget. And I would note that I know that the mayor received an unsolicited proposal for a public-private partnership months ago, and in disregard of the law has not responded to it. This is a law that the council adopted that actually then Councilmember Bowser introduced and that we worked on and adopted, and I think it has never been used, or maybe once used. And I know that there were P3 proposals for the jail years ago that also were ignored by the executive. I don't know if you know anything more, but I just find this disturbing that the jail seems to be like an afterthought, even though we know that a modern facility would actually be cheaper to operate.
It was my understanding that when the Office of Public-Private Partnerships tried to find a private partner in 2016, 2017, or thereabouts, that they failed to find a partner. That was my understanding, but it's not, that's just from reading things online. I don't really know for sure. But what I found actually a bit encouraging in the budget presentation was the acknowledgement upon the part of the city administrator that replacing the central detention facility, which is what we need, costs a lot more than $400 million. I think he mentioned the figure 1.4 billion. So that, I think, at least that's the first acknowledgement that I have heard on the public record, the administration acknowledging that it is the CDF that needs replacing and at a much higher price level, and their determination to look at the unsolicited proposal. So I'm hopeful that that does go forward. And it's not something that I've had a conversation with Councilmember Pinto about, but I certainly hope that that's something that committee will follow up on. Because again, there's a public commitment out there now to look for a private partner and at least 1 or 2 indications of interest. So maybe I'm, hopelessly optimistic, but I put some credence in that, and I hope we all can follow up on it.
Yeah, I think you're being optimistic. I know of at least one proposal from about 2016, and I think there was more than one. And I know there's one that was fairly recent.
But since you gave me the opportunity to speak about our report, which I will give you a hard copy of,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, in addition to the need for a new jail, we did highlight some of the ongoing oversight and management issues there as well. From the stand, I'll just give you another number, 148. That's the number of Narcan administrations in 1 calendar year. And just think about that for a minute. That's every 2 or 3 days, someone in the DC jail needed Narcan. That's another sort of startling statistic that tells us more attention needs to be paid to the operations of the facility concurrently. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yes, give me a second. I don't have any other questions for you. Let me double check. Oh, no, I do have one other question. Sorry. The Deputy Auditor for Public Safety,
Yes.
what is the status of that?
Unfilled position right now.
Is that one of the two positions you've put on hold?
No, that we had not done a search on that one.
So there are two that you have on hold. There's a senior position you're looking to fill. There's also the Deputy Auditor that's vacant. Was there only one FTE working on that function, meaning the Deputy Auditor, or were there one or two people working?
There's one deputy auditor position. We do have other positions that are working on public safety projects right now. So we have a team that includes that in their portfolio.
Let me rephrase the question so that I know whether I understand. We adopted legislation a couple years ago that established this position.
That authorized the position.
Okay. And you filled the position. Were there any other FTEs associated with that?
In the initial funding for that, yes, there were, but then they became part of our overall budget. They're not in any kind of special unit. It's just part of the budget itself.
And so your testimony is that that work is still happening,
Yes,
but that the Deputy Auditor level is vacant.
right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to turn to the Office of Zoning. And I'm going to call the non-government witnesses, Robert Vincent Branham, who I saw come in. Chris Weiss, William Jordan, Alex Baca, Liz DeBarros, Jamie Weinbaum, Erica Wadlington, Jeff Utz. I'm not giving anyone's affiliation. Sabrina Rhodes, Nadia Salazar Sandy, and Shelley Rep. I'm going to, again, call the witnesses in the order I just called them. Robert Vincent Branham, who I did see come in and is not here at the moment. Chris Weiss, Executive Director, DC Environmental Network. William Jordan, I know, is online. Mr. Jordan, why don't you begin?
Good morning. Where's my testimony? Let's see. So I wanted to note that yesterday was the 195th anniversary of the Congress passing the Indian Removal Act of 1830. And this year also marks the 70th anniversary of the District of Columbia Redevelopment Act of 1945 that sparked Southwest renewal, or what we call today Negro removal. So I want to, the final order for the Park Morton redevelopment, 1612, became effective May 5th, 2017, 8 years ago. The order called for the creation of 189 units, with 57 set aside for affordable replacement units for Park Morton residents. At the time, there were 147 Park Morton families lived on site. As of last week, no replacement units have been reoccupied by Park Morton residents, and the project is still completing construction. Obviously, such delays were harmful to residents. In 2022, the Park Morton Resident Council asked the Zoning Commission to reopen the order and make mitigations to look at the harms being caused by delays and other things related to that. And as of today, the project is 10 months behind schedule for lease up. Now, I raise these to point to the need under the zoning office for a zoning ombudsman, an independent ombudsman who goes through, reviews orders, looks at proffers, and see whether what the commission is approving, and often these entitlements are designed to help people or designed to achieve policy goals. And these goals are often the ones that allow compliance or to be not in compliance with the comp plan around racial equity or other needs in the comp plan. And so my concern is the zoning commission continues to approve these things, and we have no idea whether the results are accruing, the positive results. We have no idea of really what the harms are happening for people. And the zoning commission continues to then base new orders on the assumption that these previous orders were successful, or the mechanism behind these orders were successful. And so I think we need an ombudsman. If you need to strip all the other non-essential budget items from the zoning office in order to create this position and give them the staff and equipment needed, we need to do that. Because otherwise, we will repeat the harms of 1830 and 1940. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Are you going to submit a written copy of your statement?
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Is Alex Baca here? She's with Greater Washington. Liz DeBarros?
Thank you, Chairman. Is it possible for Jamie Weinbaum to testify before me?
Sure.
He's online.
Sure. And I should note, I think you and some of the others have signed up for different agencies. Do you want to do all the testimony now?
Yes, we would like to
Okay.
do that.
All right. Mr. Weinbaum?
Hi, Chairman Mendelson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm the president and CEO of Horning. I've been a public and private sector real estate professional in DC for more than 20 years and previously served as the director of the Office of Zoning. In short, matters of planning and zoning are incredibly important to me. Over many years of pursuing development projects, it's clear that zoning in DC is one of the most time-consuming and resource-intensive phases of any development process. Even when projects are responsive to community needs and offer community amenities, affordable units, mixed-use space, they're vulnerable to a system that can be derailed by a single appeal. In too many cases, that derailment happens after the public process has run its course. Community voices have been heard and the project has received the zoning approval. These appeals don't just halt or delay housing, they can effectively stop it from occurring altogether. I wish I were in a unique position, but I'm one of a number of developers who've had worthy, transformative projects in the district stopped by those who've abused the appeal system. Just as a few brief examples, in 2015, I received PUD approval of a 72-unit mixed income building in Union Market on behalf of Ditto Residential. It would have provided all 3 and 4 bedroom homes for families. Chris Otten appealed the project, attempted to extort hundreds of thousands of dollars from us. We refused to settle with him. We lost 2 years successfully fighting the appeal. We sacrificed time in the cycle to obtain a bank loan. Nothing got built. A new project was later approved. A building's under construction. The delivery is going to be a decade after our project would have delivered family-size units. In 2018, after obtaining PUD approval of 341 units of new replacement affordable housing at Brooklyn Manor for those making up to 30% of the area median income, a tenant advocate convinced several elderly neighbors to appeal the project on faulty grounds. We lost 3 years successfully fighting the appeal in the courts, but by then the financing options narrowed and the pandemic hit. The ground is vacant. The project never got built, meaning that those elderly low-income residents continue living in 90-year-old buildings rather than new housing. In 2021, after obtaining PUD approval of 365 units of new mixed-income housing in Shaw on behalf of Mid-City, the project got appealed. We failed to reach an agreement. We unfortunately lost 2 years at the court, successfully fighting the appeal. By then, the market had changed, and again, the project never got built. Instead, you've got 64 vacant units at that site. The truth is, I could go on with more stories, and some of my, professional colleagues could as well. Overall, the salient point is that it isn't a functioning system. The real estate sector thrives on certainty and predictability, and it's absent in these appeal abuses. As a result, developers are opting to build smaller, by-right projects or choosing to avoid development in the district entirely. So the zoning decisions appeal subtitle, the BSA, addresses these issues, as you know, by making the appeals process for zoning procedures more structured and accountable. The clear timelines, clarifying who can appeal on what grounds, introducing the bond requirement at the court's discretion, which is consistent with other jurisdictions to discourage frivolous lawsuits, preserving the role of ANCs and community input. These are all critical components, and these amendments will increase the efficiency and integrity of our zoning procedures and also prevent unnecessary loss of urgently needed housing. So we commend the mayor for bringing this up, and we really urge the council to move it forward in the BSA. I'm available if you have any questions, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Weinbaum. Mr. Barros?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of DCBIA and a proud Ward 7 resident. DCBIA is the leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia. We work daily to address the economic and physical realities of building sustainable projects and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. DCBIA is pleased to see the amendments are being made to the APA and the BSA, specifically for zoning procedures and appeals. These amendments aim to reduce frivolous appeals that burden our courts and delay urgently needed housing, all while preserving meaningful opportunities for public input in line with peer jurisdictions like Maryland and Virginia. These changes are also in line with changes made in Boston, which has created a faster development cycle and more affordable housing. Over the past decade, thousands of housing units across the district have been stalled or abandoned due to the appeals, many of which were filed after extensive community engagement and agency review. Even without appeals, zoning approvals in the district can take years. In a recent survey, over 75% of district developers said they now avoid projects requiring zoning relief because of the risk of appeals. Without reform, we risk pushing investment and development further outside of the district, deepening our affordability crisis and stunting our economic growth. Therefore, we support the inclusion of this subtitle to strengthen accountability by clarifying who can appeal and under which conditions. This ensures that those directly affected and who participated meaningfully in the underlying review process are eligible. The balance in this subtitle is essential to assuring that housing production and investment can move forward responsibly and efficiently. On another topic, we also look forward to working with OP and zoning on the upcoming comp plan rewrite and collaborating where we can be of assistance. Our members stand ready to provide practical insights and data to help shape a plan that is equitable, forward-thinking, and rooted in implementation. We appreciate the review process correctly laid out by OP and look forward to working with you, Chairman, on enacting a new comp plan. Lastly, turning now to the Department of Buildings, our members have long raised concerns about the restrictive nature of the Local Migratory Wildlife Protection Act, commonly referred to as the Bird Bill, and its increasing cost, especially with respect to large and new residential buildings. One member recently completed a substantial multifamily project in Southeast DC and reported that compliance with the act added approximately $500,000 in costs. These costs are further compounded by broader challenges in the construction industry, including uncertainty around material resourcing due to rising tariffs. Together, these pressures are inflating development costs and creating additional barriers to building housing, especially affordable housing in the district. We strongly urge the committee to consider repealing this legislation in the BSA as it adds to an already burdensome regulatory environment that disincentivizes development in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barros. Ms. Wadlington.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Erica Watlington, Vice President of Policy and Strategic Affairs at DCBIA and resident of Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to also express my strong support for the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act in the BSA. This subtitle not only establishes a more efficient and accountable zoning process, but it also positively impacts the district's predictable sources of local revenue. At a time when DC faces softening revenue projections and urgent housing needs, it is critical that we remove barriers that delay construction and creates less revenue for DC's coffers. Today, the zoning appeals process in DC is often used not to ensure compliance or improve outcomes, but can stall or stop projects altogether. These appeals can halt much-needed projects for over a year, even after they have received full zoning approval. Meanwhile, the sites sit vacant, costs increase, and momentum is lost. Even without appeals, many decent development projects take over 3 years to deliver, with 50% of our developer members reporting that it may take 1 to 2 years just to get initial zoning approval, and 40% are reporting that it can take even longer. These delays also come at a fiscal cost to DC. Each stalled project means delayed deed and recordation tax, deferred property taxes, and missed opportunities to generate funding for critical services like education and public safety. Notably, these delays apply equally to district-subsidized housing projects. When projects supported by Housing Protection Trust Fund dollars or low-income housing tax credits are halted, the city not only incurs carrying costs, but risks expiration of financing terms or even complete loss of public funds. So streamlining the appeals and deterring bad faith actors from the process will protect the integrity of these investments and ensure that taxpayer dollars are not wasted. Another subtitle in the BSA that I'd like to flag for the committee, and we will also address this in more detail in other budget hearings, is the Vacant Commercial Lot Taxation Amendment Act of 2025. This subtitle is particularly relevant to the Committee of the Whole's ongoing work to reform the district's vacant property laws. As a member of the committee's task force on this issue, I greatly appreciate the thoughtful and comprehensive approach your office has taken to encouraging the return of vacant properties to productive use. Your Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act, which is now moving towards markup, embodies that approach by offering tools and incentives for reinvestment and reuse. However, the BSA subtitle appears to take a more punitive turn, with proposed imposition of a new tax at $10 per $100 of assessed value on vacant commercial lots. This measure raises several concerns, particularly because it does not seem to be paired with new strategies or relief pathways for properties that are actively working towards redevelopment. So I asked the committee to request clarification from the relevant agencies on the intent and rationale behind this new tax classification, to examine the potential impact on properties that are in the process of converting to residential use, including those undergoing demolition or raise work that will naturally become vacant during the process of their transition, To also ensure that the definition of a vacant commercial lot, as defined by this subtitle, does not inadvertently penalize properties with valid and active development plans, especially those holding permits. And I will also ask that the committee clarify how this proposal aligns or if it indeed conflicts with the residential building permit classification emergency you passed, and also the pending vacant to vibrant legislation before the committee. This is an important area where tax policy and redevelopment goals must be carefully harmonized, just to avoid unintentional consequences that discourage the very outcomes we're trying to promote. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to working together to advance these critical reforms.
Thank you, Ms. Wadlington. Jeff Utz.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Jeff Utz. I'm a director at Goulson & Storrs, a law firm at 20th and K Streets. I also serve on the board of directors and the executive committee at DCBIA. I've worked in the city as a land use attorney for 22 years. I'd like to speak this morning in support of the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act in the BSA. The legislation will address a meaningful issue that looms behind the entitlement processes across the city and has a constant insidious effect on the district attaining the maximum investment and benefit from development citywide, or in some cases, any investment and any benefit from a development. Specifically, the legislation will help address the significant decline in developer and owner pursuit of entitlement actions in DC, particularly plan unit development reviews and other similar applications to the Zoning Commission. The fact of the matter is that PUDs are actively avoided by owners and developers throughout the city. The use of this powerful entitlement tool has declined from 35 PUD applications in 2015 and 21 PUD applications in 2016 to 4 applications this year and 4 applications last year. These are just the PUD applications. This year, there have been 0 PUDs filed. Overall, projects including more than 17,000 units, including more than 2,800 affordable units, were appealed since 2015. We see frivolous appeals tying up properties for 1 or 2 years while under active litigation and threatening entitlement and subsequent permits just long enough for financing to be lost, construction costs to rise beyond a viable expense, or the appropriate market window for a specific project to close. Those projects that do go forward often go forward as a matter of right, avoiding any form of entitlement request, but particularly avoiding PUDs. This phenomenon has occurred on many sites, including sites that are highly advantageous from a transportation standpoint, including being located on or near metro stations, and have favorable comprehensive plan designations. I can speak personally to the number of owners and developers who would simply not even consider doing a PUD. As a result, additional housing, additional affordable housing, and a wide variety of public benefits, not to mention a public design review process, are all lost. A robust public process that involves local communities, in particular the ANCs, does not occur. The related community input on uses, desired public benefits and amenities, and other desires of the community are all lost. This concept of entitlement appeals contributes to the challenged landscape for investment in DC. We continue to hear developers and owners and investors moving their activities to other jurisdictions, particularly Virginia and Maryland, citing the unpredictable statutory and regulatory landscape. We heard a lot about that yesterday at the Rental Act discussions. The current appeals climate contributes to this concept with developers, owners, and investors that DC is not a place where returns are predictable. In contrast to the current state of affairs, this subtitle provides a clear framework for the appeals process. It is crafted to relate only to the zoning and certain historic preservation processes, which will allow it to avoid unintended consequences. It will put more emphasis on stakeholder involvement in the proceedings at the Zoning Commission, the BZA, or the mayor's agent. It will clarify that all appellants must raise their issues during the proceeding at the commission below, where they can be more fully and substantively discussed and considered by that body. The issues can be more fully vetted by the community as well, putting more power in the hands of the ANC. This subtitle will also remove the significant uncertainty that currently exists when an appeal is filed. Instead, the issues will be known earlier in the appeal process. This would create a situation where these issues could be resolved between the parties earlier, once more clearly delineated and understood. We think it is important to underscore that these improvements can be made to the appeals process without stripping away rights from interested stakeholders. Those who participate in the review process or have a direct standing due to example, for adjacency to a site, or are still able to appeal if they wish to do so. Rather, the subtitle would avoid the prospect of uninvolved or rogue third parties commandeering an entitlement process by tying it up in the courts, even when an ANC supports a project. Most importantly, the subtitle would protect against frivolous appeals or attempts to delay or kill a project only to that end. I have more testimony. I see I'm over my time. I'm happy to submit this into the record and answer any questions.
I'll give you a little bit more time if you want, although I don't have a copy of your statement.
Not yet. Yeah, I'll send it in.
All right, that puts me at a little bit of a disadvantage, but
Yes,
take a little bit more time because
thank you.
each of you are testifying for all the agencies.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. The proposed changes honor the district's existing robust entitlement processes and its unique ANC ecosystem. They provide clarity that will allow owners and developers to consider more district properties for investment and ideally push them in a manner that maximizes their benefit of those parcels, their housing production and capacity, their services to the community, and exemplary design, all for the public benefit. The changes to the act are clearly crafted to enhance zoning and historic preservation frameworks specifically, while placing the emphasis on the substantive public review process that gives rise to the initial order. We greatly appreciate this legislation and appreciate its introduction by the mayor and to the council. We request that the council moves it forward as part of the BSA. Happy to answer any questions and greatly appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Sabrina Rhodes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Committee of the Whole, and all the witnesses that are here today. My name is Sabrina Rose, and I serve as the community organizer with Empower DC and the ANC 5DO2 here in Ivy City. And I would like to do all three, if that's okay. All three testimonies. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I'm expressing deep concern and growing frustration over the dangerous and inequitable conditions district residents are forced to endure due to chronic enforcement failures, budget deficiencies, and systemic misuse of our zoning and building oversight processes. Too many property owners in the district are allowed to neglect their responsibilities while residents suffer the consequences, such as Sam Rash Jr., and also living in unsafe, uninhabitable housing. The Department of Buildings, for one, lacks the capacity and urgency to respond swiftly. I received a response in May, just the other day, this past Tuesday. And the only thing that was said was, I saw you were signed up to testify at DOB's budget hearing on Thursday and wanted to reach out and see if there were any issues you are waiting for us on. I sent that email about some LLCs. I sent it in April after your meeting with the ANCs concerning the RFK Stadium project where the Office of Planning, Office of Zoning, and Department of Buildings was in attendance. And I needed some help identifying some LLCs. Mr. Parsons instead instead of me responding directly to the email, I called him and his response was, I was inquiring about some random LLCs and where did I get the permit number? And we all know that ANCs get the permit notifications. So that was uncomfortable, and right then and there I knew that my request wasn't going to be fixed. Our system is flawed and has become a playground for bad actors, particularly developers who know how to exploit the absence of enforcement and accountability. They move fast, take advantage of every loophole, and often dismiss the residents in vulnerable communities in the process, such as Ivy City. Longtime residents are losing their homes. And this is not all developers. I'm just talking about some developers. Recent budget cuts to essential agencies will only make a bad situation worse. Cutting funding from departments already struggling to fill their mandates is a policy choice with real consequences. It's a choice that endangered lives and deepened disparities. And how has the council protected their constituents? We cannot use budget shortfalls as an excuse for systemic failure. Let's also name what many are afraid to say. Racist zoning practices are alive and well. They may be less overt than in the past, but their impact is just as damaging. Low-income families continue to bear the brunt of displacement, disinvestment, and inclusion, and these drastic budget cuts exacerbate these issues. Meanwhile, essential services already insufficient are being slashed. Community safety, stability, and well-being are deteriorating. This was already an issue and not because the budget is at a shortfall. Environmental hazards in our most vulnerable communities go unaddressed. Residents live next to polluting infrastructure, lack access to green space, and suffer from the health consequences. Environmental injustice is growing, not shrinking, in the district. Without immediate intervention, we are locking in decades of preventable harm. And us as community organizers and ANCs and residents, we're not inspectors, but we see the mold, the code violations, and the unsafe structures. We're not zoning lawyers, but we know when our communities are being pushed out. We're not urban planners, but we understand that each zoning decision can change the future of a neighborhood. These agencies, which we rely on, must be improved and not just around the edges. How can we build a more equitable city when the very systems that shape it are broken? As for the Office of Planning, we still oppose the density of the proposed building height on New York Avenue and Oakey Street in our community. Let's add the 10-story height of buildings where the arcade project will be. We can empower the community if we work together to build community advisory boards, like was said earlier. In these agencies, the community can help the agencies with what's going on in our communities. The quality of life for us as district residents is in the danger zone on so many levels. Also, I want to just talk about the legislation CA 25-0684, where the Aussie bus terminal, the Aussie buses that's here on New York Avenue got a 10-year extension without notifying the ANC. And the reason was stated because it was a lease that was already in place, and ANC notices don't have to go out. As you know, we've been fighting about that bus terminal in Brentwood, and we would like to know what's going to happen with that bus terminal and why so much money was spent on it if the buses from Ivy City, the school buses from Ivy City, is not going directly to that bus terminal. And also, it states that funding will be needed for fiscal year 2026. Why was it built in the first place if the buses from New York Avenue is not going to that bus terminal? And why is additional funding that's needed elsewhere is going to be used for to continue with building this terminal that's not going to take the buses from New York Avenue? Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm up for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Nadia Salazar Sandy, I believe is not here. Shelley Rep, I believe is not here. I have a few questions. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Rhodes. I have one question for you. The Aussie bus terminal on, that's W Street, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
is for Aussie buses. Are you saying it's no longer going to be used for Aussie buses?
I'm not sure. It was built to be an Aussie bus terminal, but initially, the buses here in Ivy City was going to that bus terminal. And we totally, the community, the ANCs,
So then what you're saying is that you thought that the buses that are on New York Avenue were going to go to W Street.
that's what
And
we
now
were doing, yeah.
you believe they're not going to go to W Street.
Well, the lease was extended for another 10 years
At New York Avenue.
at New York Avenue, yes. At,
Okay.
at one time, the lease was not going to be extended. It wasn't going to be renewed. And we're just finding out that this happened last year,
Okay.
that the lease was extended another 10 years.
We have a hearing coming up with OSI next Wednesday, and I'll ask OSI about what they're doing with the lot. I will say, though, that the council approved that lot for OSI buses. And I hear your point, which is that you thought the buses from New York Avenue were going to go there. The council's concern was more that that lot is supposed to be used for OSI buses wherever they come from. Nonetheless, I'll ask OSI about it next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I have a few questions for the folks at the table as well as Mr. Weinbaum. Let me begin with this. Ms. Wadlington, today's only the third day we've had the budget, so it's a little early in the process, but I got to say, I'm not enthusiastic about the vacant property provision that they have in the bill. Personally, I think that taxing a vacant lot that's just vacant with nothing on it at a higher rate, I personally think makes some sense. However, as you know, and you even testified about this, there's been a working group. The executive who's put this in the Budget Support Act did not bring this up at the working group. We haven't looked at it. My understanding is that the way they've drafted it implicates definitions around vacant
Yes.
property. That gets complicated real fast. And there is a nexus to the budget. The mayor has, or the CFO has said that there's about $400,000 in revenue associated with this subtitle. So I can't kick it out on the grounds that it has no budget nexus, but I mean, I'm going to look at it further, but I just think that if it's such a good idea, it should have been worked by the executive with the council and with the stakeholders over the last 2 years. So I'm not going to ask any questions about it because I'm not feeling that doing this through the Budget Support Act is the right way to go.
I agree. It's best not to go through the Budget Support Act. We would like to work with the committee on the Vacant and Vibrant Amendment Act.
Well, I don't think I'm going to look at this as an amendment to vacant and vibrant.
I wouldn't ask that. I would just ask that in your example
That it be
that,
dealt with separately.
yeah, it's an issue that should be dealt with separately, but we agree that subtitle should not be in the BSA.
So my understanding, this is for any of you, is that the CFO in scoring the Budget Support Act with regard to the zoning decision appeals subtitle found that there was no fiscal impact, no impact on the budget or financial plan. Do any of you, am I misunderstanding that?
I don't recall if there was an impact to the financial plan, but as we talked about in our testimony, the impact of appeals has a direct impact to the revenue. So
yes,
it
but-
impacts delivery timeline, projects that receive subsidies. So there is a nexus to the budget is what I was trying to explain.
But that can be said about a lot of policies that we adopt. But in terms of the Budget Support Act, the mayor, by submitting the budget 2 months late, we are going to deal with the Budget Support Act roughly. Well, the plan is to deal with it at the same time simultaneously with the budget. That's usually not what we do. We usually adopt the Budget Support Act 2, 3, 4 weeks later because it takes more time because of a lot of complicated issues. the argument that there could be a economic benefit, that's different than a fiscal impact on the budget. An economic benefit can be said about a lot of things, but in terms of this subtitle having a nexus to the budget, the CFO says it doesn't. And so that that is of note. I guess I'll leave it there. But I do want to ask, and I'm going to start with Mr. Weinbaum. Is he still here?
Mr. Chairman, just also wanted to flag that in the past, the BSA has included subtitles that don't have a fiscal impact, that may direct reporting requirements to agencies, that may give them a little bit more clarity to
Sure.
address another enacted law. But in this subtitle, it also gives court some discretion and administers a new bond
Sure,
requirement.
but
So
this
there's,
subtitle is not necessary to have a balanced budget. But I wanted to
Oh, I
ask
get what
Mr.
you're saying.
Weinbaum, who's dropped off. So maybe you all can convey this to him. I would like to know more information about the three examples that he cited. He cited a PUD in 2015. I would like to know how long the zoning commission, when it was filed, how long the zoning commission took to issue the final order, and then how long it took for the Court of Appeals to act. With regard to the PUD in 2018 that he cited, again, I'd like to know when it was filed, how long it took the zoning commission to act, and then how long it took the Court of Appeals to issue its order. And with regard to the PUD in 2021, I would like to know the same, when it was filed, how long it took the zoning commission to act, and how long after the final order by the zoning commission it took the Court of Appeals to act. We went through this issue, I'm going to say before the pandemic, 2019, because I'm guessing this same subtitle was introduced as freestanding legislation, I believe by Councilmember Evans. And
I think it might be a different subtitle.
the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act,
Oh, maybe the name of it, but the substance of the subtitle is different. Because
but the intent is probably the same.
I can confirm.
Yeah, no, probably the same.
I will definitely look into that.
One of the problems at the time was that the zoning commission was issuing lousy orders. Actually, what I really want to say is crappy orders. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. In the last couple of years, the Office of Zoning has gotten its own attorneys and several attorneys and is issuing better orders. That makes a difference. We've also been pressing the Office of Zoning with regard to how quickly they're getting the orders out. I know there's a BZA case, for example, that I think was decided in 2019 and took about 3-4 years. And might be off on that a little. It took a few years. But they are, we've been pressing them and they've been moving to get their orders out more quickly. So that reduces time. I mean, it shouldn't take 4 years for a application. Whether it's approved or denied, it shouldn't take 4 years. I would say it shouldn't even take 3 years. But the other problem is with the court. And right now the Court of Appeals has got 20% vacancies. And there was legislation, they were nominees before the Senate last December, but the executive chose to make the RFK disposal the number one issue and not the judges. And so the judges didn't get confirmed. And that's why we have 20% vacancies in the Court of Appeals.
Chairman
Mr.
Mendelson?
I don't know if this is really a question. I guess I want to argue with you for a second. A PUD is not matter of right, correct? The theory behind the zoning regulations is that there is matter of right. That's what you get. You don't have to go through any entitlement process. All you have to do is conform with what the regulations are. A PUD is like a bonus. Am I right?
Correct.
And there are trade-offs. In return for some amenities, you get some additional development, whatever that means. flexibility with design, or it could be additional density.
Both 20% additional density, usually additional
Yeah.
height, and then potential flexibility based
Yeah.
on the application.
And that's not to say there's anything wrong with it. The zoning regulations contemplate, well, we want do we want this block to have this envelope, but we'll allow a little more in return for something more.
Right.
So it's going to be an approval process. It's a subjective process, correct?
Correct, absolutely.
So I've not had the budget very long, as we all have not had the budget very long. But aren't appeals to the Court of Appeals right now limited to appellants who've had party status?
Not limited to them, unfortunately. We have run into situations where folks that weren't parties to the case below can bring an appeal successfully to the
How
DC Court of
often?
Appeals. It isn't a common phenomenon, but the threat of it existing is a chilling phenomenon on folks coming forward with PUDs. Just the threat of this kind of open-ended concept being out there is something that
Well, could you, since you're with the law firm, could you provide the committee with cases in the last, I'm going to say in the last 5 years, maybe even 6 years, let's go right before the pandemic, because that's when changes were made, where an appellant was not a party at the zoning commission, and why the court gave them standing? I mean, the one example that comes to mind, and I don't mean example like a case I know of, would be if somebody claimed party status, if the zoning commission didn't give it to them, and went to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals agreed that they were, I'll say, an affected party. But so would
Sure.
you,
have
the subtitle also requires that the petition for judicial review has to be filed within 30 days of the decision. Isn't that currently the requirement?
that provision was intended to clean up what exists now and kind of essentially lend clarity to it. There is a provision for 30 days. There's also a provision that leads to a little bit of open-endedness about mailing days involved in the current rules. So this would put something clearer before all the parties rather than.
So what this gets at really is what you just described as the mailing requirements?
This would eliminate some of the confusion around mailing requirements. That is the intent of this piece, I believe.
And this is in the zoning regulations?
It is in the zoning regulations and in the Court of Appeals rules.
Okay. And then particularized harm. What does that mean?
It means that there is some sort of harm, damage inflicted by the potential project, the potential item of the approval, the order on a particular appellant that they actually have to have.
So I'm
specific-
thinking back to my ANC days. This was a few decades ago. And as an ANC, we might have, because ANCs are granted party status. We might have appealed, a commissioner might have appealed a decision because the commissioner can do that. And let's say that the issue was that the traffic study, traffic on, my single member district was on Wisconsin Avenue. So I'll say the traffic on Wisconsin Avenue can't handle the additional traffic that will be caused by this project. And then in addition, I think the zoning commission just erred in its application of the zoning regulations. If those allegations are correct, that certainly would be grounds for the Court of Appeals to remand. I would not have particularized harm though, would I?
Not particularized in that case as an individual, but I do think that there would be a way for that individual to bring an appeal forward potentially if they apply for party status. It sounds like in this case, it would be an ANC commissioner. So I think they already would have that capability. I think the court would probably look upon that particular appellant, even with this proposal, as somebody who would be able to bring an appeal.
Why? It says here pretty much that the appeal would not be valid, or what's the language here? The court would not have jurisdiction unless there was particularized harm. You know, this is all coming back to me. So as an ANC commissioner, I could argue they didn't give the ANC great weight. There's no particularized harm there.
Yeah. In this case, I think the particularized harm would relate to the party itself. It would relate to the ANC itself and its set of interests. And it would relate to, it wouldn't be.
I'm looking at you like this because I don't know how an ANC would be harmed by traffic on Wisconsin Avenue. Or even be harmed by additional density on a site.
Yeah, that would have to be, a harm that they would need to, allege with specificity in their challenge to the ruling. And the way that this amendment to the APA would work is that would be a substance that would be put on record with the zoning commission. So they would have the opportunity to fully vet the concept of the traffic study, the deficiencies that are alleged about the traffic study, and the harms related to those deficiencies. Those would all be kind of set out before the zoning commission, and the amendment would enhance that discussion. It would push that discussion towards a more fulsome endeavor than.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. Let me ask about the bond. Where did the $250,000 come from? Why that figure? Why not 500 or 100?
So that figure is actually based on other jurisdictions, similar bonding requirements. The DCAPA it's kind of apples and oranges compared to other jurisdictions, APAs and the various kind of provisions that are in that. But when you take a survey of other cities and jurisdictions, APAs, there are these bonding and attorney's fees provisions in them. And 250,000 is that specific one I can say is in the Boston APA. 250,000 expressly. I think they're actually looking at amending it upwardly, but it is based on an element that's in practice now.
Could you get back to us on what jurisdictions have the attorney's fee provision?
Sure, yes. It is, we spend a lot of time looking at Maryland and Virginia jurisdictions since we hear a lot of ourselves being compared to them. Those jurisdictions do have that. We can provide more information, but there are provisions that we can show you.
Give me just a second. The last thing, Mr. Barros, if you could give us more detail with regard to this developer who reported that complying with what you call the Bird Act cost of $500,000. So I'm looking at the committee report. At the committee hearing, several witnesses suggested that the requirements of the bill could be costly for new construction and renovations. Regarding cost, the committee is not convinced the requirements will significantly impact construction costs. There are numerous ways that a developer could comply with the requirements of the bill, including using window films and laminates, using etched or fitted glass, or using netting. Give me a second. That was a typo. Using etched or fritted glass, or using netting, screens, grills, or shutters. And then there's a footnote that cites to American Bird Conservancy and New York City Audubon bird-friendly building design. And that's a footnote in the report if you want to see it. Most of these design elements or products would add negligible costs to a major construction project. Additionally, several architects testified at the committee's public hearing or submitted written testimony stating that the cost of using bird-friendly materials is not significant and can be easily absorbed. The architects who testified at the committee's public hearing or submitted written testimony include Ann Lewis, Catherine Slattery, Craig McClure, and Brian Forehand. So I guess what I'm inviting you to do is explain this $500,000 cost and explain why the committee report on Bill 24-710 is wrong.
Yeah, so we can definitely provide that for you for this particular example. And when the legislation was going through the council, that's in theory, those materials are available and can be used, but this is a practical experience that we can provide you to show that the costs were high. So some of the projects can't use film, depending on what they need for the entire project.
Well, I kind of like to know
Sometimes,
why.
yeah, so I think we can provide that for
I
you.
mean, I would tell you, the row house I live in, I had a lot of bird hits on a couple of windows and put some decals on the windows. I'm not saying that that would be appropriate on every building, but put some decals, which didn't cost a lot of money, about 5 years ago, and I've had no bird hits since then.
I think in larger developments, sometimes it, impedes view, which some people, when they're renting, that it makes it's a problem with a view a little higher up than a row house. So I think we
I
certainly.
have a great view through my windows. I just do. And the decals are there. And I'm not saying that that's the solution everywhere. The report says window films, laminates, etched or fritted glass, netting, screens, grills, shutters. There are a lot, and then there's a reference to this article. So kind of want to know more about the 500,000 and want to know why the report's wrong.
We can provide you that.
Okay. I think those are all my questions for you. Don't you, non-government witnesses homework, but thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
can I make a brief comment on the zoning appeals?
Not really, but I'll let you.
Okay. So I think there's sort of a disingenuous thing on what's happening here. Often some of these projects are also getting city subsidy as in terms of tax abatements or other things, right? And so what the developers will do is propose a grandiose project, then apply for PUD, apply for government subsidy, and the delay so they are proposing a project that they cannot finance without public subsidy. They use the PUD process to land bank the process as they try to get city funding. In the meantime, in almost every case, the commitments, whether they were verbal or written in the beginning, made to residents that are being impacted are changed. So if you look at a lot of the NCI cases, they'll say no one has to move because we're going to bill first, and then bill first doesn't happen based on other elements. So you have this game going on where people use the zoning process to land bank, usually public land, and then go and play with financing, and then use the zoning process to actually limit the number of people who can comment on the property because you have to have standing. And in a lot of cases, yes, outsiders appeal, but they usually go to people who have standing or should have standing in order to move the case forward. So, a lot of this is just not fair to present people trying to have an impact on what happens in their community penalized because we're not sophisticated enough to follow the finance game as well as the zoning game. So, this is, a lot of this is disingenuous. And I think you have to hopefully make this fair because it's really, I can basically all the things he named, I can flip it and tell you what was happening on the ground, and what's being presented is not fully accurate. So thank you.
Sure, but I would assume, Mr. Jordan, that you would agree that it shouldn't take the zoning commission 2 years to issue a written order after it makes its decision. And it shouldn't take the Court of Appeals 2 years to issue its order, or excuse me, its decision after a case has been filed.
Right. But if you peel back the layers, what you'll see is that in a lot of cases, the developer will, a year or two in the process, will go back to the zoning commission and make a change. And
Well,
they
then-
will
Well, but
cause it to continue to draw out. So you're correct.
Yeah, but
shouldn't
that's
take
not how
them
we're
that
measuring the
long.
time. That's not how we're measuring the time. I said 2 years from the final order by the zoning committee, by the vote by the zoning commission before it issues a final order. I mean, that hurts citizens as well, because if you don't agree with the zoning commission, you have to wait a couple of years before you can file an appeal.
No, I agree that the efficiency of the zoning commission, your point is correct. But I think that's that's the cherry, or that's on the top of the cake that in my area, there was a a developer who did 4 extensions of the zoning and still hasn't built a stick of housing. Right. And another same developer on another project did 3 and still hasn't built a stick of housing. And that's what they do. So if you go and you see all these zoning orders with A, B, C, D in it, that's being driven by the developer. It's not being driven by these appeals. And so I think if someone does the analysis, they will actually find that the problem is really being driven by developers trying to get city subsidy for a project that was never financeable and executable in the first place. So, and then the city pays along the way.
I'm going to cut you off. The beauty of this is that this is the hearing on the budget of the Office of Zoning, and we're not talking about the budget of the Office of Zoning. And please submit your statement, and you're welcome to enlarge it to cover this point as well. Thank you. Thank you to each of the witnesses. I'm going to turn to Sarah Barden, who is the Director of the Office of Zoning. When you're ready, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. I'm happy to be here with you today to testify about our budget for fiscal year 2026. With me today is Chairman Anthony Hood of the Zoning Commission. As I mentioned when I came before the City Council in February, I am honored to work with and lead this great team of diligent, hardworking individuals who serve the public, the Zoning Commission, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment members. We believe that our goals for the next fiscal year will be well supported by the mayor's proposed budget of $4,242,280 in local funding, which includes an increase in $55,000 in personal services to cover the projected costs of personnel and fringe benefits, and a decrease of $980,000 in NPS that reflects the decrease in one-time funds. With the approval of this budget, OZ will continue to do its best to strive to achieve the results for residents of the District of Columbia. At OZ's oversight hearing in February, we were asked about our progress in writing full orders. Thus far this fiscal year, we have issued 23 full orders, 9 of which were issued since we last saw you in February. Again, we are not where we want to be, but we are making every effort to address this backlog. We really appreciate all you have done to help us address our deficiencies and look forward to making more progress. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mayor Bowser and to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the entire City Council for your ongoing support of this office. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill for their unfaltering support of the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. And lastly, I would again like to thank the staff of the Office of Zoning for their continued outstanding contribution. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. You said very little about your budget. Just that you believe you can exist with it.
Yes.
So let me ask you some questions. With regard to the fiscal year 2025 revised or supplemental budget, my understanding is $180,000 is being rescinded. That's not a lot of money in the scheme of a $21 billion budget, but it's a lot in terms of your budget. The $180,000 is being rescinded from the Office of Zoning's budget. Do you disagree?
I'm not aware of it.
She's welcome to come over and sit at the table. She can even whisper in your ear, and then I won't ask her to identify herself.
Oh, so I'm sorry, you were talking about 2025.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You scared me there for a second. Yes, there is that reduction, and we are able to function without it.
Well, sure, but that's roughly 4% of your entire annual budget.
Correct.
That's a pretty big hit.
Yes.
What's being reduced?
There's some IT in there. There is a little bit of the one-time funds that you allotted. That's personnel. I mean, not personnel. There's supplies. It's a little from everywhere, but we made it work.
What's the one time?
That's the order writing.
That would be the contract attorney?
Yes.
So does that delay?
No, we still have funds. We still have funding for that right now. It's tied up in the purchase order.
What does that mean? It's tied up in the purchase order?
So there were funds that we had not encumbered into the purchase order. And so those funds have been taken, but we still have a purchase order with available funds that are being used right now.
So reducing you 4%, you're clear that that's not going to adversely affect your operations
I'm
for
not
the
saying,
next 4 months?
right, I'm not saying that we're happy about it, but we are going to make it work. We're going to do whatever we need to do in order to meet the demands that are financial demands that are occurring right now.
So is it impacting the work of the contract attorney?
Not right now, it's not, no.
What does that mean, not right now?
Because he still has funds available to use, and I don't know whether he'll expend the funds that he already has to use or not. And if he does expend it and we need additional funds, we have some contracts that we perhaps will not spend the entire amount on, and we might be able to use those funds. We're just making do with what we have and trying to maintain the highest level of service possible.
Capital budget. This is the first time in several years where the Office of Zoning does not have capital funding. In the past, the capital funding has supported IT costs related to improvements to the interactive zoning information system. how are ongoing maintenance costs being paid, or how will they be paid? Now, I'm talking about FY26.
Right. Maintenance costs are within the local budget. So the systems that we're building are primarily built. There may be tweaks here and there, but maintenance has to come from local anyway. So we have a budget within local that we've spent over the years on these contracts, and that's what's going to happen going forward.
So you're comfortable that you'll be able to sustain your IT?
I'm comfortable with it.
So I have a bunch of questions I could ask about the subtitle. I don't think I'm going to do that. I may submit something to you in writing. Are you shaking your head like you? are
No,
not-
no, I would prefer to have it in writing because we're just seeing it and trying to digest it. So, yes.
So that was not drafted by your office?
No.
But I do want to ask you this. Would you give us, after the hearing, follow up, send us the status of your BZA cases? My recollection is, I ask this every hearing. I want the latest, the most up-to-date information. And what I'm really looking for is, I guess I'm going to say an itemization of cases older than, I'm speaking of from the date of the final decision, the decision by the board, for which the order has not been issued. If I say a list of each one that's more than a year old, is that a long list?
No, it
It's probably
actually,
like 40 cases.
no, the more recent cases are all, I believe under a year. The older cases are the ones from before that are the longer time period.
Yes, and the older cases, how many are there roughly? 30, 40?
No, I don't think it's 30 or 40. I think it's like, I don't know, 20, 25
Okay,
maybe.
so if you would give us a list
Mhm.
of the older cases, and older means older than a year?
Yep.
Since the board voted.
Yes, I can do that.
And then for younger than a year, sooner than a year, less than a year. Maybe just not, instead of listing all the cases, because I'm not looking for a list of 100 cases, how many are, let's say, more than 9 months, more than 6 months, more than 3 months?
Yes, I can definitely give you
Your
that.
performance standard is to issue BZA orders how soon after the decision?
I believe it's within 5 months.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. So do it in 3-month increments. How many are more than 9 months? How many are between 6 and 9? How many are between 3 and 9?
I can definitely do
Excuse
that.
me, between 3 and 6.
Yep.
You follow?
Yep.
More than 9? Excluding the ones over a year, because you're going to list those, itemize them.
Yep.
And I don't care whether they're full orders or summary orders. You care, I don't care. I want orders. So I'm assuming all the summary orders are issued right away, so there probably aren't any.
Right. You won't see any summary orders on that list.
Yeah. Okay, so if you would provide that. And then with regard to planned unit development cases, I think I want to go back to 2018. Is that too far back? That's roughly 6 years, 7 years?
Nope.
How many PUDs were filed? Maybe I want a list. If I ask a list of all the PUDs,
That's fine.
how many am I going to get?
That
'Cause
were
I-
filed since 2018.
Yeah,
You'll get a significant amount.
that's 7 years. I think Mr. Utz said there were like 30 filed in 1 year. So that would be 210?
I
The
think it'll be
numbers-
less than 200, yeah.
Well, let's try it. So I want to know when the PUD was filed, the date it was filed, when the final order was issued. The
Question,
issue here is the developers say that it takes a long time. I realize that there may be that they come in and revise and they make changes, but I'm talking about the final order. And I'm not talking about where 2 years later they come in for an extension or something. I'm talking about the, am I clear?
yeah, I was going to ask the clarification. So are you looking for consolidated PUDs or first stage, second stage?
How many first stage, second stage do you get?
A significant amount.
Really?
Because we're going back to 2018. So we can
Let's do
figure
s-
out a way to present.
Let's
the
do second
information.
stage. Let's do second stage.
Okay.
Because in the next column, this is going to probably be a table. The next column would be whether it got appealed.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming you can, because there aren't that many that are appealed, you could determine the date it was appealed and the date of the court's final order.
Yep. I already have all that. So yes. All right.
Because what I'm interested in is the delay or how long it takes. How long it takes for the zoning commission to issue its order and how long it takes for the Court of Appeals to issue its order. And if you give me the, when it was filed, then I can just look at the final date of the court order and say it's been 5 years, 3 years. Does that sound like that'll be helpful to me? I mean, is there something I'm not thinking of here?
I don't think so, but we'll get you the information. And if you need anything else, we can get you that too.
Okay. There have been significantly fewer PUDs filed in recent years. Why?
Like I've said before, we've never studied it or looked into it. I heard some testimony today that perhaps that's why. But it's not something we've ever looked into specifically.
In terms of appeals, as a percentage of PUDs filed, my sense is that the number of appeals to the Court of Appeals is way down.
Yes,
Am I correct?
yes.
If I ask you why, I'll bet you have an answer. Why?
I don't, but I can say that we haven't had a remand in over a year and most of the cases are either dismissed or affirmed. So maybe we're writing better orders and
I knew you had
people
an
don't want to
answer.
appeal anymore.
Mr. Hood, you're the chair of the zoning commission. Do you have a sense of why there are fewer PUDs filed?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, let me first of all say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember White and staff and council members who may be watching and the residents of the District of Columbia. You know, I've been around a while, so we went through a period where we were having a lot of appeals going to court. And what I think we've done along with residents is we balanced it and started taking our time to make sure we write orders sufficiently, as opposed to the time frame, which I keep hearing 2 years. I heard it again today, and it's not taking us 2 years to get orders out. In 1998, 99, 2000, it probably did. It probably took us longer than that. But I think with the modern technology and the staffing up of with the council and the mayor's lead over the years, we now have got reduced that. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's definitely not 2 years. So we're taking the time to make sure we write legally sufficient orders. So when the court gets it, they won't just send it back to answer these questions and answer these questions. And I will say that one of the judges told me years ago that he thought that we did a great job on the commission. And my specific response was, it doesn't feel that way when you're sending all of our stuff back to us. But I think we have accomplished getting over that hurdle of having orders appealed in court. I think we're moving in the right direction. If that answers your question, it may or may not.
Yeah, it sort of does. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions?
No, you asked my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White.
No, thank you, Chairman. Thank you both for being with us today.
Let me check with staff. Do you have anything else? I think- I don't have any other questions. If in compiling that information, you have any questions, get back to my office.
I sure will. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you, each of you.
Thank you.
We'll turn now to the Office of Planning. We have a number of witnesses before we get to Ms. Cozart. Robert Vincent Branham, is he here? Chris Weiss, Executive Director, DC Environmental Network. William Jordan, although he testified earlier. Alex Baca. Liz DeBarros already testified. Jamie Weinbaum already testified. Erica Wadlington already testified. Jeff Utz already testified. Sabrina Rhodes already testified. I'm saying that because when they testified earlier, said they were covering this. And then Nadia Salazar Sandy. And I understand Shelley Rep is here, so he can come forward as well. So let's see. Mr. Jordan, you are still here. Did you want to didn't you already cover Office of Planning?
But I'll be very brief.
Okay, that's a deal. Please proceed.
So I don't have the Office of Planning budget, so, but I will comment on a couple projects. One, I would say that, the Office of Planning at one point, I guess, was one of my favorite agencies. And at this point, I have zero confidence in the Office of Planning. We're looking at this, there's a Columbia Heights public life study that's been bouncing around and taking a long time to get done. So their approach to racial equity and zoning orders is a joke as far as I'm concerned. And so budget-wise, I really don't know what could be done. I do know that from my view, there's a lot of frivolous stuff going on at the Office of Planning. And I really think that the director and the council really needs to get rid of some of these projects and really focus resources on studying and understanding how these projects in the past, and then trying to extrapolate from there going forward what the real impact on people really are, especially DC's Black families, because we're catching hell and zoning is la, 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 everything is great. So that's it for my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're still invited to submit a statement. Mr. Rep. Shelley Rep.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee on the whole. The Committee of 100 is pleased to submit this testimony concerning the proposed FY26 budget for both the Office of Planning and the Office of Zoning. I hope you can give me 1 extra minute to cover both.
Try it.
Thank you. Before addressing these elements, we have a few general comments on the budget. The mayor's budget overall lacks balance in a time when the city could lose 40,000 jobs and is facing declining local revenue and uncertain federal funding. The budget prioritizes a football stadium and other downtown initiatives supported by developers while cutting support for DC's most vulnerable residents. Also disturbing are proposals in the budget, including the incorporated rental act pending before the committee on housing, to centralize decision-making in the mayor's office and to limit public and council review. Moving on to the Office of Zoning, the Committee of 100 again asks the council to move toward the goal of a truly independent Office of Zoning by separating OP's role as expert advisor to the Zoning Commission from its primary duty of executing the mayor's planning and economic development goals. The commission will never be truly independent if it must rely for expert planning guidance on the same individuals who may have spent several years shaping a project. The need for independent zoning review has become increasingly urgent as the Office of Planning continues the mayor's policy of citywide upzoning. The Committee of 100 is extremely troubled by several provisions in the proposed Budget Support Act that limit appeals of zoning actions. We heard some about that this morning. The cumulative effect of these changes will have an intended chilling effect and will effectively eliminate neighborhood appeals of zoning commission and board of zoning adjustment decisions, fulfilling the dreams of developers. Given that the zoning commission and BZA almost always side with developers, this means that there will be no independent judicial review of decisions. The right to seek judicial review is a fundamental element of due process and the council must protect. The Committee 100 has questions about the part of the Budget Support Act which exempts the stadium project from zoning oversight until a final certificate of occupancy is issued for each structure in the development. What is covered by the stadium project? Is it the entire RFK site or just the acreage occupied by the stadium itself? It is meaningless to wait until a project is done to look at its zoning propriety. The mixed-use development of the site should be subject to normal zoning review. Finally, the Budget Support Act also seems to authorize the mayor to exempt the RFK site from the obligation to include any affordable housing on the site, overriding DC Code 10-801, which states that when public land is disposed of for private development, up to 30% shall be used for affordable housing. It is unthinkable that the largest parcel of public land be given over for private development does not include a strong mandatory affordable housing requirement. The council must correct this. Moving on to the Office of Planning, a particular interest of the Committee of 100 are the budgets for data analysis and visualization and historic preservation. The council should demand that OP use ArcGIS tools in preparing its analyses of proposed zoning actions. While we were told a couple years ago that OP had purchased the software and was training its staff in its use, there's no evidence that it is actually being used. The 3D modeling provided by the software would show the impact of proposed upzoning, including the proposed corridor upzonings. Historic preservation is being cut by $200,000. What is the rationale for this cut? Another item of interest to the Committee of 100 is the work on a new comprehensive plan, DC 2050. The budget shows $632,000 for contractual services relating to the plan, which is part of the proposed 167% increase in the budget for contractual services. We urge the council to ask for more information about the plans for this money. The Committee of 100 hopes that OP engages in a robust development process with meaningful development engagement. Finally, the budget also includes $750,000 for RFK master planning. We have serious concerns that planning for the development of this site is backwards. The mayor is proposing authority for multiple bond issuances in the Budget Support Act for publicly funded infrastructure and parking garages, exemptions from zoning requirements, disposition of the entire site, and property tax exemptions that the council will consider as budget matters. Master planning of the site should come first. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rep. Thank you, both of you, for your testimony. I do not have questions. I have your statement, Mr. Rep, and that's very helpful. And I also appreciate that we haven't had the budget very long, but you've been able to look through it to ask some good questions. So thank you. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Robert White, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna have to leave, but I'll come back for Department of Buildings
Take your
shortly.
time. Take
Thank
your time. Thank you. Each of you are excused. I'm going to turn to the Director of the Office of Planning, Anita Cozart. Before you start, hold on. Sorry to keep you waiting. When you're ready.
Thank you, and good to see you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Cozart, and I'm the Director of the DC Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan for OP. Earlier this week, Mayor Bowser transmitted her FY26 Grow DC budget to the council. In response to the economic challenges we are facing as a city, the FY26 budget invests in a transformational growth agenda for a stronger DC. OP guides development in the District of Columbia's distinctive neighborhoods by engaging stakeholders and residents, performing research and analysis, and serving as the steward of our historic resources, publishing various planning documents, including the comprehensive plan. The mayor's FY26 budget provides resources for OP to advance DC 2050, the district's next comprehensive plan, and support catalytic land use and zoning efforts downtown and along the Anacostia River. For FY26, the total budget for OP is $15.3 million, consisting of $14.7 million in local funds, $625,000 in federal grants for historic preservation, and $30,000 in special purpose revenue. OP's local funds support for FY26 support 71.5 FTEs, and our federal funds support 3.5 FTEs. In March, Mayor Bowser launched DC 2050, the first full rewrite of the district's comprehensive plan since 2006. DC 2050 will shape the city's long-term growth and development over the next 25 years. OP is partnering with district residents, community-based organizations, businesses, and elected officials to plan where and how the district builds new housing, creates jobs, connects neighborhoods, preserves history, and invests in public spaces. The mayor's FY26 budget continues to support one-term FTE and provides $510,000 in contracting funds for DC 2050. This funding will support data analysis, consideration of future land use scenarios, policy development, and robust community engagement and outreach throughout the fiscal year. In FY26, OP will complete the engagement phase that explores different scenarios for how DC can grow in the future. In September 2026, Mayor Bowser will release a draft plan for public comment. DC 2050 will be submitted to DC Council in June 2027. The funding in the FY26 budget will ensure OP is able to conduct this planning process with the appropriate level of technical expertise and meaningful community engagement so that we reach residents in all 8 wards. One of the 3 pillars of Mayor Bowser's growth agenda is investment in downtown. The current zoning designations for downtown were adopted 34 years ago in 1991 based on the rezoning for a living downtown report of 1990 and the 1984 comprehensive plan. In the decades since, changes in retail behavior, impacts of the pandemic, and the decreasing federal footprint have shifted demand for offices and housing downtown. OP's FY26 budget includes $80,000 for consultant services to conduct a comprehensive downtown zoning analysis. The goal of this project is to ensure zoning supports downtown's transformation into mixed-use neighborhoods with more housing, people, activity, and amenities. In FY2027, OP will use the results of this analysis to advance zoning amendments that are in alignment with DC 2050. The mayor's budget includes $1.5 million to conduct place-based planning initiatives that support the district's transformational growth agenda. Of this, $750,000 will support the development of a master plan for the 180 acres that includes the RFK Stadium. This funding will pay for specialized contractual services to support a land use assessment, urban design analysis, and community engagement. The master plan will lay the groundwork for development on the full RFK campus, including 5,000 to 6,000 homes that are affordable across the income spectrum, new cultural, entertainment, and recreational experiences. Throughout FY26, OP will work with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to coordinate the master plan with the federal requirements under the National Environmental Policy Act, and to embed relevant land use policy from the RFK master plan into DC 2050. The other half of the place-based planning funding will support several projects. First, a planning study for 8th Street Northeast to consider how to bring back the corridor's vibrancy and support arts and entertainment destinations, restaurants, and other businesses. Second, OP will support activities to implement place-based plans that have been recently completed, particularly in Ward 7, since the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Amendment. And that includes Nanny Helen Burroughs Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. Our FY26 budget also funds historic preservation through multiple sources. The local budget includes $50,000 in recurring local non-personal services that pay for administrative functions of the Historic Preservation Review Board and the mayor's agent, and $250,000 for the Historic Homeowner Grant Program. This grant program will continue to pay for exterior repairs, rehabilitation, and structural work on homes in historic districts for low to moderate income homeowners. OP's historic preservation functions are also supported through a $30,000 special purpose revenue fund and a $625,000 annual grant from the National Park Service. The Historic Preservation Office uses that funding to support 3.5 FTEs, studies on the cultural context of the district's diverse communities, costs associated with public hearings and meetings, as well as maintenance and expansion of the History Quest website. Lastly, the mayor's budget includes resources to support the America 250 celebration. As an agency that houses the Historic Preservation Office, OP has experience conducting historic research and developing engaging ways to share the district's history with the public. For example, OP is conducting 2 public walking tours this month about LGBTQ plus history based on our 2021 study in celebration of World Pride DC. OP has also executed several years of Streets for People grants, which support activation of public spaces downtown. Based on these experiences, OP is well positioned to support the celebration of the nation's semi-quincentennial. We look forward to working with our agency partners and external organizations to support events that mark America's 250th birthday and bring visitors to the district to celebrate. In closing, OP is committed to advancing Mayor Bowser's transformational growth agenda. We may be facing some uncertainties as a city, but planning for our future gives us the opportunity to set clear priorities and measurable goals that we can work toward together. OP is looking forward to working with DC residents and businesses to plan for a stronger city. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart. I have a few questions for you, but your testimony prompted a couple more. What is the History Quest website? And I need to spend more time just surfing the DC government agencies' websites.
Well, this one in particular is really helpful. It's a way to just use an address and be able to get background about properties and information that we've collected through our research. We're able to input it into that website and people can have access to it. And I will make sure as a follow-up to this, or maybe before questions answer, I'll be able to give you the exact website link.
Okay, but it's part of your website, the Office of Planning.
So it's linked to our website. It is, however, an independent. You can link it to it from our website, and our staff helps to maintain and populate and expand as necessary.
So if I punch in an address, I might find out some historical information about when it was developed or the architect if it's historic, if it's designated.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And the Streets for People, is there money in the budget this year for FY26 for Streets for the People?
There is not.
But there was in the current year.
In FY25, yes, we're executing that now. We expect to have, there's some kind of art walk amenities that are available along 8th Street Northwest in Gallery Place, Chinatown. And by the end of this fiscal year, you'll also be able to experience kind of an immersive art experience in and around Farragut Square, all the way down to the 800 block of Connecticut Avenue.
There's $625,000 in federal grants for historic preservation. Is there any threat from the Trump administration in cutting that back?
I wouldn't say that there's any specific threat beyond the general uncertainties around federal funds going to cities around the nation.
But you haven't heard anything specific to DC and this grant?
That is correct.
And the $30,000 special purpose, what is that?
So those, just give me one.
That's got to be fees that are collected.
Yes, that is correct. Those are fees that are, so those come from fees that are collected, yes.
For what?
For
HPO applications?
their
Fines?
for filings, and then also for filings of landmark applications, and then also for if there are any I'm sorry, violations, collections on violations.
Fines and filings.
Yes.
And that adds up to?
So it depends. It depends on how many filings we get. It depends on how many infractions happen. We think 30,000 is a decent number to go for. It may be in a particular case, we don't want there to be more infractions. We do want there to be there. When there are appropriate landmark applications, it can vary, but we think the 30,000 is a reasonable
Is
budget
this a
number.
lapsing fund or non-lapsing?
This is a lapsing fund. Correct? Yes,
It's a lapsing fund, so each year you start anew.
correct.
I'm being told it's currently non-lapsing, but the mayor's proposed for it to be lapsing.
That's correct.
Is that a good thing?
The way we manage the resources, it doesn't really have an impact on how we operate.
Give me just a second. Give me just a second.
Mhm.
If that fund becomes lapsing, I'm concerned how you'll be able to budget against it. The CFO will give you budget authority, but you can't exactly like fund an FTE off of it. Maybe you don't now
No.
because, or even partially fund an FTE off of it because the funding isn't certain.
So it does require, you're right, Chairman, it does require dynamic management, because whether it's lapsing or non-lapsing, understanding how much is coming in, and having a sense of that, is something that is dynamic based on kind of the volume of, infractions, the volume of landmarks, that kind of thing. So we wouldn't use it for something that needs a steady state like an FTE or even like a kind of long-standing project, maybe smaller projects, that kind of thing. Or kind of one-time contributions to some other project.
Mhm. My understanding is that the mayor's proposed revised budget for fiscal year 2025, the current year, has about $168,000 reduction to the Office of Planning.
Yes.
What are you reducing or eliminating or cutting?
So there were, certainly kind of per the mayor's order, the things around travel and training, that kind of thing, as all agencies are doing. Additionally, there were some budget authority that we had for FY25 where the contracts came in less. It doesn't always, it very rarely happens, but it happened this year. And so that's part of those resources.
So that was the entirety of it with travel, training, and unspent budget authority on contracts?
So we also kind of ratcheted down some of our kind of, I want to say, kind of in-office needs around printing and other items like that.
So you don't expect any cutback in some of the planning initiatives that
No.
you have underway?
No.
Do you know what the current balance is in the historic homeowner grant program?
The current balance, so it depends on how we want to measure the balance. My understanding is it's just under $100,000, 99K to spend for the rest of the year. And we fully plan to spend that based on the applications that we have currently in.
Is that enough for all the applications you have?
Yes.
So the applications that you have add up to $99,000, not 100 and some? And not 70,000 some?
To my knowledge, it's 99,000. There may be some, I can follow up with you if there's any significant variance from that amount, but that's not what we expect.
Okay. The, according to the supplemental budget, 39,000 is being rescinded from the Historic Landmark District Protection Fund. Does this zero out that fund for the current year?
I may need to get back to you about that question. Could you repeat it one more time?
Sure. I'm asking about the Historic Landmark District Protection Fund. And the supplemental is taking or rescinding $39,005.02. I'm not sure who came up with that.
I will get back to you about that if not before the end of your questions, certainly within the next couple days.
Okay, so then add to your list that with regard to the historic homeowner grant, whether the application is pending.
Yes.
So the Budget Support Act proposes that the targeted homeowner grant program is being converted into a lapsing fund. I think we discussed that a second ago. And that funds deposited into the Historic Landmark Protection Fund will now go to the go-to fund, the Historic Homeowner Grant Fund. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Why are we doing this? And how does this make sense? And
It's really intended to just distinguish that the grant program is distinct from the historic landmark protection program and activities. They are kind of distinct. They're not
But
how
they
we
are-
operate them. They're not related to one another.
but they already were distinct.
Yes.
So why are we making this change?
To underscore their distinction from one another.
You want to follow up?
Sure.
I mean, another way to put that is to follow up by explaining why we're doing that, why that is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
In the FY25 budget, there's $953,000 added for a capital project called the Historic Green Triangle Parks. Actually thought maybe it was more than that. Um, What is this about? Can you explain this to us?
Could you say the question one more time?
Yeah, I didn't say it very well. The proposed FY25 supplemental adds $953,000 for a capital project called Historic Green Triangle Parks. I'm assuming that is Farragut Square, McPherson Square, and Lafayette Square, which as I recall are all federal. Given the past funding requests by the executive through OP for this project, can you tell us any more about this DEMPED capital project?
So I would mostly defer to the deputy mayor to speak on this. The context for this is certainly the National Park Service has expressed kind of interest in revitalizing these parks. The relevant bids and the stakeholders that they represent have expressed interest in this, and these provide some really important amenities as we think about growing our downtown by at least 15,000 new residents, but additional residents. And as we think about the need for the competitiveness of our downtown, having remarkable parks are part and parcel to that. And certainly it helps us to continue to implement some of the goals that we've had around Streets for People related to that.
So Mr. Cash just explained to me that because we don't have the budget books, I'm not clear whether this is a DEMPED capital project or an OP capital project or DPR capital project. Is it in your budget? That's really what I'm asking.
So I would have to get back to you about that question.
It appears that you've collapsed three programs: citywide strategy, community planning, and development and historic preservation, collapsed into two programs, planning and development design. Can you explain this and what it means for agency operations?
Sure. So this is the budget process, working with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Office of Budget and Planning. Together, we were able to reflect kind of how we've been operating as an agency formally in the budget. And how we've been operating is that our work around development review, our current planning work, our work around historic preservation, our work around urban design is all organized under one deputy director. Our work around neighborhood planning, citywide strategies, and planning, data and visualization is organized under another deputy director. At one point, there was a deputy director who, at one point, each of those deputy directors only had two of those teams, and there were three deputy directors. Once the deputy director position, at least 2 fiscal years ago, if not more, was repurposed for a community planner position, the two deputies had three of those teams that I described. And so the budget information is finally reflecting that in the way they've organized how we've been operating. So essentially, there's no impact.
Essentially, it's just aligning the budget to what you're doing.
That's correct.
I think you were present when I asked, there was some testimony with the Office of Zoning about all these PUD appeals, and I asked Director Barden to get back with some information. That subtitle, Are you familiar with the subtitle?
Generally, yes.
What does generally mean?
It depends. There may be a question where I have to phone a friend.
Okay, are there friends in the room?
Yes.
Well, did the subtitle come from your office?
No.
The subtitle, it's 3P, I believe, no, 2P, Title 2, Subtitle P. Also affects appeals from the mayor's agent for historic preservation. I think I want you to submit, rather than me ask you now to tell me, every appeal for, I'm going to say the last 10 years. And my guess is we're talking about maybe a handful of cases.
If that. Yeah. Yes, we will submit that.
So it's not a long list if I ask for 10 years. I'd like to know every appeal, a brief description of what it was about. So I'm not looking for anything long, but something more than just case number 23-2 and something more than, I don't know, Mendelson v. DC Office of Planning. So a little bit of a description. And then when the mayor's agent made the decision and when the Court of Appeals issued its decision. And what the decision was, as in remand, reverse, or affirm. What I'm getting at here is, I mean, I'm just not aware that appeals from the mayor's agent have been time consuming or been a factor in development.
We will send a response to that effect.
Okay, give me just a second. There was testimony before you testified. It was from the Committee of 100. So I haven't looked at the BSA very thoroughly yet, but the testimony was that there's a part of the Budget Support Act that exempts the stadium project from zoning oversight until a final certificate of occupancy is issued for each structure in the development. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
I don't understand how that makes sense. Certificate of occupancy is issued when a building is built, as in it's done, as in it's the contractor is ready to leave the job. Why would we go to zoning then? Exempts from zoning oversight until a final certificate of occupancy is issued. Is that a misreading of that subtitle?
So I think the intent is that the intent is to offer that exemption given the in light of the plans that are being shared regarding that site. What I would offer, I guess, as context is that, there have been other projects that have been exempt in the past. That includes the garages at the National Stadium. And so this is a practice that the district has had in the past.
Well, were those exemptions from zoning, or were they exemptions until a delay until final certificate of occupancy is issued? So I'm working off of Mr. Rep's testimony. Exempts the stadium project from zoning oversight until a certificate of occupancy is issued. That may be mischaracterizing.
It may be, and I don't have the benefit of Mr. Rep's testimony. I'm maybe after I have a chance to take a look at it, we can provide a response if that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Rep testified that the Budget Support Act also seems to authorize the mayor to exempt the RFK site from the obligation to include any affordable housing on the site.
So that is incorrect. And there's public information about commitments to affordable housing at that site for the 5,000 to 6,000 housing units that we imagine happening in the environs of the 180 acres around the site. And I can provide to the committee links to materials that speak to that.
Okay. Why is the Office of Planning paying $750,000 for the RFK Stadium Master Plan instead of the Commanders, considering that most of the development will be under the jurisdiction of the team?
So the master plan is both to guide the development in and around adjacent to the
Stadium.
river itself, adjacent to the river and that riverfront. That's our responsibility as a kind of steward. And the areas north of the stadium where there is the sportsplex and also the opportunity to provide that 5,000 to 6,000 units of housing, that would be something that the district would, you know, as we do with other projects, St. Elizabeth's and Walter Reed and others, have a public-private partnership to be able to provide that housing and those amenities. And so in order to have kind of a plan for that future, we do need a master plan. And we also need that master plan in order to have the panel spoke to it earlier, or some of the panelists spoke to it earlier, having understanding of what appropriate zoning will be for that housing and those amenities, that is going to be a part of what's really important. So it's important to have that master plan. And that's also important as it relates to the relationship of the federal land needing to have a connection to the national or fulfillment of requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act.
I'm sorry, say that last part about the NEPA.
So as part of that condition of that transfer from and use of that federal land, conformance with the National Environmental Policy Act is required. And so the master plan helps to inform that step in the process for the district that we're responsible for.
So my recollection is that the RFK site is at the moment divided into 11 districts. I call them parcels. One of them is the Stadium District. One of them is the Plaza District. I think there are two others that the Commanders would develop. Maybe there's only one other that the Commanders develop. I think they have three.
Yeah.
They have three. And then the other, so if I'm right in my math, the other 8 are going to get developed somehow by the city, or the city will somehow figure out how they get developed. And so what you're saying is that this master plan is not for the stadium. It's not for the 3 parcels that the Commanders control. It's for all 11.
It is for, we can talk, I think it's a lesser number of parcels than 11. And it is for, it is certainly going to be informed by the plans for the 3 parcels that you spoke about and what's the interaction between those 3 parcels and the other parcels that the district would give leadership to development.
Informed by or will inform? The master plan will inform the development of those.
The master plan will be informed by those 3 parcels.
So we won't do some rough planning for the 2 non-stadium parcels that the Commanders will have?
So,
'cause that's what you just said, was that how the Commanders developed the Plaza District and the other district will inform the master plan. That's what you said.
yes.
And I would have thought it would be the other way around, that the master plan would look at whether it's 11 parcels or whatever the number is, would look at the entire site. Obviously, the thinking is that one of those parcels would have a stadium, so that's kind of the plan there. But the master plan either informs the development or the development informs the plan.
What I would say is that, given the present moment, it ends up being both. The way we're operating, that it ends up being both. That they are kind of mutually informing.
Well, have you seen a plan for the 2 non-stadium parcels?
So what I'll say is the plan, my understanding for those parcels is, you know, what you expressed in terms of kind of the layout of those 3 and the uses and kind of what that would be. So that's my understanding.
Yeah, I'm giving you a funny look because
You are.
all I've seen is a very general narrative. So there's going to be retail and maybe hotels and in the Plaza District. The Plaza District is sort of the entry to the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite know what that looks like, which actually is my point, that I don't think there's any plan for that. And the other
Mhm.
district will have hotels and housing maybe, or office or retail maybe. That's not a plan, that's just a list.
Agreed, that's a list. And what I would leave you with is that work is underway with the
Right.
team and working with the district.
So who's informing who? Is DEMPED informing you what the plan is, or is OP developing this master plan that will inform DEMPED?
We're working alongside DEMPED as it relates to the master plan. And I guess what I would say is what we're doing right now, because to date, we're kind of working, we're apart and having regular conversations with and accompanying DEMPED and others to meetings where we're discussing what are the possibilities for these parcels. And I expect with resources from the master plan, we can be providing much more kind of analysis, the kinds of specifics that you're looking for. That's something that this master plan will certainly yield and put in front of the public.
And this is in the FY26 budget?
That's correct.
So when would this planning be completed?
The expectation on the planning completion for that would be, we expect we would be completing that certainly we start in October and we would be a goodly way along middle of 2020, calendar year 2026. And all along the way, community engagement would be certainly a part of the work that we would do there.
Could you follow up with more explanation about this master plan?
Sure.
And what's informing who, or what's informing what? Maybe what is the better, what's informing what? The
Yes.
timing and the master plan's covering how many of the districts or parcels, and just more of an explanation?
Sure.
Because I have to say, I'm a little confused. Is there a master plan for Poplar Point?
We are working on a master plan for Poplar Point. It too is following along the environmental review process that's required as we think about transfer of management of federal lands. And so that work is underway.
Is Red Brick involved in that?
In terms of involvement, I'd have to check in with the team to see like to what extent they've been weighing in the public process as it relates to the environmental review and the master planning effort. But as a stakeholder, I imagine they have been participating.
Give me a second.
Sure.
I think I'm out of questions for the moment, but there's a lot you're getting back on.
Yes.
The current balance of the Historic Homeowner Grant Program and how that relates to the applications on hand. The Historic Landmark District Protection Fund, which looks like it's being zeroed out, and what will be the source of funds for the program moving forward. The change in those two programs where targeted homeowner grant program is being converted into a lapsing fund that's deposited into the Historic Landmark Protection Fund, and what's going on there and why that's good. You can get us a list of every appeal to the Court of Appeals of a mayor's agent decision for the last 10 years with some detailed information.
Yep.
More information on the mayor's proposed capital project called Historic Green Triangle Parks. A fuller explanation of the RFK master plan.
Yep.
I'm assuming you're saying that OP should pay for it because it's more than just the commander's parcels.
Yes.
And then you'll give us an explanation about exempting zoning review.
Yes.
My questions to you, we're working off of Mr. Rep's testimony, and so I don't fully understand what I'm asking, and it may not be correct, and on the other hand, maybe it is, so you'll give us a fuller explanation.
Yes.
And I don't think we have anything else. I'll look again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no, I do have another question. Oh, this is exciting. There was testimony. Yes. There was testimony about how, well, I'll read. The council should demand that the Office of Planning use the ArcGIS, ARCGIS tools in preparing its analyses of proposed zoning actions. I'm being told how to pronounce it. ArcGIS. So are you using it?
So we are using that tool particularly for our planning analysis that we do in advance of projects that go to the zoning commission. And so that informed our work on Connecticut Avenue in thinking about how that historic district engages with some of the additional land use capacity that came from the 2021 comp plan. We did this similar analysis, not in a historic district, but along Wisconsin Avenue, and utilize ArcGIS for that. Also, that and other tools will be fueling some of the work that we put in and analysis that we put in front of the public for DC 2050 as part of thinking about growth scenarios across the city. So that's what I would say to that.
So, but it's not being made available in the zoning cases themselves.
So in general, we're analyzing the materials that we receive from applicants. And many of the applicants have materials that provide a sense of what will be projected for that project. In some cases, whether it's a text amendment or a map amendment, using ArcGIS is actually not practical for that because it's a change to a text amendment that you can't necessarily say that's going to result in this kind of building and this kind of height, that kind of thing. And so it's just not practical to model everything across the board that comes across our desk when it comes to development review.
So you are using it, but why are you not sharing it in a zoning case? So I get what you just said, that if it's a text case, maybe that's not practical. But for a specific development proposal, which I guess would be a PUD case, you could use it. You probably have used it in your internal work, but why not share that with the zoning commission?
So in some cases, for PUDs, it would be duplicative of what the applicant has put together. And so we can just analyze what the applicant has put together in terms of the bulk and the volume of what is proposed and analyze that. So I guess that would be my response to that.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise you, I have no more questions
Okay.
today.
Today.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to the Department of Buildings, but I am going to take a brief break. We have a lot of witnesses too. We have 24 before we get to the government. It is 1:17. We will resume at 1:30 with the Department of Buildings. I'm resuming this hearing. This is a hearing by the Committee of the Whole, the first of, I believe, it's 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on agency, the proposed FY26 budget for agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. And we are turning now to the Department of Buildings. I'm going to call the witnesses. We have the non-government witnesses first. Robert Vincent Branham. I'm assuming these folks are participating virtually. Chris Weiss, Executive Director, DC Environmental Network. Chuck Elkins. William Jordan, who testified earlier, so he may not be testifying again. We'll see. Lauren Esrock. Mimi Noorani. Liz DeBarros testified earlier. David Maloff. Romeo Morgan. I think he's here in person. Dorinka Kamlenovic. Trupti Patel, who's chair of ANC2A. Daniel O'Brien is listed as Zero Waste Team volunteer with the Sierra Club. Sabrina Rhodes, who testified earlier, I think she said her earlier testimony covered this. Farrah Fossey with Empower DC. Alexia Shaw. Nadia Salazar Sandy, who is Senior Campaign Manager with DC Fiscal Policy Institute and Just Recovery for DC. She's been listed for each of the agencies today, but has not arrived. McKenna Osborne, Mommy Preston, Christian Brandt, Krishna Kumar, Eleni Christidis, who's with Legal Aid DC, Thandika Taharika, Betty Queen, and Karen Lundgren. Okay, I'm going to go back to that list again in that order. Robert Vincent Branham, who I believe is not here. Chris Weiss, who I believe is not here. Chuck Elkins, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the ANC Commissioner for Wesley Heights, and as I know you are well aware after years of testimony, that we are facing a very serious, unsafe residential construction problem here in the district, especially where there is construction next to a party wall dividing 2 houses. As a result, homeowners in the district have incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages. When this happens, DOB is nowhere to be found. They deny responsibility, and the homeowners are left to hire lawyers, structural engineers, and other experts and try to take the irresponsible developers to court. All too often, the court responds that surely, if DOB approved the permit and carried out the inspections, how could anything be wrong? After an unsuccessful series of meetings with Director Hanlon and his top staff this last year, 4 affected homeowners and I spent hundreds of hours over several months writing a report to the council. The attached report to my written testimony is 70 pages long and has 36 specific recommendations. It reflects my experience managing 10 national programs at EPA, the federal government, and includes 10 detailed case studies showing that these recommendations are based on real-world experiences. So you would think that the Department of Buildings would respond to this report in a similar professional manner. But no, they have ghosted us. Consequently, we are now requesting that the council take the following actions. First, we request that you ask Director Hanlon to respond point by point to our report. If the department thinks there are better solutions, they should speak up instead of just remaining silent in an apparent hope, Mr. Chairman, that the council will let them off the hook. Secondly, I ask the council require DOB to reprogram funds matching dollar for dollar the amounts that the homeowners have spent out of their own pockets to respond to this disastrous construction that DOB has allowed to take place. $500,000 would be a good number. This figure does not include the millions of dollars worth of damage to the value of their houses. But with that reprogrammed money, I would ask the council direct the department to hire a fully trained and experienced structural engineer who can review these permits and stop some of these inadequate permit applications from being approved. Thirdly, the council and the department, I believe, should also follow the lead of Fairfax County and create a geotechnical board to review all permit applications of this kind of dangerous construction. The recent death at 1111 V Street is just the latest example of the fact that DOB needs some expert help. The department has written a report about that death, but has said that we can't be allowed to read it. However, I would wager that DOB is taking absolutely no responsibility for that death. I, in contrast, would posit that the widow of the worker who died would have a good chance of recovering against the district because that developer should not have received a permit, and the DOB required inspections did not catch the dangerous actions of the contractor, and as a result, this man died unnecessarily. In addition, some of this reprogrammed money should be used to hire more full-time inspectors for illegal construction. It's our understanding that there are only 8 full-time inspectors for all illegal construction across the district. That level of staffing is not a serious enforcement response. But all of this is piecemeal and just a start. This committee has taken a successful, comprehensive approach to vacant properties. The same is needed here. We suggest the council create a working group made up of construction experts from around the DMV to examine this set of problems and to recommend changes. We would hope that our report would be one of the resources for that group. Mr. Chairman, it would be unconscionable to allow this state of affairs at the department to continue. We ask that the council intervene forcefully now that the department has shown that it will not act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elkins. I don't have your statement, and I'm not sure you uploaded it when you registered to testify.
Well, I think I did, but I'm sorry if it didn't get there, but I will certainly do that right now.
Yeah, don't apologize, but send it again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. William Jordan, he testified earlier, so I'm not expecting him now. Lauren Esrock.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Lauren, and I'm the president of a 2-unit condominium association. I testified last year and the year before that, but as a reminder, I, along with the other unit owner, was a first-time home buyer when we purchased our units almost 6 years ago for a combined $2 million. Fast forward to today, the HOA is now looking at $1.4 million in construction-related defects stemming from building and zoning code violations perpetuated by the developer of the condo, but enabled by the Department of Building's predecessor organization, DCRA. We are 4 years into a lawsuit that is costing us upwards of 6 figures, and a trial date still has not even been set. Right now, this is the only option for homeowners who have been wronged by DOB's broken policies and procedures. However, as the council, you have the opportunity to prevent potential DC homebuyers from going through what myself and others here are. OAG has provided the council 6 concrete suggestions regarding changes to the law and DOB policies that would hold DOB and developers accountable for building defects and not penalize innocent homeowners. I've also shared these suggestions directly with the council on multiple occasions. I urge you to fund this legislation in 2025. In the meanwhile, I urge DOB to invest in the training and oversight resources needed to truly operate an effective third-party inspection system, since that is clearly the approach the agency has decided to take. As homebuyers, we rely on DOP's checks and balance system to ensure the developers for whom we ultimately buy a home from have built in compliance with DOB's codes and standards. A lack of oversight of these inspectors has resulted in several of the egregious situations brought before this committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Esrock. Mimi Nurani?
Hi, I first wanted to ask if witness Darinka Kimlojanovic could go right before or right after me because she has an upcoming conflict, if she could go on the sooner
Who's this?
side. Her name is Darinka Kimlojanovic. She's on the witness list as number 10.
Yes.
Okay, should she go now?
She's here?
Hello.
I got it.
Yes,
Okay.
I am here. Just some technical problems. All right, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee. My name is Darinka Komjanovic. I'm a board member of a 3-unit condo association in a building on Georgia Avenue that the DOB classifies as high risk. It was a subject of a recent Washingtonian investigation titled, "They bought a new DC luxury condo, it could collapse." The homeowners of 4022 Georgia purchased our homes over 4 years ago for a combined value of 1.5 million. And since then, we have discovered over 70 code violations. We've identified 1.5 million in structural defects to the building. We've spent over 200,000 in legal fees, and that number is only growing. And most importantly, we've been left with a building that physically sways in the wind due to having no lateral bracing, something any structural engineer or honest inspector would have flagged instantly. Yet it was all approved, every step, every permit, every inspection. And I'm here to say that this is not a budget problem. This is a negligence and priorities problem. You've heard this department come before you year after year asking for more money, but they don't need more money. What the DOB needs is to use the 65 million that's been given to them to actually inspect buildings and enforce the code, not serve as a rubber stamp for developers. Let me make the above clear, a little bit more clear with a concrete example, a name that I've brought up in 2 prior testimonies, Neil Letrin, DOB inspector. At our property on Georgia Avenue, Neil Letrin approved all 18 inspections, despite 6 other inspectors being part of the building's review process. He signed off on the majority of key approvals years after the fact. Demolition and underpinning were approved nearly 3 years after the building had been substantially completed. Not sure how underpinning inspection occurs after construction is completed. And framing as well was approved nearly 2 years after the completion of the building. He greenlit a non-functioning sprinkler system, something the HOA had to get up to code. He fraudulently approved TPF inspections, even though Pepco had to be brought in to fix illegal connections and red tag meters, something else the HOA had to get up to code. And a number of inspections were never even approved: hydrostatic, footing, foundation, slab, the list goes on. And when questioned, Neil Letrin told us directly that he had never set foot in our building, yet somehow his signature was next to every single inspection summary. This is not an isolated incident. It doesn't take much to look at Letrin's record on other properties tied to the same developer as ours, this developer being Desiree Seifu. 747 Morton Street, 9 inspections of 9 approved by Letrin, 763, 11 of 12, 641, 8 of 12, the list goes on. And these individuals are still working together today on their biggest projects to date: 4912 Wisconsin Avenue, a 25-unit building, 4 of 4 inspections approved by Letrin; 1544 Rhode Island, a 36-unit building, 4 of 5 inspections approved by Letrin. The list goes on. My point is, this is textbook collusion and it is ongoing. Your budget is funding this, but you can fix it without raising a dime. We don't need more budget. We just need a reallocation of existing resources. For example, hire contract licensed structural engineers and require them on staff. Right now, DOB funds over 370 full-time employees, yet not one licensed structural engineer reviews plans. Redirect administrative bloat onto on-site level quality control. The inspectors you already pay should be doing surprise visits, not desk work. Implement real database safeguards. A backdated inspection should automatically trigger a red flag. No extra headcount needed. Mandate defect bonds to all new developments. When failures inevitably surface, let developers, not residents, pay to fix it, and immediately investigate and terminate staff with fraudulent approval patterns. Neil Letrin was brought to the attention of the DOB over 2 years ago, and nothing has still been done despite the amount of suspicious activity that we have documentation around. This is not public service. This is institutional betrayal. And I just want to say these problems will not go away if something is not done soon. We will organize, we will escalate, and we will demand a solution and justice to the government that has failed us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And I'm sorry for the situation. I know that doesn't help, but I do thank you for your testimony. Ms. Nurani?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I also wanted to let you know that Mommy Preston has said she will not be able to testify today due to an emergency situation that just came up, and wanted to pass that on to you. I am a Ward 5 property owner who has suffered damages from neighboring construction. Although my case continues to be active, I've also done plenty of after-action analysis with the help of industry professionals. There is much DOB could have done and can still do differently. There is much the department can learn from cases like mine that are well documented during the construction phase, professionally analyzed by licensed engineers and code professionals, and are preventable. If not prevented, they lead to immense losses, damages, even tragedy. Despite the agency's mission of safety, I do not feel safe residential building is adequately addressed at DOB, and I put forward the following recommendations to be considered as you strategize a budget. In permitting and plan review, place an additional structural engineer, both credentialed and equally important, experienced, for technical oversight on dangerous, high-risk construction plans and permit applications. The department may need to be creative in filling this position, and I suggest they consider 2 or 3 part-time candidates if they cannot find an appropriate full-time candidate. Often there are semi-retired professionals looking for flexible positions in this area. Regarding inspections, item number 2, there are incidents of inspectors passing construction site visits that have glaring deficiencies, often involving dangerous or high-risk work. Some of these very inspectors make attractive salaries, over $140,000 a year. We need to evaluate inspectors are properly trained and doing their job with integrity and diligence. Third, regarding third-party professionals, single-purpose LLC builders and contractor oversight, many of our woes in unsafe construction could be prevented if the culture here did not enable them. Bad actors know how to skirt scrutiny and avoid planning and avoid post-permit accountability. As always, the goal here is not to undermine legitimate construction, but to stop enabling the bad actors who ruin it for everyone. Fourth, I'd like to, as said previously, recommend a work group or task force meetings and conversations. I want to take this moment to highlight the recent 60-page citizens report submitted to all council members and to DOB with 37 recommendation topics. You don't have to agree with all the recommendations, but the report creates a needed outline for this conversation about a complex agency. We are asking for a work group task force to be compiled with the council's oversight to effectively discuss and address practical solutions to the areas identified as problematic. Number 5, we'd like council accountability. Please provide 2 additional oversight meetings this year in an appropriate form. Conversation and change need to needs to happen the right way, one that swings this pendulum away from bad actors and towards good building and safe residents. Number 6, please educate the DC courts not to implicitly trust the DOB stamp. The Superior Court has noted to me their belief that DOB acts in a timely and thorough manner to issues put before the agency. It is in the public interest and in the interest of the courts to respect the technical engineering decisions that are so clearly within its wheelhouse. Unquote. Please help educate the courts that buildings are collapsing, residents are living in or vacating unsafe conditions, and tragedies are happening. Residents find the only way to defend the wrongs to their properties to spend huge, often six-figure amounts in DC courts. We need your help in correcting and exposing the reality of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noorani. Liz DeBarros testified earlier. David Maloff?
Chairman Mendelson, thank you very much for allowing me to present today. I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. Now in our third year at this, suffice it to say that the Department of Buildings Director Hanlon has had 2 full years and the Citizens Committee's full report. He needs today to please show the council and at-risk residents what precisely he has achieved in making straightforward checklist improvements, filling basic technical skill gaps, and closing out these glaring issues for DOB's permitting, inspections, and critical records retention. If the council concludes now the last 2 years are not working, then we need to stop relying on disheartened residents who keep stating the obvious again and again, session after session, Mr. Mendelson, year after year. Today, I have 8 checklist items that I would ask Mr. Hanlon to please confirm in his testimony today. First, that an immediate arm's length 30-day internal review is about to begin regarding DOB's inspections, official recordation, and other processes for DC Code 3307 projects deemed to be dangerous. Additional commentary follows each of these bullets. Second, Mr. Hanlon, please verify that DOB is standing up the proposed citizens working group requested today. Third, DOB will create a new separate unit for Section 3307 hazardous projects that recognizes the danger involved. This unit shall be empowered to address permitting and recordation, inspections, and allowing recourse and appeal for residents. Fourth, that DOB will immediately act in 2 ways regarding the tragic collapse and death of a worker on December 23rd of last year. That DOB will issue finally, after 5 months, the after action report, Mr. Mendelson, you asked for at hour mark 8:18 on February 25th, and also that the agency will stop using excuses of inspector staffing and instead retrain and refocus key personnel, including a few of your attorneys that you have too many of, if I may say so, to get out in the field and do some inspections for key Section 3307 projects, such as 1113 V Street. I've submitted multiple photographs today of that property that I took last night. Mr. Stum, if you could put 1 or 2 of those up for the record, I'd really greatly appreciate it. Or you can go to my written testimony. They are shocking photographs. A picture's worth 1,000 words in indicating that something very wrong in inspections and senior management is broken in a tragic death situation. Pardon me. Number 5, Mr. Hanlon, please confirm that beginning today and going forward, you will itemize specific improvements, dangerous and illegal, serious offender, contractor, and engineering misconduct corrections that you have addressed. 6th, the DOB will repair immediately the neighbor notification program that was eviscerated on October 2022, almost in the dark of night at the stand-up of DOB. Restore the program in full, and then let the CCCB make any changes to the program that was institutionalized to protect abutting neighbors. That includes restoring in full the abutting neighbor rights to seek reconsideration prior to permitting. As it's structured now, it's rigged. The construction goes on for 30, 40 more days, and maybe DOB will respond. We actually had a DOB lawyer say to the Office of Administrative Hearings that in the code, they don't even have to get back to us. And even the judges were shocked. So we're dealing with that separately, but that needs to be fixed. Number 7, failing the above, Director Hanlon, please call for a moratorium on Section 3307 projects. And finally, and that's not trivial. If you can't do it, we need a moratorium. We need to slow down on 200 permits a year that are threatening neighbors DC-wide. Number 8, finally, Mr. Hanlon, you need to help the mayor restructure the CCCB, the Construction Coordinating Board. You've testified twice that it's independent. It's not independent. The mayor's stand-up says it must be headed by a DOB employee. It's a captive group that should be testifying before the council. So anyway, CCCB needs total restructure, and I'd like Mr. Hanlon's support today that he will participate in that. And the mayor, I think, would have the conscience if she knew all the facts here. Thank you very much. I've got more detail, and I apologize for the interrupt on the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff, and I do have your statement. I appreciate that, and it's helpful. Romeo Morgan.
Good day, Mr. Middleton. I'm here on behalf of citizens of the District of Columbia, my seniors, and also VA veterans, and talking with the situations that we're dealing with properties that are being deemed vacant in the District of Columbia. I myself have gone through, as you've heard my testimony once before, which I don't have to recant it. I'm still at awe because Mr. Hanlon has done everything he could to get my property deemed out of vacant status, which happened as of February of this year. Well, less than 2 weeks later, my property has gotten violations again, which they use graffiti, excessive trash, all these things to say that my property is vacant once again. Now, understanding the word vacant, I have my property up for lease right now. I can't physically do or run my business there anymore. That's why it's up for lease. I was in the hospital paralyzed in November of 22 up until February of 23. I'm still learning how to walk again. I'm not even supposed to be out by myself, according to my doctor's orders. But these are the things that's happening just with me alone. The property has a lease. I have a leasing agent. I'm paying to lease the property. I can't force anybody to lease my property. But they're saying I've used all my exemptions to as far as, having my property up for lease. I'm sorry. What can I do? You cannot force anybody to lease their property in the District of Columbia right now. DC is going through a large transition. Now, if I had my business open, 3 Fridays ago, I got a bullet shot through the access regular with my walk-up window where my customers would have been served. If Morgan Seafood had been open at that time, it probably would have been a killing right there in front of my place of business. There's dangerous situations, the graffiti, no matter how many times I remove the graffiti off my building, they come back and put it right back on there. The graffiti all over the brand new windows that I have on my property. I can't do nothing about that. I went and applied and got the city to put an additional $300,000 in the budget for the graffiti move all over the District of Columbia. Nothing's been done. DOB knows that there is graffiti all over the city. But yet they're still citing me for the graffiti on my property and use that to put my property as vacant. Now, I've had all the small businesses on Georgia Avenue, which I represent, all the small businesses on Georgia Avenue, and I had them to sign the graffiti waivers so the city can remove the graffiti. But they're still using this as a means to say that your property is vacant. Now, why isn't DOB and DCRA, not DCR, but Department of Public Works working together? So if there is graffiti on there to look and investigate, hey, did this person sign this graffiti waiver? No, it's a citation your property is vacant, which makes my property, instead of my property tax has been $8,000, now it's $40,000 a year. Secondly, we're talking about, I tried to contact you pertaining to my seniors with the tax issue when you had the form about the tax. There was no computers to assist the senior citizens and OTR to help them with filling out their taxes so they can file their taxes this year. When I went down there, they turned around and told me, well, Mr. Morgan, you're there. Oh, we'll go around to the library. I'm not paying my taxes through the library. I'm paying my taxes to the OTR, and my seniors are paying their tax to OTR. There still isn't a computer in there, anybody to assist them with their taxes at OTR. On top of that, one of the people turned around and told me, I said, well, can I get a printout of the paperwork? You know, they turned and told me, oh, well, we can't print that out because COVID. COVID's been over with. What do you mean you're using COVID as a means of not assisting the taxpayers of the District of Columbia? This is another issue that's redundant in this system. Third of all, and I know I got to go, is the fact that it's taxes, no computer. The final remark that I have to let you all know is because I'm getting so upset behind this. Dealing with I came to your office dealing with the bus system with the H2, H4 that's coming from Ward 1. It's taking our veterans and our seniors to the Washington Hospital Center and Veterans Hospital. Well, MARTA has said as of the 29th of next month, that bus route will no longer be available, and they're going to drop our seniors and our veterans on First Street and have them walk to the hospital. This is an emergency situation that we have to deal with. They see a senior citizen, one of my veterans, walking, who has an amputee, walking from First Street up to VA hospital. I can't see why they're not taking the bus whole station from either one of them. This is just only Ward 1 that's being told that they won't be able to take the H2, H4 bus up there to them. These are senior citizens. These are our VA veterans who fought for this country. Our seniors worked their bus off to be in the District of Columbia. And you turn and tell me that they can't get a through the circle at Washington Hospital Center, they can't get a bus to take them to VA hospital. And to end this all, Senator Middleton, I'm putting my hat in. I will be running for City Council Ward 1 because this atrocities has to stop in the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Patel, Trupti Patel, if she's here. I don't see her. Daniel O'Brien.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this Committee of the Whole Budget Oversight hearing on the Department of Budget Buildings. My name is Daniel O'Brien, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club District of Columbia Chapter Zero Waste Committee. Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. We represent 3,000 chapter members and over 7,000 active supporters here in the district. Construction and demolition waste, also known as C&D waste, currently represents a quarter of the district's waste stream, according to the 2021 Desktop Waste Characterization Study. At least 50% of C&D waste should be reused or recycled under district building codes. Currently, DOB is unable to demonstrate that contractors are complying with district building code C&D reuse and recycling requirements, which are found in section 503 of the DC Green Construction Code and section 327.1 of the Residential Building Code. Compliance with these provisions would significantly contribute to meeting the district's goals to divert 80% of waste from polluting landfills and incinerators. Landfills emit methane and more complex greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Incinerators spew toxic fumes into the majority Black and Brown communities in which they are frequently located, including for the district incinerator located in Lorton, Virginia. Our failure to act to enforce these building codes harms people and the planet. One solution for determining compliance with existing building code provisions is for DOB to develop a searchable database of hauling receipts provided by contractors. On May 12th, Michael Brown, DOB Deputy Chief Building Official, informed us by email that it has not allocated funds to develop such a database and that is permitting inspection software Acela only records an overall pass-fail for inspection, not compliance with the specific code provision. Mr. Brown noted that DOB would need to conduct a feasibility study to determine the cost of reporting more granularly and changing its inspection process. He also stated that, quote, most dumps used by contractors in the district are actively engaged in recycling in excess of our code requirements, end quote. We are not convinced. We request that DOB allocate the funds necessary to improve its ability to collect and analyze the hauling receipts data and publicly report the status of compliance. We also request that DOB to assign staff to conduct outreach, guidance, education, and enforcement, and report back to this committee on implementation, and to share relevant information on C&D waste diversion with the Office of Waste Diversion in the Department of Public Works. The district should focus its efforts on reuse rather than just recycling of building materials. Jurisdictions across America are already focusing on reuse rather than recycling. Examples of policies are in my written testimony. City staff can meet people at the National Deconstruction Conference called Build Reuse in St. Paul, Minnesota on August 4th through the 6th. We highly recommend that DOB as well as OWD attend this conference. Lastly, we are also interested in the RFK Stadium demolition and whether the project is complying with all district rules and regulations, including on reuse and recycling of building materials. We hope that this committee can shed some light on this important question. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Sabrina Rhodes, who testified earlier, so I don't expect her to be testifying now. Farrah Fawcett.
Yes, good afternoon, Councilmember Mendelson. My name is Farrah Fawcett. I'm the Community Organizing Director at Empower DC, a citywide organization advancing housing and environmental justice. I'm here today to testify about the DOB budget related to housing code inspections, including proactive inspections and strategic enforcement. I do at least weekly outreach through the Access to Justice grant to prevent displacement. Each week, I'm struck by the immensity of DC's multifamily housing with very serious housing code violations. These properties are people's homes. Residents often pay high rents. In some cases, DC is making high voucher payments. And these homes are entirely outside of the DC housing code. The mayor's budget maintains with small increases housing inspections and strategic enforcement, which we support. But more than advocating for funding increases, I'd like to advocate for increased cooperation and strategy. I've been talking with the Strategic Enforcement Division about regular meetings with renters, so DOB can hear from residents, coordinate property-wide inspections, and provide follow-up. While the agency notes that they rely on community reports, there's no formal, consistent way for residents to engage. DOB should implement the Proactive Inspection Program Act through the budget. There's already funding for proactive inspections, but this would make them more efficient and focused on properties with the most problematic and health-harming conditions, instead of the highest number of code violations. Currently, DOB spends significant resources trying to inspect 100% of occupied units. Instead, they should inspect a percentage of units randomly and then any unit where a tenant requests it. There's currently no way to request an inspection like the one I just talked about. There are only unit requests or proactive inspections. I approached DOB recently about coordinating for an inspection of a large property where dozens of tenants wanted unit inspections. And DOB just said, no, just schedule them individually. In the past, I've worked with DOB when it was DCRA to schedule inspections for several tenants on one property on the same day. This is more efficient. My staff can help them with ensuring residents are home and that they can get into buildings. We suggest that you fund mold inspections at DOB instead of at DOH where they're currently housed. Residents are familiar with DOB inspections, and mold is always the result of an underlying housing code violation. Currently, there's 2 sets of inspections and processes from 2 agencies that are taking place. Moving mold inspections to DOB would be more efficient and impactful because DOB can issue fines. These are small fixes, though. What we really need are broader, more creative solutions. The goal of inspections is, of course, not just knowing the problems that exist, and it's certainly not making landlords pay fines. The point is repairs. We would always advocate for repairs over fines. But unfortunately, just noting what problems exist over and over is often what we get. We need to bring tenants and agencies and advocates and owners together to find solutions. If DCHA has a voucher, they should be involved in the process with DOB. We need to ensure that the small property grant fund and loan funds are accessible and funded and work. DOB needs to use the nuisance abatement fund to make critical repairs when tenants live there, not just when it's vacated, which I was recently told was the only way to do it. That's not helpful for residents. For properties with an owner who won't come into compliance, we need to explore changing their tax category and removing licenses. And finally, we need to ensure that the Housing Production Trust Fund is focused on preservation. I know that's a different agency, but dedicated, predictable funding for renovations and preservation is the most comprehensive way to improve housing conditions and ensure safe and decent housing and prevent displacement. There are affordable housing providers and residents ready and waiting for funding for necessary repairs. This will continue to be a serious need in the next budget. Building housing won't help the DC residents who are currently living in unsafe conditions and increasingly unaffordable housing, and it won't help communities struggling with blighted properties. So I urge you to look at these comprehensive solutions. You asked for feedback on the supplemental budget, so if I may have one more moment. We know that the supplemental budget was presumably to adjust the budget downwards and included spending cuts and hiring freezes. However, we also noticed that there's new funding added for the Commander Stadium. This is undiscussed and unapproved plan. The stadium deal is a huge giveaway of public funds, land, and tax revenue in ongoing years. It should not be in the supplemental budget. There's been no public debate on the stadium deal and no real public visioning of the possibilities for this land. Studies consistently show that stadiums do not bring in revenue, and the mayor's plan would be the second largest public funding of stadiums ever. DC could do so much more with this area, including creating truly affordable housing by creating a mixed income neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fosse. Are you saying that funding for RFK is in Department of Buildings budget or elsewhere?
No, what partners were saying is that it's in the supplemental budget, the 2025 supplemental budget. So
Okay, but not necessarily Department of Buildings.
No. You just had said if we had, supplemental budget ideas. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
But yeah, I guess you meant Department of Buildings. Thank you.
Alexia Shaw, I believe is not here. Nadia Salazar-Sandy, I believe is not here. McKenna Osborne, I believe is not here. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center, resident of the district, and a tenant in Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments on the proposed budget for the Department of Buildings. Adequately funding DOB is an investment in the health and safety of DC children and families. It's an investment to ensure when a child's asthma is uncontrollable because their landlord hasn't fixed a leak that attracts asthma triggers like pests and mold, their family can get prompt help to secure a repair, actually enjoy their home, and make fewer emergency room visits. And it's an investment to get more DC landlords to invest in regular, timely upkeep to prevent these poor housing conditions in the first place. To that end, Children's Law Center encourages the committee to prioritize the following items in DOB's FY26 budget. Funding the legislation the council has already passed to improve DOB's rental housing inspections, maintaining investments in the nuisance abatement fund, and mitigating the harm potential proposed cuts to the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement and residential inspections could have. My written testimony will go into greater detail on these points. First, there are two laws that the council passed with the goal of improving rental housing conditions in DC that remain unfunded and therefore unimplemented. The Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act, which would expand responsibility for indoor mold inspections and enforcement to DOB, and the Proactive Inspection Program Act, which would bring DOB's Proactive Inspections Program in line with nationally recognized best practices for using data to strategically target resources to best protect tenant health and safety. We encourage the committee to pursue funding these bills in the FY26 budget, especially the Rental Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act, because it could be subject to repeal if not funded this year. Second, when landlords don't correct a housing code violation, DOB has the authority to step in and make the repair using its nuisance abatement fund. Children's Law Center has been encouraged to learn that DOB is interested in using the fund for greater impact, including by correcting life safety violations in more occupied rental buildings. Thankfully, the proposed budget appears to maintain existing levels of funding for the nuisance abatement fund. and we encourage the committee to clarify the amount that will be available to DOB for abatement in FY26, the number and scope of violations the agency anticipates being able to make with those funds, and if and how further strategic investment could amplify DOB's impact. Lastly, adequate funding for the staff and services in DOB's offices of strategic code enforcement and residential inspection is crucial to ensure DOB can promptly respond to all housing code complaints, conduct proactive housing code inspections, and secure timely repairs and payment of fines from landlords operating properties that are threatening the health and safety of tenants. The mayor's proposed budget cuts $172,000 from the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement and includes a decrease of several FTEs from the Rental Housing Inspection Division. We urge the committee to ask DOB for details on what services or positions will be cut and how that would impact DOB's ability to conduct inspections and secure abatement. And we ask the committee to make any restorations necessary to maintain mission-critical services. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. And thank you for being here in person, even though I overlooked you. Mommy Preston, I was told, is not here. Christian Brandt, I believe, is not here. Krishna Kumar.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Krishna Kumar. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm here to sort of talk about what happened at 1111 V Street Northwest. Just as a very quick background, I don't live in a row house. I live in a condo building nearby. I had gone by the site a few days before the collapse and saw some what I thought was illegal work conditions. I did not call in to DOB on this because I had previously called in an illegal construction request and told it would be 2 months before it was responded. After this collapse, I've discovered to my horror that this is happening all across our city. And I just would like to try to use this opportunity to get some answers. I think the most important thing is, where is the report that was promised to the public? It has now been over 5 months. I don't quite understand what the delay in releasing this report is. I do have serious questions that I put in my written testimony on the expertise in this report. Is this based on outside experts, or is this just based on what the structural engineer at the time has said? Does DOB have the expertise to even analyze what properly happened here? I think that these are very, very important questions, and I'm hoping we can get an answer to it. Just looking at some of the budget things, I'm glad to hear that DOB is not planning on cutting that many FTEs for the building inspections. However, I do have some concerns on in the Schedule A attached documents on it looks like to me a fairly large increase in the number of vacancies for the building inspection program. I think that it would be good to answer that. DOB has noted that they have one inspection manager on duty at all times. How difficult would it be to prioritize these party wall inspections when something comes in from a row house or attached house? Try to get an inspector out there earlier. As I indicated, when I had first done that, I was told it would be 2 months before an illegal construction request would be fulfilled. The DOB did do it quicker. It was more like 16 days, but that's still far, far too long. Fourth, as I said, I just want to continue that call. I think we do need to have a little bit more of an outside review of this after action report, since it's been delayed so long. I'd also like to echo the call that other people have made for something resembling a geotechnical board. I think DOB is trying to say that this is an issue with the general contractor and the sequencing of it. I think that there may be some more deeper underlying issues that need to be addressed. Finally, I just wanted to reference Christian Brandt, who was from the ANC 1B, was not able to attend today. He did send in written testimony, and I just wanted to reference that in particular in 2 points. I mean, the concerns that other neighbors have raised is that the permit board at the site is still in terrible shape. It's sitting out in the open. The permits are barely readable. I don't know if this will be visible to the committee. I don't think it is, but it gives you a rough idea of what that looks like. You can't make out any one of these permits. And also, the fencing around the site is starting to deteriorate. There's still a lot of big holes on there. Some of them are filled with water. There are kids in this area, and I'm worried about some kid trying to explore what's going on in that site. And I think that may be a problem. Thank you for your time, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Eleni Christidis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I am a DC Ward 1 resident and supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid's housing unit represents low-income DC tenants in defending against eviction and in securing their right to healthy, safe, and habitable housing. Every day, our attorneys and legal support staff work with individuals and tenant associations living with mold, mice, cockroaches, leaks, lack of heat, and other housing code violations that impact their health and well-being. Too often, we see properties like Marbury Plaza that landlords allow to fall into disrepair, even where DOB has inspected and cited for violations. DCRA, and now DOB's inadequate enforcement of the housing code, damages tenants' health and well-being and drives tenants out of affordable and rent-stabilized properties. These forces over time contribute to the displacement of low-income tenants and the depletion of affordable housing in the district. To counter this trend, Legal Aid urges the council to maintain funding for DOB's housing inspections program and its strategic code enforcement program, and to fund 2 laws in this year's budget: the Proactive Inspection Program Act and the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act. The mayor's proposed budget represents a step backwards by reducing the number of rental housing inspection staff to a low of 54 full-time equivalents and cutting $172,000 from the Strategic Code Enforcement Program. While some of these cuts may represent unfilled vacancies or staff attrition, the budget also includes a $257,000 increase to the third-party inspection program. Historically, Legal Aid's clients have experienced worse customer service and lower quality of inspections when performed by third-party contractors. Ideally, DOB should be investing in training and retaining in-house inspectors to perform this vital function. Alternatively, the committee could reverse these proposed cuts by fully funding the Proactive Inspection Program Act, passed in April of last year. This law creates a common sense framework for recurring inspections of all rental properties by using data and health-related risk factors to target properties most likely to have poor housing conditions for more frequent inspection. Funding this bill, which was originally estimated to cost $2 million in the first fiscal year, would add inspectors and other support staff to DOB and impose a more rigorous, public health-focused approach to DOB's proactive inspection program. The second bill that the council must fund this budget cycle, the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Act, is needed to fill the gap in DOB's ability to inspect and cite for mold. Mold remains a persistent concern among Legal Aid's client community and is associated with respiratory diseases and conditions like asthma. We regularly hear tenant complaints of mold in their units and of landlords who simply paint over mold without proper remediation or addressing the underlying source. While DOEE's inspectors can note the presence of mold, they have a small number of mold inspectors and are not currently empowered to issue notices of infraction that carry penalties. The act would mandate DOB's involvement, which is needed to both issue notices of infraction for mold and ensure a process to confirm proper abatement of both the mold and its underlying causes. This budget cycle is the council's last opportunity to fund this essential legislation, which is subject to repeal if not funded. Legal Aid, along with our partners in the Fair Budget Coalition, call on the council to fully fund these 2 laws, which will advance public health and preserve critically needed affordable housing in the district. And I just want to endorse my colleague, Ms. Fosse's suggestions of also taking the time to have greater tenant engagement and exploring the possibility of having building-wide inspections when tenant associations or tenant organizers request that of the agency. I think that's a good suggestion that's worth more consideration by the agency. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Christidis. Thandika Taharka, I believe is not here. Betty Queen, I believe is not here. Karen Lundergan. Ms. Lundergan, you're up.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for letting me join this meeting last minute. I've been through a nightmare with DOB. I have to tell you. Basically, my landlord Bazzuto wasn't fixing conditions on the property, so I finally called Department of Buildings to come in. They did an inspection in July of 2024. Bazzuto didn't fix everything. DOB came back in 30 days and they did issue a fine. They came back after 90 days and issued another fine. Somehow, Bazzuto, with their, got a lot of money and their wealthy, very unethical attorney, reached a settlement agreement with DOB and got out of this. Many of these issues were never fixed. I honestly would like to see if there can be a law enacted that the tenant is allowed or should be involved in this process throughout the entire thing, because I had a lot of evidence on my own, and I think the DOB attorney should have contacted me. It was a big part of the problem. So a lot of the issues remained unresolved. I had DOB come back in on May 7th. They condemned my unit, Chairman Mendelson. It was deemed as uninhabitable. So the office of tenant, I had nowhere to go because the housing authority is very dysfunctional and not helping me. So I stayed in a motel for 2 weeks and now I'm basically homeless. And it's just shocking. And the landlord's trying to get DOB to drop it again. And they're trying to get the housing authority to revoke my voucher. I have mold in my bloodstream. I have toxic mold that, they found. It's called aspergillus because the mold is like right on my windowsill and outside my apartment. But DOB said there's nothing they can do. And DOEE came in and said that it's outside, there's nothing we can do. So I have to tell you, I'm very upset right now at what's going on. To be honest with you, DOB has done nothing. They refuse to return my calls. Brian Hanley called me right before this meeting, but it's just shocking their lack of enforcement. They're colluding with the landlord. He's got powerful attorneys. He can say anything. But they don't return my calls. The tenant, I've been completely left out of this process. I was shocked to find out that they got out of this. I've been trying to get information from them, like what was sent, because these issues are not resolved. And I agree with what everybody said that, there's a serious lack of enforcement. I definitely feel that the tenant should be involved in the entire process. The DOB attorney should be calling the tenant to get their involvement, because the landlord can say one thing, but the tenant has rights too. So I don't know how Bazzuto got away with this. I don't. I've been trying to get copies of the evidence Bazzuto sent. Anyway, so they came back in on May 7th, and I'm concerned that the same thing is going to happen again. I feel that there's not enough accountability by DOB. There's not enough enforcement. And honestly, I know I keep saying it, but I'm shocked that the tenant is not involved in the entire process with the hearing, so they can provide evidence of their own. And I think the attorneys at DOB should be involving the tenant. So anyway, right now I'm basically homeless, pretty sick, and they did deem it uninhabitable, but Chairman Mendelson, it's been a nightmare, to be honest with you, what I'm going through. And I'm very concerned that the same thing's going to happen again, because a lot of the original issues with the first notice were never addressed. Okay, mice all over my house, mold, non-working appliances. Anyway, thank you for listening to me. I know I've been a little repetitive, but it's been a nightmare. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lundgren. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you can.
I can provide that, sir, in writing.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
I believe that's the testimony from everyone who signed up. I just have a couple of questions or comments. Ms. Esrock, in your testimony, you mentioned that the Attorney General has provided the council 6 concrete suggestions. We actually have not received those.
Chairman Mendelson, I'm going to apologize for all of the noise. I have workers in the house, but I have actually provided them directly to you, to another council member on multiple occasions. And I believe teams from the various council members' offices have actually connected with the AOG before. So I'm happy to send them again, but I respectfully push back on the lack of receipt.
Well, no, I have received from you the suggestions, but your testimony said that the Attorney General had submitted suggestions, and we've not received anything from the Attorney General.
Okay, I could go back to the emails that have the council members' teams meeting with the AOG's office and receiving them and forward that.
Sure. So again, we do have what you've sent. Mr. Maloff, in your testimony, you said, today I have a checklist of 8 key actions Mr. Hanlon must confirm are finally underway. That suggests he's agreed to them. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, far from it, sir. It's all non-responsiveness, and this is an approach called assuming the sale. It's a way of begging the prospect to make a commitment one way or the other. I didn't want to do the John Dingle approach, yes or no, but it's time. It's time for him to say whether he's in or out on these repeated issues. They're so reasonable.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a meeting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Lonergan, mute yourself if you would.
Thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Maloff, was there more?
Well, you know, first of all, sir, I want to thank you. This is my 6th testimony to you in 2 years, and I don't know how you do it. Mr. Mendelson, you are amazing, and so is Ms. Bonds and the other council members who hear these things. But I want to encourage you that some of this stuff it's easy to tie off. I think it's time to nudge these agencies to keep a checklist and show you what they've produced from time to time. Specifically, Mr. Hanlon's testimony again today is like, I called it fluff last time, and it's fluff again. It appeared at 11 a.m. this morning. It's a non-testimony testimony. So I think if you or Mr. Stum can ask people to come in with their checklist of achievables, that would be great. So I'm assuming the sale today. I think he needs to say yes to everything except for number 7. Number 7 is we need a moratorium if he can't do anything else. So please, Mr. Hanlon, let's get on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. And Mr. Hanlon's in the room. Lastly, Ms. Narani, you listed 6 recommendations. One of them was council accountability. We will have at least another oversight hearing this year. You asked for 2. We were going to do some work on illegal construction. There've been a lot of other issues that have taken up our time, and I'm not talking about recently with the budget and RFK, but for instance, the work that we're doing on the vibrant legislation. But illegal construction is very much on our list, and we will have at least one oversight hearing later this year on that issue. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yes. I don't have any other questions for any of you.
Thank you again.
In person, thank you very much. A lot of people are in person. The rest of you, thank you as well. Your testimony has been helpful. You all are excused, and we're going to turn now to the director, Brian Hanlon. Mr. Hanlon, before you start, this V Street report, there were a number of witnesses who asked about it. Is that a report? Are you going to make that public?
The
Microphone.
committee of the whole does have our after action report. So in that sense, it's currently public. What we were proposing is that it be attached to the report being conducted by OSHA now. They have not finished their report. I don't have an estimate as to when they'll be complete. We can look to find out, but I just don't know yet.
Well, do you want me to make the report available?
I think it would be, frankly, neater if it were combined with the OSHA report.
That may be, but people are impatient, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It has been, I think, 5 months. So I think either you post it or I post it.
Well, if you're okay, let me confer with my general counsel to see if there's any reasons we should wait until OSHA issues their report. Otherwise, I think we could post it.
Okay, I'll give you that. I may disagree with you if your general counsel comes back. I disagree with lawyers often. And I think there is a public interest to knowing what was found after, even though it's after the fact.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Please, with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of council and staff. I'm Brian Hanlon, Director of the Department of Buildings, also known as DOB. I'm pleased to appear before you today to discuss the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for DOB, and I'm joined by my counterparts from the Office of Zoning and Office of Planning who testified earlier, and two agencies that we collaborate with closely to regulate the built environment for those who live, work, and play in the district. As I've stated in my prior testimony to the council, industry leaders, customers, and each operating division at DOB, I am focused on creating positive outcomes for all who interact with our agency. Our mantra is to keep things safe, to keep them green and sustainable, and to keep them moving. We accomplish this under the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser and Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Nina Albert, and in partnership with agencies such as OZ, OP, DDOT, DOEE, the Council, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners, and other community advocates. To summarize, our agency is responsible for regulating the built environment in the District of Columbia through plan review, project permitting, and ensuring compliance with applicable codes and zoning regulations. Additionally, DOB inspects diverse construction projects and inspects rental housing to help ensure DC residents have safe and habitable living environments. DOB also chairs and contributes to the work of the district's Construction Code Coordinating Board, or the CCCB, and works in conjunction with DOEE to oversee green building projects and sustainability efforts. DOB's focus on ensuring safety, encouraging sustainability, and spearheading efforts to make it easier to live and do business in the district has resulted in tangible positive results for our many stakeholders. We have made significant progress in abating housing violations for district tenants and collaborating with district landlords to ensure expectations are clear and that tenants' living conditions are improved faster. Our recent upgrades to existing technical infrastructure, such as Project Docs and Acela, have empowered our operations to move forward in a more streamlined fashion. We have improved our efficiency and saved more than $700,000 by migrating our inspections dispatch system to a new vendor. Our team has also been innovating to introduce new programs, including pop-up permits, concept reviews, and our fast-track fit-outs pilot. These programs make it easier for our customers to activate vacant spaces and for owners of large projects to move forward with key insights that will reduce friction for their projects via accelerated review timelines. Ultimately, our role in regulating the district's built environment is a natural aspect of supporting DC's comeback. Our work is intrinsically linked to economic development and quality of life. Our culture of engagement with our customers and stakeholders has fostered a mindset of continuing process improvement at DOB. We are consistently seeking constructive feedback and investing in customer service improvements. This helps us operationalize enhancements, thereby unlocking further economic development opportunities to collectively strengthen our neighborhoods, the downtown, and other vital areas in the district. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her strong leadership and steadfast support for our agency. In my testimony today, I will outline what our agency plans to accomplish through the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, Grow DC. Even amidst a difficult fiscal environment, DOB will continue to fulfill its mission and continue to focus on improving customer experience in fiscal year 2026. While the mayor's proposed FY26 budget represents a slight decrease in funding from FY25, DOB is committed to delivering on its mission by ensuring that the people of DOB, from its most senior leadership to our customer-facing personnel, operate as a team dedicated to clarity, communication, and collaboration. As with the current fiscal year, the district finds itself in a complex economic environment. However, DOB and other district agencies will continue to operate with agility. The mayor's proposed budget builds on several downtown action plan initiatives that involve DOB, including conversion of unoccupied office space into new and affordable housing and transition of vacant properties into productive use. The mayor has unveiled her transformative growth agenda for FY26 that will fortify the city's continued evolution through tangible investment in downtown, a renewed focus on sports, entertainment, and tech, and further efforts to reduce barriers to business growth in the district. DOB stands ready to continue our work to help achieve these goals. As I mentioned previously today, our pop-up permits, concept reviews, and fast-track fit-outs are just a few examples of how we have invested in process improvement and strategic initiatives to reduce friction, simplify our processes, and invest in the district's economic development engine. We also continue to prioritize our work with Monumental Sports and Entertainment, or MSE, on the Capital One Arena Transformation Project, and look forward to the opportunity to engage similarly with the Washington Commanders to prepare for their long-awaited return to the nation's capital. The mayor's FY26 operating budget for DOB is approximately $61 million, which represents an approximate 6.3% decrease in from FY25. This tight fiscal environment will not negatively impact our ability to improve the customer service experience. The mayor's FY26 budget supports the following areas. 1, keeping the district's built environment safe, green, and moving. DOB will continue to work to resolve housing violations. We abated a record number in FY24, and we are determined to build on that momentum. We will remain steadfast in our engagement with industry professionals to encourage sustainable building technologies to help meet the mayor's climate goals. Of course, all of this is accented by our continued investment in critical process improvements and technical infrastructure upgrades that help improve the customer experience, such as our investments in upgrading Acela and Project Docs, our building plan review platform. I want the DOB experience to set the standard for district government service delivery for residents, businesses, and visitors who rely on us. 2, meeting Mayor Bowser's priority and supporting the DC comeback. DOB knows how important it is to enforce the law as a regulatory agency. However, I consistently stress with my team that we also hold a key role in facilitating the district's economic development and executing the mayor's comeback vision. When we are processing permits faster, performing more housing inspections, and increase the number of abatements, we are contributing towards a stronger and more dynamic city. I have encouraged an innovative spirit in our agency and challenged my team to come up with ways to facilitate and not hinder this growth. We are operating in a difficult fiscal environment, to be sure. Yet, we are focused on leveraging efficiency to improve the baseline experience for our customers. We have launched several programs aimed at reducing friction in our processes to empower projects to move forward. Our concept review program has been a great success for projects such as the ongoing Capital One Arena revitalization, allowing us to connect with owners, authorized agents, and developers of large projects to discuss preliminary design, building code, inspection requirements, and zoning related questions before permit application submission. Guiding applicants to compliance before design helps to avoid costly delays due to design flaws. Additionally, our pop-up permits program continues to be a pivotal tool in our kit moving forward to activate vacant spaces and bring them back into productive use. By working with owners and prospective tenants through these programs, we can continue to move DC forward. 3, consistently clean corridors. Lastly, our agency remains focused on our responsibility to revitalize our city and keep it beautiful. Beyond guiding owners back into compliance to abate property violations, DOB also continues our work to abate violations and issues when owners are unable to do so. Our communities deserve streets that are as free from vacancy, blight, and overgrowth as possible, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration with our sister agencies to execute the mayor's vision in this area. As I have now gone over key budgetary priorities for FY26, I also want to note that the mayor has graciously accepted 2 enhancement requests that will help fortify DOB's work in FY26. 1, nuisance property abatement services. The mayor has approved $500,000 for DOB to maintain contracts that are dedicated to abating nuisance properties in the district when property owners will not. This enhancement ensures DOB's continuing ability to deliver this essential service.
This is an addition of 500,000
It was an enhancement request.
because you characterize it as maintaining contracts, but it actually is an increase.
It's not an annual fund, so it is renewed. Rather, the line item in the fund is not
Renewed more.
consistent. Yeah,
Renewed more.
and every year we get a tranche that takes us back to about where we were the prior year.
Go on.
Okay, operating impact of capital and e-records. The mayor has approved $250,000 to allow DOB to replace its e-records digital record-keeping system. The e-records system provides DC residents, businesses, and visitors online access to over 15 million records, including building permits and plans, certificates of occupancy, invoices, and a host of other items. The system needs modernization to ensure scalability, stability, and ease of use. The funds will go towards operating costs for a new system once it replaces e-records. And in conclusion, in FY26, DOB will continue to deliver our services with intention, maintaining equitable and accessible practices to ensure that builders work responsibly and safely, and hold those out of compliance accountable to the full extent of the law. The agency will continue collaboration with our agency partners and non-governmental to bring as many vacant and blighted buildings as possible back to productive use across the city. Our efforts, combined with the coordinated engagement of our sister agencies to execute Mayor Bowser's vision, will help to further enhance DC's comeback. The proposed FY26 budget will allow us to continue to build on our recent accomplishments. Our agency is committed to providing excellent service to district residents, businesses, and visitors. With that being said, I trust that my testimony today effectively outlined DOB's vision for FY26 and what we are continuing to build towards. Chairman Mendelson, Chair Lewis George, and members of the council, Councilmember Felder, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. I won't start the clock yet. So we're going to have at least 2 rounds. First round will be 10 minutes. Second round will be 10 minutes, but I may go a little bit longer because I'm going to ask some real actual budget questions on the second round since this is a budget hearing. Don't know if there'll be a third start. Mr. Hanlon, you said additionally, our pop-up permits program continues to be a pivotal tool in our kit moving forward to activate vacant spaces. How many pop-up permits have you issued?
I'll get you an exact number. It's around 12 or 15, and I believe the number is we have continued applications, and we've had several that have turned into long-term leases, which is great.
No, I'm not to argue against it, but it's somewhere around 12 to 15.
Yeah.
You mentioned you have this fast track fit outs pilot. So I've heard of pop-up permits, I've heard of concept review. What is fast track fit out pilot?
It's when you have an office to office renovation, you've got an interior fit out where the work is relatively contained and frankly simple, and it doesn't require the degree of rigor or review because there's no structural work.
And this is new.
This is new. We launched it in March,
Okay.
and it will get a permit 30 days or less.
Okay. I probably shouldn't use my time on this, but I kind of choked. Shouldn't say that. We remain steadfast in our engagement with industry professionals to encourage sustainable building technologies to help meet the mayor's climate goals, which I think in this budget include exempting the district from net zero requirements, eliminating the green bank, diverting half of or 3/4 of the SETF money to the general fund rather than to environmental efficiency programs, and postponing or delaying the BEPS. I don't think you need to respond, but I just couldn't help but think of that when there was a reference to the mayor's climate goals.
Well, I will say that we.
Now, I'm trying to be nice to you, so I didn't formulate a question to you on that.
Okay. I did want to just say, though, that what we have seen in the industry is that it's continuing to advance, and we've seen developers actually deliver on new projects, new buildings, in excess of the climate goals, reaching ILFI certification, which is beyond LEED. So I think that the industry is actually moving in that direction, and it's different for conversions. The degree of energy performance on conversions is for building conversions is a much different thing to try to tackle.
Well, I'm glad that the private sector is moving faster than the government. Mr. Elkins testified asking for a point-by-point response to the recommendations he's made or that his group made. Are you willing to do that?
Well, I believe we have responded. He said that we have ghosted him, and to my recollection, we have not. I will go back and review the report that they provided, talk with my team. I believe we sent a response in to several of the points and indicated what we were advancing. Some of the recommendations fell outside of DOB's purview, and some were clearly within it. And so we reviewed it carefully and responded. I'll make sure that we did, in fact, provide a full response, and we'll just move forward.
Okay. And Mr. Maloff, there's a question coming. I forget how he characterized it as a yes something. How do you want to handle his recommendation?
Well, I've just seen them, and I'm going to have to take a look at them. And I mean, he's got the one that has come up several times has to do with neighbor notification, which we've responded to several times. The DOB does indeed sit on the Construction Codes Coordinating Board, but we do not we do not direct decision making on that board. We are a voice on that board, which includes technical advisory groups and various folks from around the industry. The characterization that the neighbor notification process was changed, in the dark of night, I don't believe is accurate. I believe that in the prior code cycle, the Construction Codes Coordinating Board delivered the recommendation to change the neighbor notification process. Shortly after my arrival in May of 23, after looking at this issue and actually hearing Mr. Maloff's testimony and reviewing it, I agreed that we needed to extend the period of time to allow for a proper review in the neighbor notification process. And so I'm certainly willing to continue to look at that. We're entering a new code cycle relatively soon, and that will be taken under consideration by the CCCB.
Well, Mr. Maloff has testified at a number of our hearings, and I'm sure he's going to testify at more of the hearings. So it would be good if you could look at his recommendations, and if you don't have a copy of his testimony, we can provide it to you.
I believe we have a
Okay.
copy now.
And maybe similar to Mr. Elkins, a point by point. I will say this, I think he keeps referring to DC Code Section 3307, which I think has to do with the party walls. And am I right? Has to do with party walls?
Yeah, actually, let me ask our chief building official
Well, I
to
don't
come
want to
up and
spend
join us.
too much time where I'm going with this question, which is a lot of the complaints that we get at these hearings about illegal construction involves damage to a budding property. And I'm guessing that that implicates most often that section 3307 and maybe heightened inspections
Well,
or scrutiny for those permits.
I think and I'd say that in years past, there were the requirements for inspections were less stringent than they are now. And following the collapse at 1111V, the Department of Buildings issued a bulletin reminding special third-party inspectors of their responsibility to confirm proper sequencing and other on-site activities, because they're the ones that are actually inspecting it. And we will continue to stay focused on, when you're digging and you're underpinning and you're doing anything with the foundation, it's an issue of great importance to me and our agency's focus.
So I think that's at the heart of Mr. Mellos' recommendations. His recommendations may go beyond that. But I think it would be helpful if you were to do a point-by-point response and also look at, or as part of that, heightened scrutiny of these kinds of permits.
We would be happy to review.
And along those lines, so there was a testimony from I apologize, I cannot pronounce her last name, Domlenskovic?
4022 Georgia Avenue.
Correct. Now, she makes some allegations, which I'm not going to bring up here in the hearing, about a particular inspector. But a building that physically sways in the wind due to having no lateral bracing, something any structural engineer or honest inspector would have flagged instantly, yet it was all approved, every step, every permit, every inspection. Well, surely they got permits, and surely they got a C of O. So how does this happen?
Well, one, I think this case is still in litigation, so I'm going to refrain from commenting too much. But I will say that at the time that this was built, which dates back several years, I believe that the special kind of third-party inspector program was not as rigorous, and they were permitted at that time to self-certify, which is, I believe, what happened. And that is no longer the case. It is no longer, you cannot self-certify your own design. So that risk on other projects has been mitigated by that change.
I think you were present when I indicated to a previous witness that we were looking to have a hearing in the fall on illegal construction. There was this testimony from the Sierra Club. Currently, Department of Buildings is unable to demonstrate that contractors are complying with District Building Code C and D reuse and recycling requirements, that you just don't collect that kind of information. So we require it, but then we don't confirm it.
Well, we require acknowledgement that they've done it. And if I'm hearing the testimony correctly, they want us to do a more exhaustive analysis to determine the degree to which the contractor complied, which would require additional people and additional time and I can't comment as to what kind of fiscal impact it would have. But right now, our practice is they submit a receipt, and if they've got hauling fees for construction materials, then we note it as having been complied with.
So they indicate whether they've complied in writing.
Yeah, and I may ask Nicole, our chief building official, if you think you need to expound on my response, please come up. Otherwise,
But don't use up all my time, which is evaporating, but because I go over a minute and then I'll be held accountable by my colleagues.
okay. So I'll confirm the actual, the mechanics of the process. But if they provide documentation that we do look at that indicates that they've, properly removed materials, then we note it as having been done.
Ms. Rogers?
At this time, that process is a simple verification check that the contractor provides to us. We do recognize that there is additional information that will be helpful to track and collect, in which that's something that we want to build within our verification process. But as of right now, we do rely heavily on the contractor providing us receipt for our compliance.
Well, could you ask for additional information from the contractor? Not to say that you would then monitor it, which could involve FTEs, but you're getting the information, so if somebody wanted to look at the receipts, they would see. Could you do that?
I think we can definitely look at how do we make it more stringent.
Two more questions. There was testimony about building-wide inspections and mold. There's currently not a way to request an inspection of a whole building when there are complaints from several tenants, that the way DOB responds is it will inspect apartment A and apartment B, but it won't do the whole building. Why not?
Well, I think that we are largely complaint-based, as you know, and when a tenant calls us, we respond to and we inspect that unit. Now, we are also in the process of doing more, I'd say, more rigorous analysis of the actors out there. And I'll pause and say, I believe most landlords, small, medium, and large, are acting in good faith and want to provide safe and habitable living environments. But there are those that are not. And we are using our data to look at what those folks are doing, and we're blitzing those properties. We've just concluded a major blitz on a landlord whose name I won't mention, but whose name you will recognize. And we have, I believe, Keith, gotten something close.
But that's not my question. I shouldn't interrupt you because it's actually a good story that you've looked
Well,
at.
I'm sorry, I thought it was your question, but we do whole building inspections when we believe it is warranted. But our resources if somebody calls about a building and it's a routine call, typically we're not going to go inspect every unit because of the exhaustive nature of that.
Okay, so the testimony, I approached DOB about coordinating around an inspection of coordinating an inspection of a very large property where dozens of tenants wanted an inspection, but the agency told us to just schedule individually. And so what I'm hearing you say is, well, maybe that would be true with a particular building, but it's not that it doesn't happen.
I think I need, because I'm not sure of the address here or this underlying specifics. Do you want to chime in? Are you aware of this one?
Thank you, Director. So, Chairman, there are a couple reasons why we don't hold out a full building inspection request to the public. One is in a situation where lots of individual tenants want an inspection. We usually need the information from each of those individual tenants. And the easiest way to do it is to get them to go through the individual request process. We can't get in if someone doesn't let us in. And that is a very easy way to do it. And the other side of it is that, we do have to husband our resources. We do have to, be the one who decides if we're going to put all of our resources towards a whole building inspection. So if we would put that out there, I suspect lots of folks would default towards requesting a whole building inspection, and we would very quickly find ourselves with more than we could chew in terms of that inspection process.
So now I'm way over my time. I'm going to have to give the same amount to my colleagues. There was testimony about funding the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act.
Pardon me again, sorry?
There was testimony about funding the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act. That's mold inspections.
Oh, okay.
If we find the money and put it in the budget, are you good?
Well, if they're asking to take the existing function from DOEE and placing it into DOB. I'm not sure that needs to happen. I think it's run pretty well by DOEE. They've got the technical expertise, the ability, sort of connections to the labs. They've got a whole team set up. And I'm not understanding why there would be a necessity to relocate it.
Given the time, to have a further discussion with you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and good afternoon, Director. It's good to see you and the team, and it's been a pleasure to work with you in this role as co-chair. I'll get straight to it. One thing I continue to hear from is just tenants continuing to live in unsafe, poorly maintained buildings, often managed by repeat offenders like Petra Development in Ward 4, for example. These are not isolated complaints, and these are patterns. And if DOB lacks the authority or tools to hold these actors accountable, I think we need to be clear about that and sort of try to work on some legislative solutions. At the same time, this budget cuts inspector positions while complaints remain high. And I don't think that doesn't add up. And I think we need a clear explanation of sort of how DOB plans to meet inspection demand with fewer staff and what it would take to respond faster, enforce more effectively, and protect residents. And so when I look at the budget book, the proposed budget reflects the elimination of 3 inspector positions from the rental housing inspection program and 2 from the construction inspections, despite ongoing need. How many inspector FTEs will DOB have in fiscal year 2026, and how does that compare to the number needed to effectively perform your inspection duties?
Well, I'd say, so first of all, that we have 82 inspectors that would be funded now in this budget and currently have 10 vacancies, which we're working to fill. So 72 on staff. And I can expound on how we're working to fill those. In terms of meeting demand, we continue to look for ways to become more efficient in the way we deploy our inspector resources. As the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement, we think what we need to do is apply more pressure and force to the folks out there that are clearly indicating that we need to pay more attention to their facilities because of the types and quantity of infractions. So we're using our resources that we have as efficiently as we can. And I suppose if we had more inspectors, we would be able to conduct more inspections. I don't have an exact figure for you of what the calculus would be, but right now I believe we're meeting our demand and we're continuing to move the needle. And I would say that as an aside, in this past year, we instituted a program called OR, which is Outreach, Abatement, and Resolution. And it's within Keith's team here with the Strategic Code Enforcement. And we have the greatest number of abatements ever in the history of the agency. We have about 8,400 additional abatements this year from direct engagement. Our goal ultimately is compliance and abatement. And if we can make that number tick up, we think we've elevated quality of life.
Gotcha. And I know you mentioned, so there's 72 currently inspectors on staff. I know there are 10 inspector vacancies across the inspection units, including 7 in construction, 1 in rental housing, and one each in rental housing, 30-party inspections, and then in illegal construction. I know you said there's a plan. Can you be more detailed for me? What's the plan to fill these vacancies? Are you impacted by this current hiring freeze that is in place in the supplemental? And how are service levels still being maintained in the interim?
So, I mean, our service levels are maintained with the people that we have on staff, and we're just continuing to, deploy the people as we have. We had some success in filling vacancies this past year. It is true that right now we're not
on a freeze.
We're on a freeze. However, we are outreach with UDC, with public schools. We're increasing that. We're talking with the ICC and their local representatives about partnering in a more effective way to attract folks. And we've got in-house prep sessions for inspectors. I've said before that we lowered the threat. We used to only hire people that came with certifications, and I changed that. It actually helped us attract more people. But we also have to get them certified, which means we have to have in-house programs to help get them trained. And I walk through the office, and I know people have their books out. We've made sure that folks have their books. So we think by continuing to engage with, again, DC Public Schools, with UDC, with industry partners, that we can see greater success in attracting folks.
Got it. Can you help me understand how inspectors are assigned throughout the city? For example, are inspectors assigned to specific wards to building familiarity with, to build that familiarity, with specific buildings? Is it sort of, I know you are complaint based, so is it as the complaints come in, they are assigned throughout? How are you sort of utilizing the inspectors we do have to be more effective and actually have the knowledge base as they go to different wards within the city?
That's a great question, and it's one that I think we continue to be looking at. How do we create a more effective system for how we deploy folks and how we make sure we have the right expertise on hand? You go to a site, you don't know what you're going to find.
Right.
And so sometimes you've got a very senior inspector and they know what they're looking at. Sometimes I've been out on inspections with people. We've got, so we will generally partner junior inspectors with more senior inspectors to get them booted up over time. In terms of deploying them, we right now, every day, the schedule is set per inspector. There's some geographical logic to it that examines the kind of the proximity or the location of different properties and tries to provide the most logical and time-effective deployment for them for that day. We have systems in place in our capital improvement program where we'll have a GIS system in place in a couple of years that will actually enhance that even further. So it's a process that I'm pretty mindful of. I might ask Keith if he wants to expound on anything I may have said.
Thank you, Director. So it is an interesting system. It basically tries to give each inspector an efficient path starting their day at the building and then sort of traveling out into the city. And, it knows all of the inspections it needs to schedule for the day at the start of the day. So it kind of maps it out for everybody. But they are not assigned to specific territories or wards.
Got it. One thing I wanted to ask is the budget includes about $515,000 for nuisance abatement and inspector training, while also cutting inspector positions. How does DOB plan to deploy those funds to improve outcomes for residents? And can you demonstrate how this investment will compensate for the loss of staff?
So just break it down. The $15,000 of that is for training and the $500,000 is for nuisance abatement.
Okay.
And that's we use those dollars. Generally, if we're using a contractor, we're using them for work that we would not typically be able to perform quite as well. So the types of abatements where we're more likely to directly engage are things that are of a more cosmetic nature, although it may go beyond that. We have had in the past, since I've taken this role, we've had a couple of instances where we had extremely hazardous on-site conditions that we had to go abate. A wall that may fall down, or I won't expound, but we've had to go out there and hire a contractor to correct things. Because we don't have endless resources there, we have to be very judicious about how we do that. But that's how the money is used.
Got it. Once a violation is cited, what enforcement tools does DOB have to ensure compliance? And while answering this, I want to know what tools you have to ensure compliance. And I also am asking you in the inverse, sort of what enforcement tools are not currently at your disposal that would better lead to penalties for bad actors?
Well, it's the first question with regard to, sort of what's the process. I'll touch on that. you know, as an enforcement authority, I have found that one of the best tools is to actually communicate and talk directly. So I mentioned earlier, or the outreach, abatement, and resolution, which has produced more abated violations than it's enabled us to hit the highest number we've ever hit. I think direct engagement is an incredibly effective tool. Now, I said earlier, I believe most landlords are generally acting in good faith, but there are some that are not. And so when they are non-responsive, it depends on the type of infraction. We may go out and abate it ourselves, but because we don't have endless resources, generally we're pushing that through the adjudication pipeline. So some additional tools which would have fiscal impact would be increasing our ability to do abatements directly.
Okay.
That would require building out systems that we don't yet fully have. But I think that the direct engagement for me has been the most effective tool. And then on the other side of the spectrum, which I was alluding to earlier, where we've got landlords that are, the term bad actor gets thrown around a lot, but there are some that are bad actors, and we are in the midst of blitzing these folks.
Got it.
And so I think that the volume and velocity of our attention on them at one time will add more pressure.
Got it. I'm going to take a pause and come back for my second round because I need to go do a round before Councilor Parker closes up downstairs. So save my time. I'll be back. Thank you.
No guarantees around here. Councilmember Felder.
I'm right behind you. Director, it's good to see you, and members of your leadership team. I'll jump right in with my questions. As you know, Ward 7 has the most vacant and blighted properties across all wards with 702. This is the most, a quarter of all vacant and blighted properties across the entire district. Currently, the Department of Buildings is cutting 8 FTEs in the inspection division in FY 2026. With these reductions in inspection staff, do you have enough funding and staff to effectively inspect vacant and blighted properties?
We have enough funding to keep inspecting it at our current rate.
Okay. How will this affect the timeline for vacant and blighted property inspections, particularly in Ward 7?
I actually don't think it will affect the timeline because we'll continue to inspect at our current rate. Certainly the timeline for converting a property into productive use is independent of our inspection.
Could you speak to how will inspection staff be divided across each ward?
Well, I would say, first of all, I believe we can get data that shows where inspections occur, but we don't deploy inspectors by ward. We deploy them by need. And if we receive a complaint from any ward, we go out and inspect. If there are reasons for us to do what we might call a proactive type inspection, it's not based on where the building is, but its condition. And frankly, the degree of responsiveness or responsibility that the landlord has shown. So if they're not responsive or irresponsible, whether it's Ward 3 or 1 or 7 or 8, we're out there looking at it.
Thank you, Director. Given the $615 million decrease in the rental housing inspection program, what steps is DOB taking to ensure that rental housing inspections in Ward 7 are adequately funded and staffed?
Oh, the 600. Keith, are you able to respond to this? I don't have a specific response just yet.
Thank you, Director, but I think your previous response kind of addressed this. We do not believe that these cuts are going to adversely impact the inspection capacity of the agency in Ward 7 or elsewhere.
Just a follow-up, the housing rehabilitation program is expanding by a proposed $473,000. How many properties in Ward 7 are slated for repairs and or improvements in FY 2026? And I'll repeat my question because it seemed like I don't know if you properly heard me.
I heard the question,
Okay.
Councilmember, and I'll take this one. We don't schedule that far in advance. So yeah, we don't know for sure, but we do keep track of that after it happens. So if you're ever curious about what we've done in Ward 7, you can reach out.
Just clarity. So if in FY 2026, $470 million are allocated to expand the housing rehabilitation services, you don't schedule in advance how many ward repairs you guys or improvements you guys are going to make?
That's correct. So this is part of the abatement, the nuisance property abatement that Director Hanlon was testifying about. This is some of the folks that support that project. And so normally the way those present is some sort of property that's in imminent danger of collapse or needs some sort of special attention right now. And then the other big way that presents is grass and overgrowth and smaller things that, again, present sort of as they occur and we abate as they occur.
Thank you. Could you speak to the percentage of construction and permitting violations in Ward 7 that are currently unsolved? And will the $1.9 million reduction in permitting services impact your backlog?
I think we'd have to dig into the data to see which Ward 7 issues are unresolved. I want to address the reduction in permitting services is probably have to provide some narrative beyond today to fully answer that. But some of that was the realignment of positions in the agency. So it looks like a reduction, but it's not. We just moved a number of folks into roles that are more aligned with what they actually do. But they're doing customer interface and they're still supporting permitting. It's not depleting permitting's ability, but it's an essential part of it. It's just that we align them with their roles.
Director, could you speak to how in this budget cycle DOB plans to support small developers and homeowners in Ward 7 who often face challenges navigating the permitting system?
Well, what we would do is we would continue to do the type of outreach that we've been doing. Nicole, our chief building official, and I have met with residents. Her team and our account managers have met with residents from around the city, and including, of course, Ward 7. The concept review program that we've spearheaded, working with small business owners, with developers, is designed to enable people to come in early and work with us to prevent kind of downstream problems, which are often the reason for delays when you have problems. So we're going to continue to do that. We'd be happy to come out to Ward 7 with you and to meet with constituents and talk about our programs. And I guess I'd leave it at that. I'd say we are also looking at, we have a homeowners resource center, and we're looking at developing something that's more targeted towards businesses, small and large.
Copy. Okay. Well, that concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So let me see. The Schedule A for FY26 shows 56 vacancies, 4 of which are housing code inspector positions, 10 of which are building code inspector positions. What steps are you taking to get these positions filled?
Well, the steps include the types of outreach that I've alluded to, working with DC Public Schools, with UDC, with ICC and other industry partners. We are in developing and enhancing better in-house training programs for our inspectors, encouraging them to get certified. And as I've mentioned before, finding inspectors is actually an industry-wide challenge. I want to say, as an aside, that, I believe there are a number of recently laid off federal employees, some of whom may have the technical expertise. We would encourage them to come talk to us, especially if they are district residents. And we'd love to have a chat with them about coming on board and continuing their career in public service.
I'm looking back and forth because I have a table here. It says FY 2026 budget. I think this table may have come from you, and it shows inspectors 10 vacant, managers 1 vacant, for a total of 11. The question I just asked you was based on Schedule A, which says that there are 14 vacant positions. Housing 4 housing code and 10 building code. Why the discrepancy?
Well, I have to check, but I believe the table that I've got in front of me is consistent with the mayor's 2026 budget. So I'm not sure of why there's a discrepancy.
It is consistent with the mayor's 26 budget. So then the mayor's 26 budget has 11 vacancies?
Well, we have 11 vacancies, one of which is a manager, and 10 that are inspectors.
Correct.
See, and can you jump in here?
You're looking excited about the question.
Good afternoon, Chairman. So which program specifically are you trying to find?
Please, we're talking about inspectors. So there's a table that the director has. I think it's the same as the one I have. It says FY26 budget, 10 vacant inspectors, 1 vacant manager, for a total of 11 vacant.
Yes.
And this reflects the mayor's budget. So the mayor's budget is budgeting. I mean, I don't have a problem with budgeting vacant positions because we want the inspectors hired. But so the mayor's budget is budgeting for 91 positions, of which 11 are vacant.
Correct. Yes.
And that would be, but the Schedule A, which I asked about, is your current situation in which there are 14 vacancies.
I believe so, right?
So you're eliminating.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up. I have here 5 vacant.
I think what might be helpful is, and I was saying this to Councilmember Lewis George, because there's been some other movement that aren't actual eliminations, but just realignments. What might be helpful is if we provide a more detailed overview and a get back to you.
That would be great.
That has sort of crosswalks where folks went.
But yeah, that would do that, please. But looking at this table for 26, under rental housing, you have 37 filled, 1 vacant, for a total of 38. And then a note, 3 inspectors have been cut in the proposed budget. So that would be 2 of the filled positions, or they're just being moved?
I'd have to double check, but I believe that the positions, the table reflects the positions after the cut.
So that note of 3 inspectors have been cut.
It would have been 45 instead of 42. Is that correct on you? Yes.
That's correct.
According to your budget chapter, the proposed budget includes $3.2 million decrease in non-personal services. Of the $3.2 million, what amount is attributable to reductions in merchant credit card processing fees?
The district is moving to JP Morgan Chase as a whole, and I believe the budget amount attributable to that is $475,000.
So then what else is being cut?
Their contractual services for IT.
Okay, won't that cripple you?
No, it will decelerate the pace of our improvement, but it will not cripple us, combined with the capital dollars we have for system upgrades, for a variety of system upgrades. We're continuing to advance improvement. So we're going to just keep moving.
I think you said that as one of your themes. So you will continue with improvement, but it will not be as fast.
I would say the updates and fixes and things like that come up every so often, we may be less responsive to getting those things addressed, but we'll continue to stay on top of them.
So my next question is, what, if any, impact will the reductions in contractual services for IT have on Department of Buildings? And the answer is slower.
I'd say it will slow our pace of improvements.
Okay. The budget has a reduction of $70,000 for supplies and materials. Now, interestingly, in 2023, you spent $477,000. And in 2024, you spent $124,000. I mean, that's a difference of $350,000. For the current year, $212,000 is budgeted. For next year, $142,000. That's a reduction of $70,000. $70,000 off of 212 leaves you with $20,000 more than you actually spent in 2024. I hope that didn't confuse you. What is going on? So I want to know what's being cut, and I also want to know why 142,000 is adequate when 477,000 is what you needed 3 years ago.
I'm going to ask Mr. Enyu to respond.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the expenditure for FY23 was higher because there was a split of DCRA.
There was a what?
Because of the split of the DCRA into Department of Buildings and Department of Licensing, there were more printing needed, more supplies needed for the communication. So there were more uniforms to be purchased. So that's why there was higher budget in FY23.
Okay, so what's being cut for the $70,000 reduction?
I think what Enyu is saying is that when the split occurred, there were expenditures to, I guess, for branding and other sorts of things for uniforms. And I suppose we're slowing the pace of buying jackets and gear and things like that. Is there anything else to add to that?
Office supplies too.
Yeah, office supplies. So we're.
Well, how much are you on pace to spend this year? And I don't want you to answer.
I don't have that in my head. But Enyu does.
So far this year, we have spent 124,000.
So you're on track to spend more than 142,000 this year.
It will probably be a little slow because of the freeze, but yes.
So, Mr. Hanlon, you can live with this?
I have to look into what the fund balance is in this line item, and I'll respond more fully when I've got a better.
Well, there shouldn't be a fund balance. This is general fund. This is lapsing at the end of every year.
Well, I'm probably using the wrong term, but
sure.
I have to look at it and I'll get back.
So what I'm hearing, if you've spent $124,000 to date, And we are,
What I don't know yet is if this is an even expenditure across each quarter or if it's lumpy. And it may be that we've spent more money
well,
earlier in
is
the
it
year.
lumpy or is it even?
I have to look at it. I'm sorry, I don't.
I know, but I'm asking Mr. Enyu.
Yeah, normally they will purchase supplies upfront so that for the whole year. But if they need more, they can order more. But yes, director is correct that usually orders they happen in the first 2 quarters. Yes.
You don't have a year-end projection.
Again, so the balance is 76,000. There is 124,000 already spent. So 76,000.
I believe we'll stick to our budget. I mean,
I totally get that because you're good and you, in fact, last year were within your budget as opposed to overspending. But that doesn't mean that there aren't some cuts. So what is the year-end projection?
The year-end production will be, if we spend the whole amount, it will be 200,000. 200,000.
200,000.
Yes, including the 124,000 already spent.
So that's. While I'm looking at this, contractual services other is being reduced by 274,000. Is that all IT?
Contractual services?
Contractual services, these are all DIFS numbers and I don't recognize them. 713100C.
So there was a one-time enhancement for that. That is being removed.
What was the enhancement?
That's for the Migratory Birds Enforcement Act, for the Migratory
the Migratory Bird Enforcement Act. We had an enhancement last year to operationalize.
Yeah.
So I believe that's what he's referring to.
And this is not a big number, but rentals, equipment and other is being reduced by 15,000. What are you not renting? Or what were you renting?
I mean, it's equipment for abatement, things like that. Anything else?
There are scanners and copiers also.
What was that?
Oh, scanners and copier services.
So not abatement.
It would include abatement, equipment rental, and scanners and copiers and things like that.
This is a budget hearing. That's why I'm asking.
Of course.
Want to know what you're renting. Could be saying tractors. In the proposed budget, it's proposed you're going to get $15 million from special or for special purpose revenue funds. And that's actually going down by 1.1 million. What is that?
And you?
So there are 7 FTs being cut from that fund.
There's what?
7 FTs.
Yeah, but no, I'm asking the revenue source.
So there are 3 funds. One is the nuisance abatement fund, green building fund, and the expedited building permit program fund.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand, but I'm asking the revenue sources, not the funds.
So the revenue sources for nuisance abatement fund, we do have a.
Is that fines? I think the fines go to
No,
the
it
general.
includes special assessment and
Okay,
for the
what else?
green building and expedited building permit fund, it is from permits. The nuisance abatement fund, it has what is called rental accommodation registration fee. That's collected along with licenses. That's
What registration fee?
rental accommodation.
Okay.
Proactive inspections, special assessment fee, and also vacant property registration fee.
I didn't hear the last one.
Vacant property registration fee.
Vacant property.
Yes.
Registration. Why is it going down by 1.1 million?
The reduction is mostly for permits. That was done along with ORA, the Office of Revenue Analysis. So based on trends, the revenue is trending a little lower, especially for permits.
I'm having a hard time understanding. I apologize. Can you say that again?
So the analysis was done along with Office of Revenue Analysis. So based on trends for permits, the expedited permit fund wasn't generating as much. There's a little downturn there, so that's why.
What I'm hearing you say is a reduction in permit revenue.
Yes.
Yeah. It's specifically accelerated plan review.
Fewer applications, or you've reduced the fee?
Fewer applications.
I'll go to Councilmember Lewis George, and I'll have some more questions.
Coming back to, I want to sort of talk about is DOB currently able to track enforcement and permitting activity by beneficial owner, basically to prevent landlords or developers from avoiding accountability through creating new LLCs?
Yeah, I'm going to ask probably Keith to jump in to expound, but yes, we work with DLCP and to use the data that they have to help determine beneficial ownership. We continue to kind of sharpen our tools internally so that we can stay in front of and on top of these things. There are folks that work pretty hard to stay hidden, and so it's an ongoing process. Do you want to expound, Keith?
Thank you, Director. So yes, we have access to what is the best information available in Corp Online. That information is not necessarily comprehensive, and it is not necessarily reliable in some cases.
Got it. How is, and I know the chairman asked about this, but I just want to, how is the continued modernization of DOB's IT systems improving sort of inspection and enforcement workflows, including real-time data access, violation tracking, and coordination across divisions? I guess with that remaining 3.9 million in approved funding through fiscal year 2027, assuming that's still there, what specific improvements will be delivered, and how will those changes be felt by tenants, inspectors, and the public?
Would you like me to go through the whole list of, there's a program of improvements that I can speak to, and there are, and each of them plays some role in addressing the things that you're talking about. So there's no one, a technical upgrade that will suddenly kick that into place. They're all interrelated. So we continue to stay on track with the capital dollars we received. And in this past year, we launched Project Docs and Acela, a new cloud-based version of Acela. We were on an older version of Acela. That's the primary platform that we internally use and externally customers use to interface with DOB. We were on a very unstable, older version. We're now on the newest version, Project Docs. was launched a couple months ago, and that enables faster upload and download of documents. We're continuing to refine it and to make sure that its communications are effective. Last year, we actually swapped out. This is I referenced earlier, $700,000 savings. Bless you.
Thank you.
We had a scheduling software for permitting, rather for inspections, that was called Dispatch, and it just wasn't functioning well. So I scrapped it, and we went out and got a proven off-the-shelf system. It's proven to be far more effective. So I've received very few complaints from customers about it, and it's enabled us to keep our inspectors pretty well deployed in an efficient way. So we actually replaced the system and created a savings there. The balance of the improvements, and I'm just going to go down this list and talk about kind of fiscal year expenditure. So this year, we're going to be $900,000 invested into public e-record system, which is going to be a far more kind of user-friendly environment for accessing key records and data, both internally and externally. And then in 26 and 27, we'll wind down that expenditure for a total of 1.3 for that particular e-records improvement. CRM, which is our customer relationship management platform. Right now, we've got a system called KRM. It has some deficiencies that came along with it, and we're looking to replace it with something that's more friendly with our operating environment. So we've got some bridge money to get us there, and then starting in FY26, we'll start with a procurement, and we'll bring on a new system. That'll be about $900,000, and then following year, we'll fine tune it for a total of about $1 million. A transparency application that will equal $800,000 across the next 3 fiscal years. And that transparency application would, it will replace Scout, which is a system you're probably familiar with an application that leverages new data infrastructure and capabilities. The business process reengineering, which is really it's an equal expenditure every year, where we continue to look at using the data analytical tools to see where can we actually improve systems and get better and more efficient. So we're spending equally about $250,000 a year across the next 3 fiscal years. We are already underway with looking at some AI or artificial intelligence platforms, but we've got a program in particular that will again also spend. Right now, we project about $250,000 a year across the next 3 fiscal years. Citywide digital twin. This is an emerging technology that enables literally of building a virtual environment of a building, or in this case, a city. And the more robust it gets with data, the more able we are to stay on top of existing conditions and underlying kind of building issues. The digital twin, right now, in this coming year, there's no money allotted, but then the 2 following fiscal years, we'll have about $750,000 allotted for that. And then, as I alluded to earlier, an expenditure for Embrace GIS, which will enhance our mapping capabilities citywide. If you look at our dashboard, dob.dc.gov, you can see the maps that we currently use. But this will enable both kind of better mapping and, frankly, I think tie into how we schedule and deploy our inspectors. And that will be, we're spending about $350,000 this year, and then $100,000 in the 2 subsequent years. So that's our program. There's a lot there. I'd be happy to provide a narrative of that, so you've got it in front of you.
Got it. Well, I mean, I think you all have been making really good strides, and I hope that I think we were talking about this the other day, that the rest of the district government agencies would sort of take this approach to using IT to improve systems across the board. And it sounds like you're doing your fidelity with the funding that you have been given in that regard. I wanted to ask about, can DOB, with the data collection you do, can DOB provide data on sort of average inspection response times disaggregated by ward?
I have to look into that. I believe we can. but I have to double check with our data team.
Okay.
We can certainly provide the inspections per ward, and we'd probably have to dig a little deeper to see how long between a call coming in and an actual inspection occurring. But we'll check. And
Okay.
Keith, do you want to expound, or should we just check with our data team?
Nothing to really expound, Director. We can look at what we get on that
Yeah.
and get back.
Please let me ask you, what equity metrics or internal guidance does DOB use when prioritizing inspections and enforcement activity? I guess, are neighborhoods with chronic landlord neglect receiving proportionate attention is what I'm getting at.
Well, I think, one, I've alluded to the two practices that we undertake. One is our, in general, kind of complaint-based posture. When we receive a complaint, we go out and inspect, and it doesn't matter where the building is, we just do it. With regard to the most egregious properties that are in the district, those are sprinkled throughout the city, and we pay attention to them based on the quantity and type of violations that they have. So I would say that in terms of equity, we want to make sure everyone has safe and habitable environments, and we make no distinction necessarily about where they are, but rather the condition that the building is in.
Yeah. I wanted to touch on 4022 Georgia Avenue. I know the chairman mentioned it. You actually came to that property. I don't know if you recall, but one of the first meetings we've had
I was there, yes.
Was going to that property with me is what I asked of you, and you did do that. I know that particular property is in litigation, and so I won't go into that. What I want to ask in relation to that property is sort of what is DOB doing? I understand that in the past we did sort of there was a self-attestation.
Right.
There is a part of that I feel also is sort of ensuring that people who are doing this work are not, I don't know a better way to this, enthralled in corruption in any way. So I guess what I'm asking is, what is DOB doing to ensure for the work that is being done, the approvals that are being made are being done in fidelity without any inkling of corruption happening as a result?
Well, I mean, I would say that
Making sure those people who continue to make bad recommendations or say something like that building in no way was, the way it was built without, I've learned new terms that I'm not supposed to even learn, but built without the structures within it.
the proper lateral process.
Lateral structures. There's no way someone in good fidelity would do something of that nature. So I guess I'm asking what is it that can be done to ensure that a person who does that is no longer doing that work within DC and with the agency?
Well, it's a multi-pronged problem, and it requires a multi-pronged approach, I believe. And I want to say that I'm not sure where it is, but there was a proposed general contractor bill that we've supported that is intended to elevate the qualifications of what it takes to be a builder in the city. And I think we have to continue to think about that. I think we have to think about, that was not I don't know who the general contractor was on this building. It preceded me. But we want to make sure that licensed, legitimate contractors
Correct.
are actually doing the work. We want to make sure that that there's no cheating with regard to engineering or architectural licenses.
Correct.
So we work with DLCP to improve our systems there. And I would say it is going to be, for us, an ongoing effort to continue to ferret out the bad actors that need more attention. They need more of our enforcement authority. When somebody makes an allegation about potential corruption, I would invite them to provide us with whatever evidence they have. I can't speak to the specifics of that case, But I do know that I hear those things, not a lot, but with, some frequency. And whenever I ask for evidence, I have not been given any. And so I don't believe our inspectors are out there on the take and that they're colluding with developers. And I think in that case, and I have to say, my heart goes out to the residents in that building. It does. They have been subjected to a pretty harrowing experience and horrifying experience.
Yeah.
The thing that led to that, the primary thing that led to that was at that time, as I've said, the special inspector was allowed to be the engineer of record. And so there was a self-certification that happened. I don't know if they did it intentionally. I don't know, but I do know that that's a factor that I believe we have corrected.
And do you all, so I guess some things I want to hear is sort of, are you all doing internal ethics training? Or is there ethic training requirements? Meaning, I mean, we ourselves here at the council have to take ethics training. We have ethics checks. Are you guys doing that type of work, given the, I guess, nature of what is being alleged from community to be happening versus what is actually happening?
It's a great question, and I want to make sure that I'm clear that I take it very seriously. That if somebody makes an allegation, I do not want to convey a sense of being flippant about it. If there is an allegation, we are going to look into it. As far as training goes, all district employees are subject to training across an array of things, which includes ethics. We can certainly talk about how to amplify some of that messaging with our team. I do believe that the kind of quote unquote customer service skills that inspectors need is a skill that we can never, I think, overtrain on.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate that answer, and I think it's an area that we should continue to do the work on, both for community, for the community to feel that they can trust. You were not there for this, and your team was not sort of there for this, but the legacy's there, and you have to course correct that.
And we embrace that, absolutely.
I just want to ask about a few Ward 4 properties before I had 4022 Georgia Avenue, obviously one. 705 Longfellow was a porch collapse, and it was referred to BCIB. I think there was about $4,627 spent on abatement.
As I understand it, I may ask Keith to expound. The owner is in the process of pulling a permit for this property. And we're waiting for an owner response to the permit application. I don't know whether I need to ask for Nicole or Keith to expound, if there's anything more to say there.
Is the amount of abatement spent correct?
I'd have to double check, council member.
Well, I won't go through each of them. I just will say I would like an update on 705 Longfellow Street, which is the porch collapse, and then 513 Kennedy Street, which was designated Class 3 vacant. It's boarded with expired permits. 523 Kennedy Street, Northwest, again, boarded front, rear accessible, and designated vacant and blighted.
It's blighted, yep.
And 1227 Rock Creek Ford Road Northwest, which is a porch failure. I think you all spent about $3,550 was spent on barricade work. What I do want to ask is sort of, are you all recouping your funds that are being expended on abatement? And if so, what does that recouping look like? What does it look like right now?
On these properties, it may be helpful if we just provide a narrative of each one to confirm the expenditure and the status of vacancy, blighted, or permits, or things like that.
Got it. But the greater question is, though, I know you all are abating these properties. There comes at a cost. You also are doing the amount of fees or fines that need to happen. I guess my question is, are we actually following through? Because there are people who are, and I actually just got an email yesterday about someone who said this, that you are fines are going out, but people are never paying fines.
Well, I think it's difficult to answer that question in a broad sense. I mean, when we engage, we find that there is a higher likelihood of the fines being paid. But if we have to, if the owner doesn't respond, it's going to go through the adjudication process. And that, of course, is for some agonizingly slow. It goes to OAH and they've got a backlog and it takes a while. Do you want to expound?
So do you all know, okay, because I did get an email and I'm looking for it, but I guess what people are complaining about is that people will get fines but never pay fine or never actually paying the fines.
I'm not sure that's entirely true, but Keith, go ahead and expound.
Thank you, Director. So the return on fines and the return on special assessments are different. The return on special assessments is around 40 to 50%, which is better than the return on fines, which is generally more like 10 to 12%.
That's what I was
We
saying.
have versions of this in our enforcement report, which I recommend everyone to read. And we are happy to get back to you on sort of the specific financial return history of these particular properties. Obviously, the property by property things are going to vary, but the figures I quoted you are sort of the broad picture of the money that we get back.
Got it. And I guess my question is, and sorry, Chairman, to me, that 10 to 12% is a low return. And I think we're leaving a ton of money. We're spending a ton of money and we're leaving a ton of money on the table. And that also takes the teeth out of your enforcement, essentially. So I'm not afraid. You might find me, I'm never going to pay it. So thanks for putting that paper on thanks for giving me the ticket, but I'm not going to pay. It's like the Maryland and Virginia drivers who don't pay DC speeding tickets, right? We've taken the teeth out of your enforcement that is there. And so I would like to see that percentage, that 10 to 12% return, that percentage needs to go up significantly. You may say that's OAH.
Well, we'd be happy to engage to talk about ways to do that.
Okay.
And I'd welcome that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I thought that when you do abatement that you put a lien on the property.
We do when we abate. If we've given the owner proper notification, they don't respond, we will abate, and then that becomes a lien.
And so we should get 100% of that, although we don't get it right away.
It's the return rate is, I'm going to say 40 to 50%.
How's that possible? If you put a lien on my property, when I sell the property, you're going to get the money.
Well, I suppose sometimes properties they're not selling. So Keith?
That's correct, Director. So we would not get the money until the property conveys. And of course, the property might convey for less than all of the debts on it. But yeah, in theory, we would get all of it back, but we've run the numbers and the actual amount at this time is about 40 to 50%. Whether we would get all of it back eventually, if every property in the district turned over, I don't know.
Well, if I don't sell my property for 10 years, you're not going to get the lien. That doesn't mean you're not going to get the lien. I heard what you said, if the property sells for less. On the other hand, I know taxes come before anything else, but doesn't the government lien come pretty high?
It is a relatively high priority, yes, Chairman.
So if you collected higher in the fines, like 20% instead of 10%, that'd be more money for your budget, wouldn't it?
It would be more money for everyone.
Just saying it might help us with our budget problems. I want to ask you with regard to the capital budget, I would like if you could provide, following the hearing, a breakdown of your capital budget, itemized by projects. You don't have that many projects in the capital budget.
No, it would just be a more detailed breakdown of what
I'm going to get complicated here. So I'd like to know the itemization for projects for FY25 as we approved it a year ago.
Okay.
Not the revised budget. And I'd like to know the itemization of the capital projects in the FY26 budget.
Okay.
as we adopted it last year and as it is now proposed by the mayor.
Okay.
And then I would like to know the itemization of projects for FY27 as the mayor is proposing now.
Understood.
So I can see the change from 26 as proposed to 25 as we approved last year. And I can see the change from 26 as proposed from 26 as we adopted it last year. And I can see what is for the following year, 27.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to come back to inspectors for a minute. In fact, this is going to be very detailed and obnoxious, but this is a budget hearing. So the table 4 says that in agency financial operations, you're increasing FTEs. You've gotten by with 1 FTE in agency budgeting and financial management services, and now you need 2. 1 FTE is not a whole lot. However, you're cutting inspectors, so why can't I just move that 1 FTE to inspectors?
So, can you walk through the chairman on these questions?
Yes, Director.
Microphone.
So for agency physical operations, there is one more FTE.
I know.
It is not a new one, but so the FTE was in previous years budgeted under Department of Licensing during the split, but the employee has been supporting DOB, so we are just trying to reflect it where it belongs. So
I did not understand that. The split happened in 23.
yes.
In 23, you had 1 FTE, 24, you had 1 FTE, in 25, you have 1 FTE. But for next year, you need 2. I don't get how that relates to the split.
So there was always 3 FTEs for that division. Just 1 was under Department of Licensing. The plan was Department of Licensing would get, Department of Building would get a new FTE via some MOU with other agencies, because there are other agencies also involved, but plans changed. So again, Department of Licensing will still be paying for the.
So is Department of Licensing giving Department of Building some money in this budget?
No, only the FTE is being moved. So
Yeah, well, that doesn't carry with me. So I think I'm going to need more explanation why that would be necessary. I realize it's only 1 FTE, but as I've said, you're reducing inspectors by 8, according to this table. There's an addition of 1 FTE for contracting and procurement. Why is that necessary?
that is also moved from another program. Still, it is just part of realignment, putting the FTE where it belongs. So it didn't.
Well, okay, but that's within the agency management program where you're increasing the FTEs by 11?
As Director mentioned earlier, there were like 8 customer service representatives that were budgeted in permits in previous years, but then it was decided maybe because their function is customer service, even if they specifically support permits, so it is a realignment. So there are 8 FTEs that were moved from permits.
So you're saying the 14 that were cut from permitting services are just being aligned with agency management?
I think the answer there is that, and I don't have the exact number in my head, but a percentage of them are going to continue to do what they had been doing, which is supporting permit services. We just put them into customer service, which is essentially what they do, but there's no depletion of capability in permitting. They're going to continue to do what they do.
I'm not following that. So let me see, the increase is not in, no, there is 1 additional FTE in customer experience, but I don't get how somebody who is doing permit processing It was actually doing contracting and procurement. And I also don't get why you're increasing, this is where I get in trouble, legal services by 2 FTEs, more lawyers?
Yeah.
And property asset and logistics management, that was a permit, somebody who was under permit processing?
No, only 5 customer service. 8 customer service representatives were moved from permits.
So where'd the other 9 go?
So there are three cuts from permits. So out of the 14 reduction in permits, 8 were moved to customer service, 3 were cut, 1 was moved to property management, another one was moved to IT, and another one was moved to performance management.
You're gonna have to repeat that, but I don't see where customer service is here.
So 8 were moved from permit processing to customer service.
Where's customer service? I see agency financial operations, agency management program, permitting services.
So under agency
inspection-
management program, sorry.
Under where?
Under agency management program. So the third line within agency management program.
Okay, the customer experience is going up by 1, not by 5 and not by 8.
So there are also ins and outs there.
They're
So
what?
It received 8 FTs from permit processing, but there were 5 vacant positions that were cut from that line also. So there are some additions and subtractions. So that the net is 1, but it did receive 8 positions, 8 FTs from permit processing.
Okay, you're being completely confusing. Help me, Director.
Well, I think given the granularity of what we're discussing, it would be helpful to provide a crosswalk response that is written and enables us to address the specificity of your questions.
Okay, I'll take you up on that. You'll provide a crosswalk. I mean, I'll just put it this way. If the agency's gotten by with 1 agency budgeting and financial management FTE, then, and meanwhile is cutting 8 inspector positions, why wouldn't I just simply appropriate you at the same level this coming year and increase inspectors by 1? So we talked earlier about the reduction in inspectors. You think you can live with it. There you have more vacancies than you have positions filled. I totally get that. But I seem to recall from a couple of years ago the testimony that when we look at other cities like Baltimore, the number of inspectors they have for housing code and for construction is somewhere like 180. That's kind of what I remember. And so our budgeting you at 91 or even at 100, I recognize you're having challenges with hiring, but our budgeting you at 100 is still woefully short of what other cities have. So I'm interested in more inspectors, not in more agency management program or agency financial operations. So think of that when you develop the crosswalk.
Sure.
The the nuisance abatement is an increase over what the budget currently has, I think. It's a $500,000 increase. That's my understanding. Am I wrong?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, but the way the budget book reads, it's for, quote, the nuisance abatement contract, singular. Is there one contract?
No, there's multiple contracts.
The Budget Support Act contains a subtitle that would require owners of vacant commercial lots to register lots with the Department of Buildings and subject these lots to a tax rate of $10 per $100 assessed value. Was the Department of Buildings involved in drafting that?
I do not know. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think we had some exchange, so.
Do you know who was the lead behind it?
Well, I think we have had conversations with DEMPED and with the mayor's office about how to more effectively compel owners of vacant lots, which is, I think, the origin of this. And we've got some owners of vacant lots that are irresponsible and unresponsive and letting their lots just sit there and become kind of trash heaps.
Sure. But you know, we're working on the Vacant to Vibrant bill. We're hoping that markup will be next week. And there's been a working group on that for maybe 2 years. I think Department of Buildings has been part of the working group, other representatives from the executive branch. And this has never been raised with the working group, as I understand it, until this Budget Support Act. Do you know how many lots would be subject to the registration requirement?
It's a little less than 10% of the total count. So the total count's like 3,200. I think it's just over 300 lots that are vacant. And I think a much smaller percentage of those that are commercial lots. I think most of them are residential.
So this applies only to commercial lots.
I have to confirm that. I believe it applies to all vacant lots. And that it would give commercial lot owners the ability to determine or demonstrate economic hardship.
I thought I still had my briefing. Give me a second.
Oh, is it? Oh, vacant commercial. Yeah.
So my understanding is that the way it's drafted is that it applies to all vacant lots, but it excludes or exempts any lots in a residential zone. I
And I
find
have
that a
to,
little odd and weird. I don't even understand what the policy thinking is behind this. Well, why are we taxing a vacant lot at blighted rate as opposed to at a vacant property rate? Is the vacant lot blighted?
well, I have to say have seen vacant lots that I would, that you might use the term blighted to describe them.
Well,
They're
sure, but I've seen vacant lots that you might use the term are not blighted.
correct. And I think that's where
Okay.
discretion and judgment may come into play.
Well,
right?
but I don't think there's discretion or judgment here. I think it says that all of these vacant lots will be taxed as if they're blighted.
Well, I think I have to reread what you're referring to see. I believe it may only refer to vacant commercial lots. I have to confirm that. And it also provides owners of vacant lots an opportunity based on current market conditions and things like that to qualify for an exemption if in fact they're in an environment where it's very difficult to develop their lot.
Well, this sounds a little complicated. So, I have a lot that is, gosh, I have to remember. I'm going to say it's 25 feet wide. I think that's the minimum lot width for a residential lot. I have a lot that's 25 feet wide, but it misses the total lot size for being buildable by, let's say, 10 feet. So now I gotta go file something, and then you gotta go figure out, I don't know who the you is, you Department of Buildings or you government, have to go out there and figure out whether it's buildable or not. It's only short by 10 feet. Maybe there's not a question, maybe that's rhetorical. Sounds to me complicated. Or I've got a lot that is buildable in square footage, because there are minimum lot sizes, right, under the zoning regulations? Actually, I think your zoning administrator's here. And it's got a nice big slope on it, like a steep slope on it. So now what do I do? Well, I guess I can go to the BZA. So is this qualify for an exemption or not?
I'd have to look at, I have to look at this and figure out how to operationalize it.
And,
So
and then we had this working group, and as I said, I think Department of Buildings participated in the working group, and the working group used some definitions with regard to what's vacant. And if we were to adopt this subtitle, it would require changes to those definitions, which means basically going through, how long is vacant to vibrant? There's 60 pages? Going through 60, 70 pages of legislation and having to rewrite pages and pages. You look like you don't want to answer my question.
I didn't hear a question mark.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to read it anyway. The subtitle would exempt, quote, vacant commercial lots, unquote, from the registration and fee requirements if the parcel is, quote, economically or physically unsuitable for development, unquote. How will this be determined?
Well, I think we'd have to examine each case. We'd have to work with our sister agencies and with the deputy mayor for planning and economic development's office to come to a determination as to whether or not the market conditions would suggest the site is not likely to be developed.
Zoning administrators under zoning services? Zoning administrators under zoning services?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
In your budget, the zoning administrator comes under what's called zoning services?
Oh, and can you double check? Is the answer yes? The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. And let me see, in FY23, you had 17.5 FTEs. I don't know how you have half an FTE, and for next year, it's proposed to be 17 FTEs, basically unchanged. And I'm guessing that the zoning administrator would have to determine whether it is economically or physically suitable for development.
Well, I think that the zoning administrator would certainly play a role in that. But I think
Any additional FTEs for the zoning administrator to do this, to carry out the subtitle?
no, I don't believe so. And I think that the analysis would include input from outside of the agency as well. If we've got market conditions that are decelerating growth, that has to be considered.
That would be economically unsuitable for development because of market conditions?
That's how I would interpret it.
Whoa, that sounds pretty subjective. And who's going to do that?
I think it'd be a multi-agency effort.
Are there any FTEs associated with this subtitle?
I don't anticipate any.
Well, I do. Because the zoning, I'm going to file for an exemption. Actually, in reality, I don't have a vacant lot, but let's just pretend I do. And I'm going to file for an exemption because I can't build on it. And the zoning administrator is going to have to verify that. Who else would verify it?
We would work with DEMPED.
Who in DEMPED? What position?
I don't
I
have
know
an
I'm being a
answer.
little unfair, but I don't think this has been thought through at all.
Okay.
Some vacant lots may have deeds or covenants precluding the construction of a building. So how do we deal with that? Because that wouldn't be economically or physically unsuitable.
Well, I think if that's the case, then the underlying would be, the underlying covenant would be considered and it would be unsuitable.
Pursuant to language that's not in what the mayor drafted. I don't know, I'm just saying, I think this is, so you said you think there are about 300 lots.
300 total vacant, and there's a smaller number that we need to get you. That would be the commercial lots within that 305 or so.
Okay, and all those are gonna show up, I think, in the zoning administrator's office, because I don't know who else. Maybe Nina Albert herself?
We would be able to determine those vacant commercial lots.
Well, yes, but they're all gonna come in and say they're economically and physically unsuitable for development.
Well,
By the way, I've been looking forward to the inheritance from my great-grandparent that I have not yet gotten, so I'm not economically able to develop the lot next year. So it's economically unfeasible for me to develop it. You like that? I can tell.
yes. Of course, we have to take a close look and see how to operationalize this.
Yeah, it would have been good if, I'm not blaming you because you said this was not something that came from your agency, but it'd be good if it had been figured out beforehand. Give me a second. I do not have any other questions for you. I think there were several things you were going to follow up on.
We have a crosswalk and a number of other to get back on, I think, Mr. Maloff's points.
Yes.
And I believe also Mr. Elkins.
Yes.
So,
And keep in mind, as you're doing the crosswalk, that my bent on this is that I want to see more FTEs for inspectors. And that, as I said, when we increased the number of inspectors a couple of years ago, the testimony was that if we looked at other cities like Baltimore, you would have far, far more inspectors than you actually have. So keep that in mind with the crosswalk.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's going to conclude this hearing.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. Let me close out this hearing. This has been the first of 2, 4, 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the mayor's proposed revised budget for the current year and proposed budget for next year, as well as relevant BSA subtitles. Our next hearing will be tomorrow on UDC, Public Charter School Board, Deputy Mayor for Education, the State Board of Education, and the State Athletic Association. The Committee of the Whole will have an overall hearing on all of the budget-related measures on June 18th.